What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get sore throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion. everyone is unable to withstand the
Engage come in as the Zaman Force lowers on the Gira. The game ends, first game, because of a single passive. As such, it opens up the opportunity for Ricky.
ass goes down Panic, just showing that Browns is focusing on that.
That's gonna be moving on forward, but fortunately, Ricky wants to go down to the handle slowly as he picks up a
There's two down, Kaiser finally shows a lot of damage and finally using that hits. And they have
MPL Singapore Season 11 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by Speedy Ninja. Founded in 2019 and headquartered in Singapore, Speedy Ninja is a regional in-game credits platform built by players for players. Partner in Esports, Singapore Esports Association. Tonto, Use Roto, Kelby, Indomie, Future Living. Official Performance Chair, Ergo Team. Official Venue Partner, D-Marquee.
Every dawn is a new beginning, but nightfall of others are the sunrise of the remaining ones. Hello friends, I'm your lovely host, Tintin Loresto, and this is the Day 3 of MPL Singapore Season 11 Playoffs. To break the dark, Ignite Gaming and Clarity Gaming must walk first within its shadows. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lower bracket finals. These two teams must walk first into the dark shadows of Land of Dawn for the final slot of Grand Finals. The question is, which team will move forward to join Team Evil in the Grand Finals? Who's here for Clarity Gaming? Who's here for Ignite Gaming? Who do you think will advance? Okay, I can see Ignite Gaming, I can see Clarity Gaming. Let's not wait another moment. MPL SG Arena, make some noise for Ignite Gaming and Clarity Gaming. in the land of dawn. Casters, catch!
And call it windy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoffs, day 3. This is the day where we will find out who shall be going over to Paris. And of course, it is going to be heating up right here, right now in D-Marquee. My name is Jace, this is Abstract. We are your casters for today.
After 2 very long days of engagement between the couple of teams, we have went through best of 3s and indeed all 3 games many times. A bit too much.
Hey, come on, it's fun. I feel like you're looking at that challenger bracket gauntlet, right? Well, your last chance qualifier literally
Thank you for your service, by the way.
Thank you very much for getting me. As at the very least, we get to see Absolute Zero and also Syndicate, literally clinching all the way back, clawing themselves back into the playoffs, and yeah, we're here today.
Yep. Understandably, right here in D-Marquee, we do have a large venue where we will be able to broadcast. As you can pretty much see, we are all right in front at the front of the stage. We have quite a lot of booth that is actually right outside here.
Yeah, especially the Indomie literally on our screen right now.
Yep, be right back. I'm gonna get some.
Hey. No. Don't leave your post for now.
Not now?
No.
Okay.
Later. All right, but
I'll get a Calbee then.
But before that, let's take a look at the brackets, especially to kind of catch up for you guys. Just in case you missed for the past 2 days. Of course, we started the playoffs with your play-ins, your first match, your second match, Syndicate, Kingdom Esports, Clarity, Absolute Zero. This is the day. It's a very sad day, I would say, because Kingdom Esports and also Absolute Zero jumped out. Going into best of 3, match 4, it was Team Evil versus Syndicate 2-0, and then Ignite Gaming, Clarity Gaming 2-0. And now I think match 4 is one that we have to relook at it because that's exactly going to happen again at the lower bracket finals.
So we'll see how this game is eventually going to look like, because when it comes down to Ignite Gaming versus Clarity Gaming, the very first game that we are going to be, or rather, the very first match that we're going to be watching out today, we have yet to really get a very good idea how Clarity Gaming is going to deal with, or rather do, because as you see down at the bottom side, match number 4, that is the game that we saw, but however, that is a best of 3 that allowed Ignite Gaming to continue onwards to go to the upper brackets finals to deal with Evil, while Clarity Gaming had some time to understand what is going on there, what they have been doing wrong, and hopefully based on the game that they played against Ignite Gaming, they will have a better understanding as to how to deal with them in this best of 5 lower bracket finals.
That's right, and not only to mention that as well, Team Evil knocked Ignite Gaming all the way down to lower brackets. That's why they're here alongside Clarity Gaming. And of course, yesterday as well, we saw Clarity Gaming versus Syndicate Esports 3-0 clean. But of course, we're all looking at match number 8, the prize grand final. Team Evil's already there. Now we have to find out their next contender. Could it be Ignite Gaming, as you see their rosters on screen right now?
We have Kelvin, Jay, Roy, CS, and Diablo that's coming in. And honestly, oh, shut up.
Sorry, I just had to.
The only time that we have ever seen, I'm not too sure if whether the casters mentioned this the past few days, but Diablo is the only player in, I guess, MPL history that has managed to play 2 MPL within the same seasons in 2 different regions.
I mean, he is Diablo, right? He can do anything he wants. I mean, he can ask for my bank account number, my ATM pin. Apart from that, right? This is, I would say, really unprecedented in my opinion. Of course, fangirling a lot about Diablo because Diablo has been the mainstay of MPL Singapore for so long. Went to MPL MY, came back to MPL Singapore like a prodigal son just a little bit. But of course, introducing a new player into the transfer window in between your regular season and also the playoffs, I think I would feel a lot of pressure on Ignite, right? Because Ignite Gaming, don't forget, earlier in the regular season, they went up against Team Evil. It was a Team Evil 2-0. They're hoping using this one to kind of like throw in a bit of a wow factor, right?
Yep. So understandably, their opponent is going to be coming up as Clarity Gaming with Ricky Wurst, Iron Ryan, Ryzen, Renza, and Bun Boy Reborn. Understandably, when you kind of take a look at this entire lineup, it's not exactly the kind of nostalgia that you see out of these teams. In fact, some of these, if not all of these players, they are more of the newer generation players, as opposed to what we saw from the side of Ignite Gaming. When you look at them, you have some form of nostalgia, euphoria kind of situation, because you know You've seen them before. You've seen them perform very well before. But when you look at Clarity Gaming, they are definitely going to be the underdogs coming in between these two.
I agree. You know, I would like to quote this quote I always quoted to whenever there's new players coming in, right? A quote from Skyrim, right? Clearly one of my favorite games as well. Look, sometimes the fame come to you. Sometimes people come to you to look for fame. Clarity Gaming is that kind of team where they literally come over here to look for fame, and I believe they've done a great job, right? All the way at least top 3 right now, because right now I think it's, you know, top 3 going up against top 2, and among all the MPL Singapore seasons that we've seen before, I would say this is really, really tight.
The head-to-head between Ignite and Clarity Gaming. We'll take a look at Roy versus Iron Ryan. So this is actually, sorry, team head-to-head, sorry. So this is a team head-to-head, not the player-to-the-player kind of situation. Yep. So at least right now, we have the information as well as statistic that's kind of skewed towards actually kind of fair, right? KDA more towards the side of Ignite Gaming, but from this point onwards, we do have Team GPM and some other things such as the first blood rate that is more towards the side of Team Ignite.
Yeah, I think right now what you can see, right, early game domination you're expecting from Team Ignite Gaming because based on the first blood rate, but Clarity Gaming on the other hand, look at the KDA, right? 4.7 leaning over to the side of Ignite Gaming, but Clarity Gaming 3.55. This means that, you know, even for Clarity Gaming to be here at top 3 means that they're really efficient. They're not looking for fights. They're looking to handshake team objectives, take down turrets, and that's why they're here. And if you notice, they also take a lot of damage as well because they prioritize on objectives. Whereas Ignite Gaming, they're looking for pickoffs and then fight. I think this KDA is highly boosted because of Kelvin, right? Kelvin is a very hungry jungler. He's always looking for blood. Roy, also the same species as well. He's very aggressive as a mid lane.
I can totally get the part where they're talking about species in this case. but either way, as we kind of move on over to having a better understanding about both of these two teams, understandably, when it comes down to MLBB, we gotta have to talk about the heroes thus far. And of course, kind of like an archetype as to what we can generally expect from both of these two teams. So at least between Clarity Gaming as well as Ignite, they do have very similar kind of bans in some sense. So far, we always see that, okay, they do not want to kind of play around with Freya, which kind of puts them at both of this point whereby both of these two teams don't play a lot of Freya. Now, also aside from that, right, when it comes down to their top picks, what is going to be their main priority pick and the heroes that they have picked up so far a lot, they are definitely going to be strangling at each other to look for picks such as the Claude, for example. Suyo is also one of the other mainstay picks coming from them. And of course, in this current meta, we know that for the side of Clarity Gaming, they love to play themselves some bit of Harif, while for Ignite, not so much. But I would definitely like to assume that there will be some competition for the Harif due to the current meta state.
I think the clear difference between these two teams, right? You mentioned about the Harif. I love the fact that you bring this out. CS is a very late game monster, right?
Yep.
Remember CS back in the good old days when he started debuting under RSG. And then after that, you've also got Renza. Renza, who has been, you know, showcasing that, hey, he can be very flexible, he can be also aggressive, but he is also a late game monster as well. So I think ultimately we have to take a look at these two gold laners, especially going to the later parts of the game, because trust me, in the mid game, you see Renza pop off, but late game, trust in CS, because once he gets all his CS, haha, no pun intended right there, he is going to be an absolute monster.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to be jumping in to game number 1 of match number 1 for today. This is going to be the one game that will set the pace for this lower bracket finals between IG versus CG. Best of 5, by the way.
Yep, of course, this is the perfect time, I would say, to take your Indomie and also Kelby's, because, trust me, you are in a long ride. IG, CG, and even Team Evo to a certain extent. I don't know why they're all mostly red
What's your command?
team logos, but they are definitely looking for that ticket all the way to Paris. And I think there's also something that we also need to take note of for the subsequent seasons, that this is perhaps our last season in a way where we would get the direct ticket all the way to the LCS.
Yep. It is definitely going to be unfortunate for the later seasons, but we focus more on to this current season because right now you can definitely agree that the stakes are absolutely high. If you want to make it to the main event more in a smooth manner, this season season is the season. And unfortunately, only one team out of these two will face off against Evil. As we start off the draft with a Paquito pick.
Yeah, Paquito is coming back into the meta, especially when you see in MPL PH. Diablo, of course, it's something that Diablo used to play back in all the way in Season 1, 5.5 years ago.
Remember the Paquito one-trick Diablo?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely remember that one. But Paquito coming back because it's a very strong EXP laner. You provide so much burst, especially in this day and age, but it's a dive heavy kind of hero. That's why I'm looking at how Clarity is drafting out. I love the Valier, right? Valier also, I think what Ares likes to play at the same time. Anti-dive, lots of CC, lots of early game pressure, and also scales all the way to late game, because if you allow the Valier to free hit at the back line, you're just going to have a lot of problems.
So, at this point in time, looking at IG, they have decided to pick up a Fredrin and a Yve for themselves. Currently, I have nothing about them. Okay, so...
Wasn't expecting a Dyrov?
Not at all. So at least if I'm looking at a Dyrov, the only kind of reason or explanation is it is here is that they want to really just melt down the front lines as soon as possible, coming into the form of Fredrin. But right as I'm talking about a Fredrin, to see a Fredrin being snap picked from the side of IG pretty much means that they are shifting their focus away from the jungler and kind of looking at other avenues over here. So definitely Diablo is going to be one of the more of a powerhouse in these games, and understandably, whenever we see a Diablo, he most of the time is going to be one of the main playmakers, and that will mean that the role and objective of a jungler is mostly going to be swapped and flipped with Diablo, which actually this current meta where we are looking at tank junglers, it actually fits Diablo's playstyle a lot better.
Yeah, and this is a bit of an evolution in between the regular season and transfer and playoffs, right? Ignite Gaming actually, ever since Diablo came into the Ignite Gaming, Kelvin is kind of forced into these tank junglers. Back in the regular season, whenever he performs a lot better as an assassin jungler, you know him for his Suyo, you know him for his Hardy, you know him for his Gilmons.
Yep. However, this doesn't necessarily mean that it is enough for IG. It is just a shift towards a different playstyle, which might work and better for this current meta, and of course work better for Diablo. This is kind of a situation between the XP and the jungler, where they are kind of at each other's throat. So it really requires IG to have a very good understanding between the EXP lane, and the jungler itself.
Man, I forgot about the Marcel, because there's just so many things that you need to look out for, even down to the chip, which was not bad, not picked at all throughout the regular season, and now all of a sudden it is back. And that Marcel, I think, is a very good anti-combo, especially against Atlas, right?
Yeah.
Atlas requires you to set up the Fatal Links and also your passive, but with the Marcel going in as a combo breaker, it just ruins all that plans. And now IG also bringing in Grandeur. Remember, CS is a late game monster. Grandeur known to be strong in the early game. Now going up against a Harif, that's something of a matchup that I'm looking forward to.
So with this final matchup and the lineup coming in from the side of CG, we are going to be looking at a final pick of the Alpha, where they are definitely going to be focusing a lot over into the front lines. This is a very front-to-back kind of strategy coming in from CG. As Clarity, they aims to be able to bring down the front lines as soon as possible between the Marcel as well as the Fredrin. This disables IG from being able to have a very strong initiating role and allow them to snowball effectively within of the same fight.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna go look up into the first game of the last day of MPL Singapore Season 11. Looking at the roster, I would say both of the teams have also adapted towards the agenda or the meta to a certain extent, but Ignite Gaming, I would say it's kind of reminiscent of Season 4, where you got your Frederick, your tank junglers who want to fight inside the box, especially what Yves set up. I was kind of surprised that you don't see a Valentina in this one, because I think they're more concerned about the dive potential coming up from Diablo, coming from Kelvin. As ladies and gents, we're going to load into game number 1 on Dangerous Grass.
We're going to be starting things off with the standard with both of the junglers that will be starting off at the purple lane, or rather the purple jungle, real quickly in order to get themselves a pretty decent rotation in. As for Clarity Gaming, they will be moving themselves more towards the northern side, and then for Ignite Gaming, they will probably be camping a little bit more on the southern side. So the effort as well as the priority is going to be focusing on to Dyra for the next few minutes until the turtle spots.
Yeah, and if you to notice, right, both of these two teams, they are looking at a very early game-centric composition. They want to win the fight at level 4, and then after, level 4 first turtle, and then after that scale all the way. But in terms of scaling, I would say it's a lot easier for CS to scale because there's a bit of an infinite scaling. Oh, Flicker, already committed by Diablo, missed the mark onto Ryzen. He has to rotate back.
It's not too bad. It is definitely going to be a situation where you will want to capitalize on a low HP Valir after all, but a shy bit too small, or rather, shy bit too slow in order to capitalize on that.
Yeah, currently that's a Flicker. I would say is a very expensive one. Diablo is looking to rotate. Your power spike comes at level 3. Unfortunately, will not be able to find any kills as well now, as both these two teams set up for the turtle.
So currently moving on forward, we do have got a little bit of a stalemate that we can kind of expect out of both of these two teams in the gold lane. And Jay, moving up top,
takes a lot of damage. Renza down all the way low, eats up most of the Rhapsody, but Jay, that level doesn't look very nice at the same time. Only finally takes all the way to level 3 at this point.
This is the kind of thing that you can expect coming in from the passive of Marcel, making sure that he will be able to combo break. Hold on a second, middle lane.
Quite a bit of damage poured onto Kelvin, and that's a Fredrin, right? You remember the good old days where the Fredrin doesn't do a lot of damage, but in this particular patch, his numbers are nutty.
And not only that, we can pretty much expect a lot of aggression coming in from him. But regardless, it's not going to be a great start for Clarity Gaming as their frontliners have already suffered a little bit too much damage before the objective starts to be taken down.
Yeah, that Kelvin, that sneaky position of that Zap Brush right there literally put a bit of a wrench over to Ricky Wurst. He's not in a very good position to basically secure the turtle and has the double bank. And we were talking about this EXP lane matchup, Bumboy versus Diablo. There's a lot more rotations coming up, but hold on a second. That's going to be a spear Alpha. Diablo will be able to use a knockout punch, punching all the way back, but first blood given over side to Ricky Wurst.
Just a shy bit before he will be able to get himself that flicker as Diablo was 20 seconds in. This is why having a flicker is absolutely important, as there is a lot of avenues for you to play on a more aggressive / defensive style. Clarity Gaming made full use of the fact that Diablo still did not have a flicker and decided to go on a very aggressive stance against him, using Bumboy Reborn as more of a bait, making Diablo to think that, hey, I can actually go for this fight, whereas he used his ultimate as well as his passive to go for double knockup with the uppercut punch.
Skirmish happening right now. The top Renza committed to the Zaman Force already. Jay looking for an entry point, try to stun up, allowing CS to lay down the Rhapsody. Renza taking a lot of punishment. So far, it's just Ignite Gaming, you know, being very aggressive in the early game. Such what we covered earlier just now during the team, but there's going to be a golden hour coming in for the side of Jay as well, allowing Kelvin and Roy to get into position. Renza in a spot of trouble. Real world manipulation cuts Renza's escape. CS guns down Iron Ryan. Renza alone against the world, giving the double kill over to CS.
A very big play, and of course catch from the side of Ignite Gaming, allowing CS to pick up 2 kills off of that current engagement. This is also going to be allowing them to have a really good point to make. Well, take a look at this replay as we have here over here. Of course, when it comes down to Roy as well as Kelvin, they made themselves in a pretty good spot. They know that they don't really have to initiate themselves into the golden hour. Instead, what they focused on is to be able to cut off the escape route from Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, this is good news over the side of Ignite Gaming, right? CS, you know, on a roll right here. Really secure Sky and Piercer, one of the key items for the Grandeur. So Clarity Gaming right now, second turtle is going to be very important for them.
That 2 kills is great, but not exactly a skilling one for now. But middle lane.
Middle lane's catching Kelvin all the way. CS and also Roy, 3 hitting on the back line. I ran down low. Jay looking for an entry point. Will be able to take, not find it, but CS takes down Renza. Sky Piercer stack. First one going over to him.
Iron Ryan manages to get a wee bit of, you know, escape coming in from there. Not exactly the best for the side of Ignite Gaming, but unfortunately, at this point in time, most of what we want to see is to see a little bit more of the engagement as well as a little bit more committal from the side of the Roma. And in this point, Iron Ryan definitely have a little bit of a tougher point to play.
Yep, interesting note, Abstract. Darov is actually building mostly tanks, going for the half build of an Anti-Kuras just to be able to counter. Okay, full build now, correct me, right?
Okay.
Correct, right now, right? So this is a very tanky Darov going in. This is something that I don't really expect, especially in this particular patch. There's a real time when Darov is mostly tanks, but I think they really need that tank right now. They need more front lines.
So the thing about Darov is that the reason why he wants to play a little bit more tanky is to play for debuff. But we'll talk about that in a short bit because Golden Hour middle.
Really snapping Jay, the photographer right here. Appraisal's right, but the main action happening down around bot lane. Roy, real world manipulation, cuts away the tanky Dyrov, and Ryzen can only just throw Fireball.
Now, of course, we go back to the information and the talks about the Dyrov. You want to play for debuff, and the longer that you stay alive, the better it is. And you have very strong raw stats out of your ultimate that will strike in order to really do something onto the opponents. But right now, your team in Clarity Gaming, there is no one that can realistically be able to make full use of that physical defense debuff onto Ignite Gaming. Ricky Wurst is probably the only one that deals physical damage, but you also need to remember that he specializes in true damage. As such, the buff is very minimal, while in the meantime, Rensa is more of a magic damage marksman. So even for the side of this Harif, you don't reap the rewards of a very tanky Dyrov.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so this Dyrov is essentially just another XP laner that doesn't gel well too much with the current composition of Clarity Gaming.
Yep, CS right here, sieging all the way up top. Iron Ryan looking for a flank right here, finding out to Jay. Flicker already committed, but Ignite Gaming will be able to take down top side. And really, I think what Clarity Gaming right now is looking for a way to deal with Jay's Golden Hour because he's going to use it right away. Cutting off the image, he goes, snap photos. Everybody for the side of Clarity Gaming has no choice but to just stand there as, you know, Ignite Gaming takes down mid lane turret, and now the Fatal Lane is coming out from the side of Clarity Gaming. Real world manipulation coming on Roy. Roy will be able to try to melt down free from the back line by Rensa. Going into one force with Diablo coming up on the flank. Kill, given over the side, Diablo already. As Ignite Gaming only loses one, but for the price of 3.
Oh, that was a little bit too much of a pressure from the side of Clarity Gaming. They forced that fight out a little bit too much, especially with the current situation that they have. So what Ignite Gaming has did is that they managed to use the Golden Hour in order to take down the middle lane turret. This actually opens up the movement and rotation from the side of Diablo, as you can see, immediately harassing over to the back lines. While in the meantime, CS does have the Purify to get himself out of the Fatal Links. So two of the main damage dealers from the side of Ignite completely fine. And Clarity Gaming puts itself in such a tough spot.
Dude, Abstract, this is a CC fest over the side of Clarity Gaming. There's so many CCs. Jay coming in with the Golden Hour. You've also got the real world manipulation that Roy used spectacularly, allowing Diablo coming for the flank and then put a lot of pressure onto Clarity Gaming. Clarity Gaming could hold the damage coming out from Ignite Gaming.
You're gonna have to agree, this is great macro rotations from the side of Ignite Gaming. Right within of one fight, given the current situation, the fact that there is no longer a T1 turret in the middle lane, it gives them so much rotational prowess in order for them to divide themselves and literally conquer onto Clarity Gaming. This puts Clarity Gaming at a 5,000 gold deficit. And if we kind of take a look at a head-to-head between the two teams, if we take a look at the jungler, it doesn't really mean too much if you think about it. However, Alpha is needs to focus a little bit more on survivability, a little bit more than a Fredrin can or needs to, because Fredrin is, you know, statistically, in base of his own stats, he does scale well into the late game, or rather as a tanky character. Except for the Alpha. Alpha doesn't really. You require a lot more items, and you are a little bit more item hungry.
I feel like right now, Clarity Gaming, if you're right, like if Dara goes into the tanky kind of composition, then you've also got, you know, Ricky was forced to go into the slightly tanky composition. There's not enough damage coming off the side of Clarity Gaming.
Yep. So Clarity Gaming, they are lacking in a lot of damage. Like, a lot. If you're gonna put Ricky Wurst as a tanky jungler that deals true damage, I think that that's totally fine. However, Bumboy Reborn, he is trying to go for kind of bridge in between the gaps. If the jungler is gonna go for hybrid, then I'm gonna go for hybrid as well. So if he's tanky, I'm tanky. If he deals damage, I do damage. However, this currently puts Clarity Gaming kind of at an impasse where they're not breaking through the gaps, or rather they're not breaking through Ignite Gaming's front lines. As a front-to-back kind of composition, they need to have a little bit more physical prowess in that stead, being able to do a lot of passive damage in terms of auto attacks, which is something that Rensa is not able to. Yep, he's very reliant on Zaman Force.
That's right, and if you notice, not apart from Ignite Gaming, even though the front to back is really top-notch right here, you can see Jay causing a lot of problem right now, and exactly why I say Roy just letting down the real world manipulation, even down the Golden Hour, just to kind of siege and slow everything down just a little bit. You can see that Clarity Gaming don't even dare to trespass Roy's field of real world manipulation at all.
Clarity Gaming understood that they are currently playing from behind, and it's going to be really difficult for them to realistically be able to hold on to this onslaught from the side of Ignite. They managed to clear away most of the T2 turrets, and the Lord is actually slowly making his way down from the bottom lane. This will put Clarity Gaming in a really tough spot. They do have a little bit of the holy defense down on the bottom lane, but that's pretty much it. So the bottom lane is not going to be the true objective of Ignite, but the middle lane and the top lane, as they should be able to strip them bare.
Yeah, but this is also where Clarity Gaming gets very, very dangerous, because Iron Ryan looking for an opportunity to pull out the fatal links onto the side of Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming land down the siege using the ultimate range at the same time with Roy and also CS. Golden Hour already committed by the side of Jay. He makes it run around Clarity Gaming. Clarity Gaming and fatal links coming in, pulling 2 members from the side of Ignite Gaming, but Ryzen landing down the fireball, whipping in the burst down Roy. Kelvin going down next. Jay trying to burst by some time for CS as Ignite Gaming is now full retreat, but Clarity Gaming lost topside.
I think it's a very small price to pay for the side of Ignite. They lost 2, however, they did manage to get the top lane T3 turret, which is great already. They lost these 2. Honestly, it's not a big problem. They do have the mid laner as well as the jungler that lost their life in this entire scenario. But do note that this is only 12 minutes in. At 12 minutes in, you need to be able to get a single inhibitor turret in order to get a massive lead into this game. To make matters worse for the side of Clarity Gaming, losing that inhibitor turret pretty much means that you lose a large portion of priority into the next objective. The reason why I say that is because on the opposite side of top lane, is where the Lord is going to be spawned. This naturally means that Ignite Gaming have a naturally pushing wave in the opposite side of where the Lord is going to be, putting a lot of pressure on the Clarity as to what is going to be their main objective, and to defend top lane or the Lord.
And to make even worse, Diablo is a Paquita, right? He could set up the waves from far apart, making Clarity Gaming super busy. And I think if you notice, Clarity Gaming, I think they know about this. They're not going to be able to try to contest for this Lord at all. They have to give it. They have to hope that their defense is solid. They've got Iron Ryan with the fatal links. They've got Ryzen that could just disrupt with the fireball, and hopefully the Searing Torrent Wall. Let's hope to catch Roy. Let's hope to catch CS. That's the only win condition that Clarity Gaming is looking for.
A slow push initiated up top. The Lord is currently going to be tackled in by Ignite. However, Clarity Gaming is not too keen in trying to throw their bodies in for this. But they are keen in Ricky Wurst.
Yeah, Ricky Wurst now looking like food for the side of Ignite Gaming, getting burned down. CS, Skypiercer, and Golden Hour already committed by the side of Jay. It's really making it so hard for Clarity Gaming. They not only just have to retreat, they are literally being blocked by Ignite Gaming from retreating. And now the base is under pressure.
Force the Diamond Force. That means that Renza currently is completely handicapped, unable to do anything to aid in the defense against Ignite Gaming. The bottom lane will now lose at T3, and the Lord marches in, ready to unleash havoc over to Clarity Gaming.
Real world manipulation causing a lot of damage over the side of Renza. Members on the side of Ignite Gaming is already congregated. Real world manipulation holding down the fort against Clarity Gaming. CS gunning down Iron Ryan. Diablo also busting down Ryan as Ignite Gaming. They focus on the core instead. Game number 1 over to Ignite Gaming.
A valiant effort coming in from the side of CG. Unfortunately, with the current lineup, it's not exactly going to be an easy game against Ignite, as they literally created pandemonium in the land of Dawn, given the current circumstances.
Yeah, and looking at how Clarity Gaming has been playing, I feel like they really, went all in over to Bad Boy Reborn, right? I was expecting this Dyra to be a more damage, but Clarity Gaming, after the midpoint of time, when CS is just racking up kills after kills after kills, just not enough damage to be able to dish out against Ignite Gaming.
It really just boils down to damage. If they were ahead and if they were kind of play for the early stages of the game, I think that this lineup is not too shabby. However, you also need to understand that when it comes down to lane or rather head-to-head lane priority, the gold lane and the gold lane is just kind of meh kind of situation, right? It's a very skill-based matchup. But the EXP lane is where it truly matters, where Diablo naturally will have a stronger lane presence against a Dyrov, especially if he does want to play a very fast-paced game. As you can see, in the early stages, he went straight for the proxy. It actually forced Bumble Reborn to stay within of his lane, and this roaming trio from Clarity Gaming doesn't bring them anywhere. It's a decent poke in early game, but not something that would be able to give them a, I would say, advantage.
Yeah, the advantage is literally thrown out the window, right? Diablo is so mobile around the map. He's in the mid. He's actually in the enemy jungle, pushing Ricky Woods out of the jungle. Bumper Reborn's forced to kind of play defense all the way down to the EXP lane, whereas because of that, Ignite Gaming has so much free real estate, and this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The early game pressure that scales all the way into the later parts of the game, and Ignite Gaming rode that to victory.
As this moment in time, we are going to be jumping down and take a quick look at how Clarity Gaming suffered throughout this game, right? They unfortunately went on with a massive deficit by the end of the game. And throughout the entire game, they do not have unfortunately, a single objective taken away from Ignite.
It's only just one turret. That's
one turret.
Yeah, that's just about it, right? But Abstract, I was just looking at this roster. There is a chance, because this kind of roster that Clarity Gaming play, you need that Darov to be actively killing off Diablo.
Yes.
You need Bumboy Reborn to start rotating alongside, and Ricky was, as an alpha versus the Fredrin in the early stage of the game, I would say in this current patch, the Fredrin's broken, right? It has a lot more priority as compared to an alpha in this day and age. Alpha does need his items, but it's just mostly Clarity Gaming, right? The three-headed Hydras, they're just very distracted because Ignite Gaming is just everywhere all at once.
Yep. It's not exactly, the baton is not exactly onto the side of Ricky Woods because he's building his alpha based on what is natural for an alpha. The longer that you stay alive in a team fight, the better you do because of true damage. You kind of scale as the game scales. But for the side of Dyrov, it's not exactly boosting anyone in this case. You kind of want to see Dyrov as a physical damage enchanter in some sense by his second ability in order to really help someone out. But unfortunately, what we are seeing from a Dyrov in this game is definitely an overglorified XP laner that can tank. And honestly, that's pretty much all.
Are you seriously? You know, I would say, I'm sorry, Bumboy Reborn, but it is really painful. It's because, especially, right, you know, I think there's an idea right there, but maybe if the draft went otherwise, we replace Renza with even perhaps a Clint.
If it's a honestly, Clint, Bruno,
Moskov,
they will pair in greatly
amazingly
with the Dyrov.
Yep.
We can see a lot of burst potential coming out of these, but there's also another thing that you also gotta have to understand is the very fact that we don't have a hero from the side of Clarity Gaming that gives us a justified or a guaranteed stun. There is no form of instant gratification coming from them. The only thing that we are realistically looking out for is gonna be Fatal Links. However, the Fatal Links is also nullified, unfortunately, by Frozen Moment.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? I think what they're also looking for is the passive stun coming out from this Atlas. I think that's just about it. But it's just the fact that, you know, that Frozen Moment Marcel, I'm actually very surprised, right? We're like, you know, we're talking about, you know, the bans coming in from both of these two teams in game number one. The Marcel was leaked all the way to B5. And that's surprising because even in B4, Clarity Gaming opted for the Atlas instead of the Marcel.
Yep. So at this point in time, Ignite, them getting game number one, just gonna make them hungrier for
I know you're distracted, Abstract.
Fights. Yeah.
I know you're very distracted.
Why are we right in front of the Indomie booth?
We can literally smell it on site. Literally, we're casting home.
Damn, man. Come on, man. It's 12:30, man.
Best booth placement ever.
Oh my god.
I love it. I love it. I was literally already anticipating that we're going to get very distracted by the food, but we're not going to get distracted by the game because, you know, going to game number two, we kind of identified I would say it's a draft issue, right?
Yeah.
I think right now, Ignite Gaming, they really utilize this draft to the best extent, right?
Yep.
Like, Diablo is on his Paquito. He knows how to rotate. Paquito is just nice. I think he came back in just the right timing.
Honestly, yeah. This is kind of the place where Diablo wants to be. So honestly, right now, back into MPL SG, it's great to see that he's back onto his seat, but he gotta have to earn the name for himself again.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He gotta have to earn the name of himself. He used to be called the Paquito One Trick, where he couldn't literally play anything else during Season 1, and it was a funny occasion. Everyone was just kind of looking at Diablo and like, what is he doing? The moment that Paquito is banned, he's just playing like Yu Zhong, Esmeralda, and he's not like doing anything well at all. But over the years, he grew a lot, and now back at it again back to his roots. Ignite Gaming will be the one. I'm not too sure if whether he's gonna lift Ignite Gaming or is Ignite Gaming gonna lift him up because of unfortunately not a very good run in MPL MY.
I feel it's a two-way thing, right? Like, especially in this particular patch, a lot more emphasis on the EXP lane, right? If the last meta, or just a few weeks ago, right? I would say 1 or 2 weeks ago, that meta, there's already a bit of a strong emphasis on the EXP. Now it's even more, right? Because now your roamer is only stuck at level 3 at the first turtle, means that you need the EXP to initiate even more because they've got an advantage. And a lot of roamers actually come slightly online, well, more online when they hit level 4.
Exactly.
So that's why you see a lot more early game roamers, such as the Khalid is like all over the place.
Yes, they don't necessarily require the ultimate in order for them to display what, or rather for them to do their job, to follow suit their identity. And that is why a Khalid is great as a harasser.
Yeah.
He is literally a harasser. He contains the enemies as much as possible because number 1, Quick Sanguard heals himself after taking quite a bit of pokes. Number 2, there's a Sandstorm. Literally just spin for days and deal damage. How harassing is that? Of course, having a ranged Sandstorm is going to be great because it opens up a window of opportunity for your team. But that definitely does not it does not become an important note for the first turtle because your XP laner comes in to help. So there is definitely a little bit of like trifecta kind of scenario. Your roamer no longer can be a very good initiator. In the meantime, your jungler is the one that will be the initiator because we are starting to see more tank junglers coming in.
That's right.
A punch for a punch.
I think right now, if you notice, like what we covered in as we go into game number 2 draft and game number 1 draft, I also alluded that Ignite Gaming currently, adapted to the current meta, whereas they started to put Kelvin onto tank utility jungler. You can see Clarity Gaming immediately bans away Diablo, right? Expect
bans away Diablo.
Yeah, I literally expect more bans coming up from targeted at Diablo as well. But this also allows Ignite Gaming to have more resources, a lot more chances to go for other heroes. But at the same time, Clarity Gaming, okay, go for the Suyo ban as well. This is actually a little bit interesting because Ignite Gaming so far in the playoffs in MPL Singapore Season 11 has not shown a single assassin jungler at all.
So moving on forward, do remember and understand that this is going to be a flying clouds map. So it's not going to be too big of a change, or it's not going to make that big of a difference in the early to the mid stages of the game. However, this will definitely dictate as to how strong each team is going to be once they are behind. So combat potential is something that we can always expect to see.
Look, if you gotta have to ban the Paquito away, the Freya will get leaked out. Freya, even though slightly, I would say, nerf, because I feel like teams are starting to realize how to deal with the Freya. All you have to do is just land a CC, or even the Phobius just shows up. Phobius have dashes for days, jumps for days, and that's why Ignite Gaming first banned the Phobius away. Usually you expect the Phobius ban on the R side.
But this time, it is going to be slightly different. Now,
Marcel?
Clarity Gaming. You did mention Marcel.
Yeah.
But Clarity Gaming, do they want to immediately go for that? They can, of course, play and pick a very simple and very safe situation. And in this case, it looks like,
Your team is
all right, there we go. Valentina pick, I think it's to react over to Roy's potential Eve pick. Carry coming in as well. I mean, Carry is a hero that works very nicely against tank junglers, right? I think Clarity Gaming is expecting the Fredrins, expecting the Baxias. This kind of force...
but is expecting. To be fair, though, the moment that they kind of pick a Freya, there is a very high probability that they would go for tank junglers. However, a Freya can always go over to the gold lane.
Exactly.
Gold lane.
That's why Freya B1 or R1 is very strong, right?
Very flexible.
It's so flexible, you can literally shift him everywhere. And now, because Zetian, I remember the earlier parts of the regular season was constantly banned, and now there's so many things to ban away. You got to ban the Paquito chip, also became the flavor of the month to kind of ban away. Zetian opens up lots of CC. Just take a look in front of side of IG. But if you notice, Glue coming in front of side of Clarity Gaming, over to side of Bumboy Reborn. Not too sure whether... sorry, hold on. This is definitely going to be a Iron Ryan Glue, because Glue is now played as a roamer instead.
So what we're going to be expecting a little bit more is that we should be able to expect to see Ignite once again, this is a very harassed comp.
Yes.
Literally very much of a harassment. They do have got the Zetian that have amazing range in the middle lane, generally have very strong priority in the middle lane against a Valentina who would have very short range in conjunction to a Zetian. So having a Valentina plus a Glue in the middle lane is actually not exactly too great for Clarity Gaming if you think about that, because we also do have a Khalid. Khalid plus Zetian wipes out the middle lane really quickly. That enables Ignite Gaming to be on the road, or rather on the rivers, for an extended period of time and at the very start of the game.
Yeah, and you know, the wave clear, especially once it hits level 2, right? That second skill does a lot of damage whenever you cast and land, and that's just an additional slow. So I think, I think right now CG has to really play around the mid lane duo. But that's why I think they opted for a carry, a late game scaling composition to deal with whatever IG has. All the front end is going to get shredded.
However, as you mentioned about the fact that carry is picked up pretty quickly and R1, that means that they kind of showed off what they want to do. This is a very obvious front-to-back composition once again from CG. They want to destroy the front lines and eventually goes over to the back lines. So their front lines, their own front lines needs to be tanky enough. As such, you need to be able to have someone that is able to buy enough time, whereas Alice actually comes into play very effectively for the side of CG. So it's really up to IG whether they want to go for the ban on Alice, but they've decided to go for Yuzhong, which is actually not a bad ban as well. Alice as well as Yuzhong is very synonymous to one another.
Yep. I think it's just to target onto the immobility of the Zetian, right? So I think that's a really good pick coming up from the Yuzhong, and also potentially hinting maybe they're going to go for something like a marksman that has the lack of mobility, right? But of course, you know, IG can always go anywhere, right? They can look at R4 pick, react against that for B5, B4, and B5. Now, I think CG this pick will definitely dictate how they're going to play this game. I think right now it's going to be a jungle pick from the side of Clarity Gaming right now.
They're lacking of the XP and the jungle. I think that the jungle pick is going to dictate the pace of the game. So if they want to keep it shush, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, if they want to keep it shush, they should leave it to R5 in order to really understand what IG is going. Because IG's B4 and B5 dictates their pacing as well. If whether they're going to go aggro or do they want to fit in pace as more of a mid-range where they play towards the mid stages of the game. Early game is already counted for the side of Zetian as well as the Khalid. The roaming trio kind of comes in very effectively, and we need that kind of question. As such, we mentioned before, this doesn't necessarily mean that we need a tank jungler. This outright beats this front-to-back composition from the side of CG.
Yeah, and this is very interesting, right? This is perhaps the first time that we see that Kelvin goes for the Assassin Jungler in the playoffs period, right? And I was expecting something more to deal with this Alice, right? Because look at IG side, I don't see anything. I was thinking like a CC, you transfer the Freya over the side of CS, and then use the CC to deal with this Alice. And this also alludes why CG prompted for the first pick carry. And this is a hero that, you know, Bumper Reborn is very comfortable with. Now a higher booster comes in, iframes versus iframes. What do you think?
Honestly, what I believe that the Hayabusa pick is forced. They don't really have any other jungler that can really go very well against the atrocities of a Lancelot in the early stages of the game and in the mid, right? I think that for Clarity Gaming, what they're looking for is more tempo-based jungler that allows them to play to the late stages of the game because their current 4 have very weak wave clear. If they want to play late game, their jungler needs to be the kind of player that is able to do very decent wave clear. At least for the Hayabusa, you can do split push. It is a form of wave clear. However, it doesn't necessarily help you play from behind. So the moment that Clarity Gaming, they lose in the early stages of the game, there's gonna be a very high likelihood that Ignite will snowball, and Clarity Gaming, even in a Flying Clouds map, will not be able to do much to get back into the game.
Yep. I think it's all about the early games right now. So far, Ignite Gaming showed that they're really strong at the early game, but we have to take a look at game number 2, ladies and gents. This is the lower bracket finals. Winner goes all the way in to the grand finals. Loser goes home.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look and understand a little bit more about the laning phase and what each of the junglers are doing. Both junglers starting off at the purple buff, and that will mean that Kelvin will be continuing to put effort and, of course, aggression down over to the gold lane, while in the meantime, Ricky will move up to the northern side to focus on the XP lane. It is a Lancelot after all. He should be able to deal... Wait, hold on a second. Looks like for the side of Kelvin, his focusing is a little bit different. However, what mentions is the fact that Kelvin wants to be a little bit more aggressive together with Jay, which is exactly what they are trying to do. Be the harassment, and they want to put more effort into the XP lane instead.
Yeah, and don't forget, Kelvin can always pivot this build, right, all the way to tank Lancelot. You remember that one. Ricky jumps in for the shadow, try to put some harassment onto Jay, but Jay easily heals that up.
No problems whatsoever. We can definitely expect to say that for Ignite Gaming, they need to... They have two ways of scaling. From the XP lane to the gold lane, both sides they can scale well. The only difference is that Freya can actually get tempo.
Yeah, definitely right. This Freya, in fact, went for a Brave Smite talent instead of your standard War Cry or even being the Killing Spree, right? So which means that Diablo is looking to try to out-sustain Bumble Reborn, hopefully, but I feel like his prioritization should be mostly try to fight elsewhere.
This is kind of expected from Ignite, from being able to wave clear the middle lane to to the extremities, and the fact that a Freya will do very, very well against an Alice. Alice is unable to do anything until level 4, so as a matter of fact, for Ignite Gaming, once they wave clear in the middle lane, where do they want to go? Do they want to focus on the carry, which kind of comes down to a very difficult play as well, because Ignite, they have priority in both lanes.
Yeah. Right now, Bumble Reborn struggling to get level 4. Just need one siege meter right here. Members will decide to clear the gaming. Trying to set up shop around the turtle pit, but Ignite Gaming, just the threat of Diablo. Look at Diablo, is level 4, ticking all the way to level 5, but Bumble Reborn only slowly inching for level 4, just got level 4.
At this moment in time, the turtle is currently open and spawned. This will put Ignite at a bit of priority window against Clarity, as Bumble Reborn is not doing well at all. In this kind of fight, as a level 4 Alice with not a lot of HP to go with, they are in a tough spot.
Coming in, he seals the turtle, and not only just that, Clarity Gaming lands out fire from heavens above. Kelvin down low, trying to chase out Bumble Reborn, but hoping to find a high frame at the same time, but Roy will pick up that kill instead. No kills for the side of Bumble Reborn.
Honestly, not a bad trade between these two teams. Is totally fine. They lost an XP laner, but in the meantime, they managed to get the total for themselves. This will definitely help the team to actually hold out a little while longer to play towards the later stages of the game. Understandably, Renza is not going to get too much out of this. Ricky is probably going to be the biggest winner out of that fight for the fact that they managed to get the total.
Yeah, but look at the EX. I'm looking at the EXP, right? I'm checking. Diablo's level 6 versus Bumble Reborn level 5. But Diablo's more than happy to handshake any of these team fights right now because he's ready. In fact, goes to Purify because TOR, I would say, is the biggest threat over for this Freya.
Yep. The main initiating move coming in from Clarity Gaming is going to be the Dawn of Rose. And from this point onwards, Ignite Gaming, they also do have got a Raging Sandstorm. So at this point in time, if they do want to go for any aggressive plays, they can. But if whether they have to follow up is mostly going to be the question. The follow-up will mostly come in from either the Freya or the Lancelot, which in this case, I would like to believe that Lancelot wants to get that form of snowball working for himself.
Yeah, Lancelot is a scaling jungler. Same people say over the side of Hayabusa. But in terms of late game, you pit those two junglers together, I would say it really becomes a skill matchup. But Hayabusa has a lot more threat onto CS and onto Roy, especially if Roy is going to be very immobile himself.
So, a very standard plays from the XP. No one is winning, no one is losing. There is the main thing that Clarity Gaming that did well is the fact that they managed to hold on over to Diablo, keeping a leash onto him to ensure that he's constantly going to be in the goal lane and not getting any snowball wins or any form of kills. This is all working towards Clarity Gaming, and this is towards their main objective.
Yeah, Clarity Gaming definitely got that scaling comp working for them. As long as the game goes, and Ignite Gaming wasn't able to get a lot more. But hold on a second, Jay. Whoa, he's doing a lot of damage on the side. Ricky Wurz jumps all the way back in. Shadow Kill already committed on the side of Jay. Ricky Wurz will be taken down, but Ignite Gaming takes away the turtle instead. Kelvin looking for more, perhaps onto Ricky Wurz.
Total value, if you ask me. Getting themselves a turtle while only losing SP Data, that's fine, but that's not good.
TOR right, fighting onto Kelvin. Grayson will be picking up that kill instead. Lots of CCs, lots of ultimates committed just to take him down, but Diablo free hitting up top.
This is the moment where Clarity Gaming, they need to understand, of course, what is going to be the priority. Is it going to be focusing on Kelvin, CS, or Diablo?
Oh, Clarity Gaming going in with the Diamond Falls at the same time, and it's going to be Iron Ryan hopping onto CS. Jay coming in, trying to deal with it, but Clarity Gaming pushed down bottom lane as Jay getting stuck right here. I think Clarity Gaming is looking for advantage in numbers.
This is starting to look really great because Clarity Gaming, the main thing that they want to do, they want to go for is some of these skirmishes in order to hold Ignite Gaming down and to play towards the later stages of the game a little bit more. Ignite Gaming is not really banking in on the fact that they have very strong harass. Mostly it's because of the fact that it is a glue after all. Glue is really darn annoying, and Hayabusa have got great escape mechanism. As such, being able to hold down the middle lane is what we want to see from Ignite and try to force them in a tough spot. However, the only time that you will be able to kill them is to be able to put down enough aggression over to the side lanes, bring down some of these T1 turrets before finally zooming in over to the T1 turret in the middle lane, and only then you'll be able to do much.
Shadow Kill onto Diablo right there, desperately trying to heal, looking for a way, but CS going in with Zon 4, takes down Ricky Wurz, top side at the same time. Kelvin pick up a double kill against Clarity Gaming. They're going on in hands.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes down to harassment. Their early game is strong, mid game even stronger. But that doesn't mean that it is a loss and out of game for the side of Clarity Gaming though. The snowball is starting to peak in of Clarity Gaming as the time slowly goes by. They will be able to get a little bit more into the pockets for themselves in order to hold out this game just a tad bit longer.
Good damage coming off of Ignite. Same on the side of Clarity Gaming, looking at Jay. The constant possession coming up from Iron Ryan. Renza takes down Jay. They have to try to beat Renza as much as possible.
With the turtle currently back in shape, Ignite Gaming now have got a priority onto the turtle and will be able to get themselves a little bit more economical advantage moving on forward against Clarity Gaming, putting themselves at 3.9 close to 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, definitely. Clarity Gaming lost most of their bottom lane turrets. It's just a holy defense for the bottom lane right now. Ignite Gaming, I think this is the time where they will truly shine. They've got, I would say, another 3 more minutes before Clarity Gaming starts to come online. Renza, I believe that's a golden staff already secured for them. Just needs the DHS, and then Renza is suddenly online.
8 minutes into this game, as we take a look at the main damage dealers who won another in terms of their economical advantage. At least we have a lot to look at for the side of Ignite, right?
Definitely.
Freya currently already have the Golden Staff and the War Axe. In the meantime, the Lancelot with the War Axe for himself. And of course, a nice Brute Force Breastplate. While for the side of Harif, it's pretty decent, I'm gonna have to say. With the Scythe as well, or Stalin Scythe alongside with the Feather of Heaven.
Got his Power Spike already for the side of CS.
Yep.
2 item Power Spike, whereas Carry definitely needs more. Needs a DHS as much as possible. Clarity Gaming has to try to find a way to stall it.
But in the meantime, having just the Hunter Strike for the side of Hayabusa is not too shabby.
Iron Ryan is taking a lot of damage right here. Kelvin will be kidnapping with the Iron Ryan instead.
He himself is kidnapped.
Has to go burn the flicker to get on the way.
But at least it's gonna be fine for now. Him having to use Flicker there is definitely gonna hurt a little bit, but when it comes down to being a glue, most of the time you want to use a Flicker for defensive purposes anyways.
Someone forced used to bring down mid lane turret, then comes the ultimate from the Tien. Diablo dives all the way in the back line. He's going for more. Looking at Renza, is more than happy. He's more than happy to trade, and Kelvin goes all the way in. Triple kill, given over the side of Ignite Gaming.
That is kind of what we were talking about. This is a very decisive strike at the throat from the side of Ignite Gaming as they went straight in for the against Clarity Gaming. Who knew that the Hydras are the one being bitten instead?
Yeah, look at that. The ultimate's landing down, just disrupting everything, but it seems like Ignite Gaming got face. There's so many damage. All Diablo has to do is just dive on the back line. I take one person, I trade it for the gold laner, my job's done.
This Lord will definitely help them to push ahead very effectively. At the top lane and the middle lane, Hold the Defense has already been taken down. But in the meantime, it does seem like the Lord will march into the middle lane due to the fact that the mid lane T3 turret already lost a good 15 to 20% HP. That march down from the lane, the march down from the Lord is effectively going to help Ignite to snowball their potential even more. So expect that this might be the last fight because of Clarity Gaming's unfortunate situation where they don't have a very strong wave player.
Yeah, and not just that, I think Clarity Gaming needs to kind of change the strategy just a little bit. Don't forget the first 3 kills that Clarity Gaming have secured. It's mostly pickups, right? Using Iron Ryan to try and pick up somebody from the side of Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming is super strong when it comes to these front to back. And not just the front to back, right? You also got Roy that can just land support using his global ultimate. That's something that Clarity Gaming needs to really look out for.
And right now, we do have the Lord that's just going to be marching into the middle lane. Kelvin going strong.
Going, dancing around, using his iframes to his mark, and he's out of there. Lots of damage landing onto Iron Ryan and also Renza. Remember, Clarity Gaming has to work on this Lord. They will be able to defend, but they lost mid lane turret.
This is not the end just yet. One more push coming in from the mid lane creeps. The top lane can definitely be a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately, Kelvin is not going to get back in time as such. Ignite is very likely going to yield this away to Clarity and allow them to go for the defense.
Yeah, I think right now Ignite Gaming should have just stayed around there. I think they've done the damage already.
They've done enough.
Yeah, they've done enough. 8.5k goal lead in their favor, and now it's just how Ignite Gaming have to close this essay, because don't forget, Clarity Gaming is on the scaling comp. Once Renza is online, you need a perfect TOR from the side of Bumboy Reborn, and it's over for Ignite Gaming.
With 9,000 gold lead, that would mean that Ignite Gaming have quite a few windows to play around with. We have already went past the first Lord, as such the second Lord and the third Lord for Ignite Gaming will go well. Anything after the third Lord is going to be tough.
Reggie Sandstorm combined with the ultimate from the side of Roy, and even Ryzer coming in at the same summon force will be used by the side of CS, but he's taking lots of damage from Renza. Will be taking his counterpart down, 2 members down, and that's a gold lead swinging down just a little bit in the favor of Clarity Gaming.
A little bit too fast from the side of Ignite. Yeah. They already had got 9,000 gold lead. They had a very good control of Clarity Gaming to kind of keep them in the base. So as much as possible, they can always just wait the timer down. They can just pull the creep waves further away and not force a push on any of these lanes in order to starve out Clarity Gaming even more. Because they already had control of every single one of these jungle camps, they can farm off of the jungle camp and slowly let time tick away. They don't have to do what they did for the side of Ignite Gaming. However, I think that they are starting to get a little bit wary, or they are very afraid of the scaling composition from the side of Clarity Gaming, that they want to end in the early game when they can still play for the mid game.
Definitely, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? They don't want to give it over to them. You can see Ricky was in a lot of trouble right there. TOR coming up with Bumboy Reborn. Roy getting possessed by Iron Ryan. CS getting chunked down by Renza. Renza! Double kill over the side of Ignite Gaming. 2 members on the side of Ignite Gaming going down. But Diablo, she's going on strong, trying to heal it all the way back up. It's Diablo picking up a double kill for himself as well. It's just Clarity Gaming, Ricky Wurst, and Ryzen, the only surviving member from the side of Clarity Gaming.
It's 3v2, and unfortunately, this is not going to be a fight that Clarity Gaming is able to hold for themselves. As such, Ignite Gaming, they realize that, of course, Clarity Gaming is going to go back home. We're going to take this moment in time, go straight in for the Lord. However, this is only going to be tough as well, as Ricky Wurst could come in and steal any time though.
No, he has already used the Shadow Kill already. He's forfeited the Lord over the side of Ignite Gaming, but Diablo still ongoing. Still he's looking at Ryzen, trying to heal. Bumboy Reborn trying to go in for the heal, damage at the same time. We're not being able to find anything for now, but Ignite Gaming got away with the Lord.
At this point in time, the Lord marching in from the middle lane is going to be a boon over to the side of Ignite Gaming, and of course a heavy bait to Clarity Gaming. If whether they will be able to hold this out, that's going to be the question.
Oh, Phantom Execution coming in just in the nick of time. Ricky was going to be able to get out away, but Renza is starting to become a threat. But Iron Ryan, he's in the wrong spot.
Patrick Star, he's trying to go back home. The stone is not there.
He's out of water.
He's literally flopping out of water now.
And now, because of that, Clarity Gaming losing the pillar, and now Ignite Gaming is literally keeping Clarity Gaming super busy. Top side already taken down. Now it's all about the sets coming up for Bumboy Reborn.
bottom lane is going to be the only inhibitor turret left. Clarity Gaming will do everything within their expectations and whatever that they have in order to keep this turret up. But the question is, will they really able to? Because they don't have a very good wave clear like I mentioned before. So CS will be taking this down in a heartbeat.
Diablo diving all the way under Ryzen, immediately busting him down. And not just that, the ultimate coming up from the zone 10. Not too sure which one, but CS, Summer Force landing down. On also the shadow kill. Clarity Gaming trying to opt for the defense, but Kelvin is too much over the side of Clarity Gaming as the rest of the members from Clarity Gaming all down. Ignite Gaming waiting for the minions, and they take game number 2.
Just like that, we're off to a match point.
That was quick.
Best of 5, one more game to go for Ignite as they successfully managed to clinch out this game under 15 minutes.
It is quick. It feels like they're playing to go eat lunch.
I do want to get some Indomie, but for myself.
And snacks, that's desserts.
But snacks is dessert. Thanks, Kelby.
Yeah, but think about this, right? Like Ignite Gaming, they're solid in the early game. They use the scanning comp. They know that, you know, Ransa is starting to come online, but it's a little bit too late because Clarity Gaming has lost too much. Iron Ryan, on the other hand, you know, I think it's just smart how Kelvin kind of manipulate Iron Ryan all the way out too far, then pick off Iron Ryan, and then after that they go all the way back in.
It's really unfortunate. You know, we know that Patrick Star is a buffoon, but in this case, it's really you can't really do too much at that point in time. Iron Ryan can only extend the time as much as possible to drag them away from a potentially game-ending play. So we can definitely understand from that point of view, but you know, in all things meme, Patrick Star is a buffoon.
I mean, wait. Okay, I think so. No, sorry, I didn't watch SpongeBob when I was a kid, so most of my lore from SpongeBob is from online. But yeah, I don't have a childhood. But Clarity Gaming, on the other hand, right?
No Astro, huh?
But Ransa is starting to come online towards the later part of the game. Once he secured his malefic gun, he's able to literally do a lot of damage against Ignite Gaming. So that's why you can see, you know, Diablo diving in super deep, and I think it's choice of talent using the Brave Smite instead of your regular war cry, or be it your killing spree, is there to just sustain. He knows he has to take the brunt of the damage, and the Purify, I would say, works wonders, right? I was expecting maybe a Flicker, or be it a Vengeance, but no, Purify, exactly what I need, because Bubble Reward, the TOR, all of a sudden it doesn't look very scary anymore.
Yep. Unfortunately, I think that in that gaming, the main thing that they're trying to do here is really just forcing really bad decisions from the side of Clarity Gaming. They bring in a ton of decision. Hey, look, on this plate, we have Diablo that is playing as Freya. On this plate, we have Kelvin that is playing as a Lancelot. And oh wait, look, I got another plate. Here is CS playing as a Harif. Stop. Choose.
I'm too full. Stop.
I'm hungry.
I like the fact that the food analogy starts to come in as we take a look at the post-game stats, and I've also credit, you know, going in the choice of talent, the battle spell selection at the same time. Kelvin coming in, showing that, hey, the Lancelot is still also prevalent, also one of the scaling junglers in this current patch. Ricky was, with this nerf Hayabusa, wasn't able to catch onto CS, wasn't able to catch onto Roy, and even if he was able to catch onto Roy, there's another damage source coming from Diablo, Kelvin, everybody from Ignite Gaming has damage.
And of course, this is a very scaly game for the side of Ignite because of the snowball potential that they are able to bring in. That is something that we will always be able to expect whenever a team that has a Freya, or a team that have a Lancelot will be able to do by the end of it. But regardless, this is yet another game that Clarity Gaming is unable to get a lot of objectives. As we mentioned before, right, the Hayabusa feels forced. They kind of lack control in many situations. As a roaming trio, looking at a Valentina, a Hayabusa, as well as Glue, they don't really quite gel together too well. They actually do have a lot of difficulties trying to break through the mid lane itself, because this is a very harassing mid lane just from Roy and Jay.
Yep, and Ryzen as the Valentina, right, needs to commit a little bit too much of her skill set, right? Like, you gotta dash, you gotta use your first skill, and these the cooldowns is absolutely long as compared to what Zodiac could constantly spam out his her first skill and second skill at the same time, and also the threat of Diablo that could just appear anywhere, anytime. I think in game number 1 he went unchecked. Game number 2 he kind of went slightly unchecked as well. the Alice is struggling against this Freya so early on. Earlier on, just now, I was kind of doubting maybe you could have dropped a CC against Alice, but hey, it seems like, you know, Diablo on a Freya could also do exactly that, right? All you got, the Freya has so much DPS against the Alice. If the Alice ran out of minions, the Alice couldn't do anything.
So it's really unfortunate coming in from Clarity Gaming. This upcoming game is going to be the game that they have to go all out.
Definitely.
Being at match point by game number 3 is never going to be a great feeling, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, our Evil Boys felt that as well.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gents, we are going to go on a short break. Don't go away because Abstract and Jace will be going to get some Indomie as you will be going on a break.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
man, that really hits the spot, huh?
Yeah.
Literally.
We kind of wolfed it down a little bit too fast.
I think it's gone like in one mouthful. Yeah.
We probably need a little bit more.
Yeah, we're hinting.
Yeah.
Hint. Wink, wink.
Wink,
But
wink. Hint,
anyways, we also definitely need a lot more of Ignite going up against Clarity. And I would say a lot more from Clarity, right? Now, score right now is 2-0. We've seen this before, right? When, there's a potential reverse sweep like what happened yesterday between Ignite and Team Evo as well. But Clarity Gaming, I feel like right now there's something iffy. Like, game number 1, they're drafted without a lot of damage. Game number 2, the Hayabusa feels very forced. Most of the while, it's just Ignite Gaming dominating in terms of the draft pick because they're mostly in blue side.
So at least I think that the problem for Clarity Gaming is the fact that they went in with their win condition a little bit too early when that win condition is actually based on certain situations, if whether it's good or not, such as the carry. Carry is a great win condition all by herself because that immediately enables a front-to-back composition. You can straight out just go straight. You know that I'm gonna go front to back. You know that I'm gonna bring literally, kill to the front, then kill to the back. However, that also means that the opponents have a very early grasp of your strategy, and if they are even gonna allow you to front to back is going to be the main question, which is exactly what IG did here.
Yep. So I think there's a lot more pressure on the coaches from the side of Clarity Gaming, namely Simple and also Rista on the screen. IG, just another day in the park. They're chilling.
They chill. Honestly, they kind of chill. But right now, can they really chill? As Clarity Gaming right now is already at a spot of elimination, they are just one game away to being fully dominated by Ignite.
Yeah, a 3-0 score, especially for the lower brackets. Usually, we see literally lower bracket finals, they really go for the gauntlet. Like, they really push the best of the best. But now, Clarity Gaming, don't forget, they're from the roots of, some of the younger players. You barely really see them as much in MPL, trying to make a name for themselves here. But I would say it's a good effort going all the way to top 3 in this particular stage.
Honestly, so far, what we have saw in this gauntlet itself is going to be a very fact that Ignite has been first pick, first ban.
Yep.
So I think that with this match point, there might be a change where Team Clarity Gaming, they want to be the one that, holds control of the game itself.
Yeah,
so first pick, first ban, probably?
I agree. Like, this is the time, if Clarity Gaming really want to get something, I expect them to be on blue side, right?
Yes.
Ignite Gaming has been getting away with, those prior picks. Like, right off the bat, they open up with a Paquito. Second game, they open up with another Freya.
Yep.
And it feels like Clarity Gaming is like, playing reactive. Not only just in the drafting phase, but also even in the game as well. They're reacting to how Ignite Gaming wants to play. But I feel like Clarity Gaming is really strong when they start to focus on Renza, when they start playing front to back properly, and Bumboy Reborn become that scary tank. But they need to get there first.
In quite a lot of games, it seems as though Clarity Gaming actually kind of like to play more on the red side. That means that they, most of the time, they kind of want to put themselves in the spot whereby, you know what, let's play second pick, second ban. However, their game against Ignite in day number 1, they did go for first pick, first ban in their second match against IG. This kind of puts them at a priority pick situation where they actually went for Suyo first pick, which is actually not something that I'm too surprised about because it is Ricky West. He does play a pretty mean Suyo, but that also means that, same thing, win condition is already out of the window. It kind of shows what you are trying to go for. They did play a Selena in that game, so a little bit of, I would say, pocket in some sense, but didn't really quite work too well for them.
Drafts for game number 3 is already going on the way. Broken Walls, selected map. And not only just that, it is also, once again, IG on first pick. That's kind of not what we're expecting from the side of Clarity Gaming because so far, they're taking a lot of L's going in red. And right now, this last ban, it could be potentially a Paquito. But that means that, even a potential Marcel threat could be looming against CG unless they take it for themselves.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish.
So here we go. It's going to be a Suyo pick. Oh, sorry, Suyo bad for the side of Clarity. The thing about being in red side, being second pick, second ban, is that you actually get to dictate how do you want to counter against Ignite. Because you always have the final say in IG's every single phase. So, for example, when you're first pick, first ban, you are always is going to be the first one to complete the first phase and to complete the second phase. While for Clarity, once you're on second phase, second ban, you always have the last say as to who is going to be your X factor of the first phase and the second phase. So coming in here, I think that there needs to be more surprising factors coming in from Clarity Gaming in order to really make full use of the fact that you are on second pick.
All right, another switcheroo coming out from the side of Clarity Gaming. First pick Carry, not a big fan of that. Second pick Lilia, this is potentially interesting, right? Your second life allows you to survive the burst coming out from Keto first pick. Now, because of that, IG, I think they sense they need to follow the scaling comp coming up against against this Carry, goes for the Claude, and then opted for a Valentina. This Valentina Roy is very interesting, but Roy, you know, one of the good pilots of this particular hero.
Honestly, right from these 3 picks, it actually suggests that IG is trying to go for a more of a dive comp. But it doesn't necessarily, they don't necessarily have to go for that. And in this case, having a Lilia from the side of CG is actually not too bad against the dive comp. Not too shabby indeed.
Lots of wave clear in the early game, better than the Valentina. You also got a way to kind of anti-siege as well. Ooh, there's a draft recap.
Oh yeah. So honestly, I love to see the draft recap. But a random ta-da from our product, from our products.
Production found a secret button. Oh, we have a draft recap. Ta-da! But anyways, I feel like this particular draft is more reminiscent of game number 1 because the draft recap shows game number 2. You start to see the ban patterns for the side IG has always been static as compared to game number 2, in even game number 1 at the same time. Now CG going for the Uranus pick. For Banboy Reborn, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't think that this shows anything as of yet.
Yeah.
It's a very harassing style from the XP, but that doesn't that pretty much keeps, I would say, the Paquito on hold a little bit. In the previous game, Paquito is definitely one of the main priority picks, and also the fact that he does have lane priority. The moment that you kind of pick up a Uranus for yourself, you do kind of shatter that I would say the unanimous play from the side of IG a tad little bit. It does scale very well into the late stages of the game as well. This kind of puts a lot of priority from the side of IG whereby, hey, look, we don't have to care about the Uranus all that much. We gotta focus on the 4 other players. So the question is, what does Uranus want to do during that timing?
Yeah, and you talk about Uranus versus Paquito lane phase. This is kind of reminiscent of what we see back in the good old days. You expect that the Paquito won't be able to do anything towards the Uranus because the Uranus should be able to heal everything off unless you find a very good wobble combo to burst him down and then after that rotate. These 2 heroes can particularly rotate very well. However, the impact, if you talk about burst damage, right, you feel it from the side of this Paquito, right? Once your carry gets caught out, once your Lilia gets caught out, forced to burn off the ultimate, you're basically sitting duck.
Okay, with the final ban from the side of Clarity, they have decided to take the Marcel away. Now, do note that the Clarity Gaming currently they have a marksman, a mid lane, and an XP, leaving only the jungle and roam left. At this point in time, I think honestly it's kind of tough for them to realistically be able to kind of decide how they want to play against IG. They probably want to pick the jungler first and then the roamer last because at this point in time, IG kind of suggests they want to go dive, but that might not be the case because we still don't have an idea who their jungler is going to be as well as the roamer. So actually, at this point, both teams, they need to look at the same pool of heroes.
Yeah, and not just that, I think a lot more pressure on the side of CG, right? There's not a lot of CC. They need that CC. Iron Ryan will have to introduce with the Gato Kacha. That's a given. In fact, even on the side of IG, you know, having the Valentina already means that you definitely will be able to take a CC away from the side of CG.
Good for counter engage,
definitely,
which is what Clarity Gaming wants to go for. So now the ball is back over to the court of Ignite Gaming. How do they want to close things out? And then once the ball is passed back to Clarity Gaming, what is that X factor? Clarity Gaming, front to back once again, doesn't have a lot of damage in the early stages of the game. I think that is going to be the main problem. Their jungler needs to be someone that is able to come in with massive amount of damage in order to realistically be able to do anything to IG. Right now, IG, they are kind of in a bootleg position. They want to play it fast or slow. Actually, it kind of depends on them. But this is a very, very oppressive lineup from the side of IG.
Yep, the introduction of the Leomord and the Khalid. You talk about early game damage. The Khalid has it, the Paquito has it. Leomord skills towards the mid part of the game, late game, he becomes slightly tankier. Will be the finisher, especially for the burst of Valentina. I like what I'm seeing from the side of IG. A bit of CCs coming in, also from the Raging Sandstorm and the Leomord. Knock up to a certain extent the Valentina. If he takes away the AOG, it's now down to the jungler of CG. What are they gonna pick? Harley?
Counter engage jungler.
Activate.
Saber, of course. CC, damage. Two of the best in the world. What could possibly go wrong?
This is X Factor.
It's X Factor.
This is X Factor.
I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
I mean, why not, right? I was thinking even a Sun to a certain extent, but Sun in the jungle is a bit awkward. You need a Petrify to work, but the Saber works bushwhack, right? And also works as a CC. You hold somebody in the air for a long period of time, and then you can burst it down. Especially when a clock jumps in with a BMI, you can use a Saber to basically just stun lock him with a triple slash. That's it, right? And it also holds the Paquito at where you need to be.
So this is Ricky Wurst that is trying to go for, okay, we're gonna take out one person. We're gonna take out this very important player. Just so that it enables our composition. And at this point in time, this is a very dive-heavy matchup, right?
Yeah.
So the main thing that they're kind of look out for is going to be a Khalid. The Khalid can't harass anymore. Because the moment you kind of appear and kind of show yourself as a harasser, you might very well be expecting the Saber come in, kill you, and it kind of disables the entire composition from IG, where they kind of lose out an engager number one, a frontliner number two.
I gotta cut you right there. Revitalize pop, 4 Horizon to heal all the way back up. So much damage from Jay and Roy at the get-go. Abstract, this is gonna be very interesting.
I honestly, as much as I want to say that the Saber wanted to immediately kill the Khalid, sometimes I don't think that is going to be the case. At least in the early stages of the game, looking at the kill at Khalid is going to be good and it's going to be important, just so that IG will not be able to play in the early stages. Clarity will then be able to scale over to the late stages. Once we get over to the late stage, then of course the target prioritization for the side of Ricky Wurst will be very different. It could very likely going to be Claude most of the time because he's a very slippery fish.
Yep. Well, I mean, this is going to be interesting, right? There's currently match point for the side of Ignite Gaming. Clarity Gaming fighting for survival right there. Looking to try to get at least one game away from Ignite Gaming from this lower bracket finals. Going out in a blast, I would say. Ricky Wurst hits level 4, looking to strike.
I wonder if whether this is going to do anything well for the side of Clarity. I love the X Factor, by the way. Not something that we expected.
For it, Ricky Wurst jumping in, triple slash, but gets purified by the side of Roy, and Ricky Wurst finds onto Jay instead. First blood given the side of Ricky Wurst. The fight's still ongoing. Kelvin trying to pay back some more, but they already call the Warhorse as well.
Once again, take a look at what happens after the Khalid is dead, right? They immediately just kind of get themselves backwards. They are not exactly too interested in jumping into a fight again. Because this is Jay as the main initiator, the main tank of the team, which actually do find himself in a very difficult spot the moment that the opponent, such as the carry, actually manages to kind of take him down. So the poke-centric kind of gameplay from Clarity is not exactly there. They need to ensure that the main person that divides the main bulk, or rather the main body of Ignite and Clarity is dead, and that happens to be Jay.
Yeah, right now, I think Clarity Gaming, Saber actually forfeited the turtle pit away. I don't think Ignite Gaming is also, they're sizing up towards a turtle, but Clarity Gaming, look at Saber's positioning, went all the way to take his orange buff, and it's going to be a long time before he comes back. Ignite Gaming certainly gains turtle priority.
This is going to be a little bit of an interesting play from the side of Clarity as they are preparing themselves for an undoubted jump in from the onto the side of Ignite. Yep. The turtle is going to be pulled out a little bit, but it's not going to be reset at this point in time. All 5 members from Clarity Gaming, they are here, but they're looking for an opportunity.
Consecration already committed, but Ricky Wurst will be able to steal away the turtle. All of a sudden, they touch and they go. Clarity Gaming steals a first turtle from Ignite Gaming.
No biggie at all. Clarity Gaming getting themselves the total is definitely gonna be a step towards success. While in the meantime, CS, he gonna have to farm his way. He needs to scale over to the late stages as he's probably the only one that is not exactly really good and really strong in the early stages, but at least leave it to Kelvin, leave it to Diablo. Yeah, and technically leave it to Jay too.
I think Kelvin is definitely going to have to be a little bit, he has to do a lot of work cut up for him around the mid game, right? Because in the early game, the push right Ricky was hits level 4. All of a sudden, Roy has to be a little bit careful. In fact, Purify is up, goes for Brave Smite, and to even an extent of stealing the ultimate from Lilia.
Jay doesn't have a lot of HP to kind of play around with this, but CS is gonna be getting some decent pokes over to Iron Ryan. This buys a little bit of time, but this is also gonna give some information that CS heads to the middle lane. Unfortunately, he's not getting the farm that he wanted, as the main idea for Ignite Gaming is to oppress over to Clarity.
Yep, Ignite Gaming right now, I think in terms of early game pacing, this is not the best. Game number 1 and game number 2, it's definitely leaning over to the side of Ignite Gaming. Clarity Gaming, on the other hand, you know, solid in terms of early game domination as of now.
35 seconds until the turtle eventually spawns in favor for Ignite, as they do have control of the river. But that's the Raging Sandstorm. They kind of get themselves away. This opens up an avenue for Clarity Gaming, because do note that the turtle comes in about 20 plus seconds. If Clarity Gaming wants to be aggressive, they technically can, because they have a Saber.
Now the interesting part is, I'm sure the turtle is actually spawning on the gold lane side, so it's up to the EXP lane whether they want to try to go for this. But Boy Reborn pops his consecration, laughs in HP, and
it's not gonna die.
Scouts Jade all the way down bot. This means that Clarity Gaming is more than happy to try to dive this.
They are gonna be taking the purple buff away from the hands of Kelvin. In the meantime, summons Barbill. They start something up onto Iron Ryan, but I don't think that they will be able to get a kill on the Iron Ryan. They committed a lot of ultimate right before this total fight, though.
A little bit trigger happy coming off of Ignite Gaming. I'm not a big fan of this. Clarity Gaming, Roy all the way in deep. Clarity will lose the turtle as friends, and it's the CS goes in with the blazing duet. Diablo picking up a double kill. Ricky Ryzen wasn't even able to press the ultimate.
As expected, coming in from Diablo. Getting himself 2k, almost 3k.
He's
a little
looking
bit
for
of
more.
time, he still manages to find that.
Man, this is so good for the side of Ignite Gaming. Over the sudden, the early game pressure that Clarity Gaming fought for themselves, all nullified, and they lose a mid lane turret in such an early time.
This is not too bad, actually. As now they're going to be looking at a kill down over to the side of Renza. He's currently hiding behind the turret. That's the only thing that he can do, right? Because this is actually tempo for Ignite. While Clarity Gaming, they're not looking too happy about this. They want to push these aggressors away from the side of Ignite.
Yep, Diablo, in fact, decided to take a lane swap as well. For the side of CS, CS definitely needs a lot more farm. Renza should go there instead, but you know, Clarity Gaming needs to work Ricky Woods even more, because right now I think he's looking for CS, using the brush, will be able to find him. Purify already committed, Ricky Woods picks up CS.
That is actually pretty darn interesting. I mean, getting a kill from the side of Saber onto the Claude is very much expected. However, this is definitely going to slow down the progress of CS just a tad little bit. But it's not going to be too bad, because Ignite, they still have control. They still have priority moving on forward to Clarity Gaming. But all of the farm will go over to the side of Diablo and Kelvin, putting CS in a tough spot. The only time that he will farm is when the T2 turrets are all completely down.
Yeah. And I'm sure I would say the Saber pick took me off guard, right? Like early game, you're expecting Ricky Wurst, and early mid game, you expect Ricky Wurst to just literally go around the side lanes, take down CS, take down Roy, rinse and repeat, skill, blah blah blah. Clarity Gaming gets a bit of a lead, but however, you see Clarity Gaming start to pull back, losing some members from the side of to the side of Ignite Gaming earlier. Just now, I think the confidence is a little bit shaken.
4 members from the side of Clarity. Actually make it 5. They want to burst down the turtle as much as possible, but this might actually not be a very good point, because take a look at this.
Ricky Wurst does pick up the turtle, and the touch and the go. Clarity Gaming is not going to try to push it on, because I think Ignite Gaming is starting to Clarity Gaming is starting to respect Ignite Gaming's priority right now. But they go in for the re-engage onto Kelvin.
Saber manages to go for the out, but as I mentioned before, that the T2 turrets is actually going to be the main point in time where CS will be able to start farming away. As long as they take down the T2 turrets, Ignite will have accelerated growth.
Bumboy, I don't know what he's actually trying to do right there down the bot lane. It's a Claude going up against a Uranus where the Claude has been free farming so much. With help of Roy, it's easy pickings for the side of Ignite Gaming. Giving a kill over the CS is not a good idea.
But it's still too early to say anything at this point in time. We do have split pushes that is enabled for the side of Ignite. They can go for a split push however that they want. The only thing that they gotta really look out for is the fact that Saber can one-hit kill anyone from the side of Ignite. And do note that he also picked up Temporal Rain. So as much as possible, he will get double dose of ultimate within a very short moment in time. And being able to really capitalize on the kill on the Saber while he's fully committed into his ultimate is probably the only time to take him down before the Temporal Rain comes into play.
Interesting build coming up from Ricky Wurst. 4x on Saber. I was expecting Blade perhaps to see second or first. Going to Endless Battle. Interesting build, I would say. I would maybe looking to sustain as a Saber.
That's not exactly something that you want to do. However, I think that he's going a slight little hybrid in the first few items with the War Axe. It's probably because of the Temporal Rain. He wants to last as long as possible to really make use of his emblem.
Iron Ryan going to get caught right there. Revitalize 8 OG to snap out of it. We'll be able to disengage for now.
The bottom lane is going to face a small little push. However, I don't think that the whole defense is going to be tackled in. The middle lane and the top lane, T2 turret is still up and running. However, this Lord ultimately will be able to help Ignite if they are the one that is able to get the Lord. However, do remember, this is a Leomord versus a Saber.
Yeah.
Leomord understandably will not lose in a smite war against Ricky Wurst because of momentum from the side of Kelvin. He will be able to burst the Lord down faster or better than Ricky Wurst.
Yeah, CS playing with fire right there. Faces down Bunboy Reborn. Now, Ignite Gaming working on Ricky Wurst. Will be able to find Jay. That's a triple slash already committed. Ignite Gaming looking for the angle right here. Roy goes all the way deep, trying to find Renza. Roy's backs all the way. And CS goes in with the blazing duet all the way to backline. Pushes Clarity Gaming away. Kelvin takes down Iron Ryan as Ignite Gaming bounces back for the Lord.
That is actually not a very full-on commit from the side of Ignite. They actually could play it a lot more aggressively if they wanted to. However, they gotta have to hold themselves back a little bit more because they need to. They also understood that getting all of these kills are not necessarily the main objective here. Getting the Lord and getting the Lord killing these turrets first and faster is gonna be the most important.
Ricky was already committed with ultimate. Roy immediately purifies out of that. You don't really have any form of real estate if you're getting hunted down by 3 members of Ignite.
So now that the Lord is taken down by a sub 11 minutes, the Lord marches in and he will be coming into the bottom lane. With the middle lane T2 and the top lane T2 taken down, CS will now be rampant when it comes down to being able to farm at anywhere that he wants. And Clarity Gaming would have got nothing to do to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, you got Clarity Gaming with a scaling comp from Renza, but Bumboy Reborn, the main tank for the side of Clarity Gaming, is immediately, but Diablo goes all the way in the back line. Iron Ryan at the same time trying to taunt out members. Diablo getting caught right there. Will get shut down by the side of Iron Ryan. The Lord will be able to rampage down the bot lane. Will take down the bot lane turret.
It's really unfortunate because Ricky was with his amount of damage. He's not able to burst Jay down. Everyone needs to remember that the one that really enables the gameplay coming in from Ignite Gaming will be the Khalid. The only one that stands tall in the front lines and have got very good crowd control comes down to be him. Of course, without the Khalid, Kelvin can still stay, can still be the part because of bar build. Gives him quite a lot of defenses. However, it is a all or nothing kind of play if you are sending a Leomord all by himself together with Diablo, Roy, and CS. Without the Khalid, it's actually a much more difficult game plan for Ignite if they want to win in a very, I would say, in a very convincing way.
Yeah. I think Clarity Gaming, it's a lot of work cut out for them, right? You're expecting all this wild pick from the side of Saber. The Saber, the build is a bit awkward, but
Endless Battle, Hunter Strike, and War Axe.
Looking to try to sustain. But the problem about the Saber is that you have to commit way too much, and while you're on the triple slash, you can probably cast your Reggie on a Lord, but if you get caught the wrong person, is practically useless, right? I would say the reason why Kelvin wasn't able to secure, well, lost out quite a lot of turtles because of the triple stand Ricky was. Looking to try to do that AOG! From the side of Iron Ryan, Ricky was busting down Diablo. The pick off and currently run away with it.
They're going to be fine. Being able to burst down Diablo is actually going to be pretty darn good over here. It's pretty much synonymous to the fact that Jay is taken down like that. But Jay is still alive. At least he will still be able to bolster for CS and Kelvin. So the fighting chance for Ignite is still there.
And both Clarity Gaming, I would say, right? Like right now, you're expecting Renza to pick up most of his items already, and now a lot more focus on, you know, making sure Renza deals the most damage to the right target at the same time. And after that, you also got Ryzen that lays down the bombs, right? That's the only saving grace for the side of Clarity Gaming. Ignite Gaming, I would say, still needs to navigate this smartly, because Roy on this Valentina, you have burst damage, but your damage is not supposed to be finding it onto the tanks.
Clarity Gaming though.
Damage onto Ryzen.
Yeah, Ryzen taking quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be that big of a difference. But in the meantime, Bumbo Ribbon getting a couple of free stacks. Yeah. Just kind of playing around a little bit. They're getting some information. They don't really see Diablo, they don't really see Kelvin, and this is a point in time that they can't commit in the lot because of the lack of information here.
Yep. Roy also outputting some damage, and at the same time he's playing very close to the fire. He's one of the, I'll say, better players of Valentina. The way you play a Valentina in the mid lane changes how you play him in, because you're so up front, you're basically a duelist mage, right? But Ignite Gaming takes away the Lord. Uncontested by the side of Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, it's solely due to the fact that...
free.
Yeah, because this is a very small, slow push coming in from the top lane, and you only get to see Diablo right by the final second. It's very different if you see Diablo by the river trying to split push. But the moment that you see Diablo, the only time that you saw Diablo is almost right in front of the turret. As such, Clarity Gaming would have no choice. They have to immediately fall back and to defend the turret as much as possible. This means that the entire team of Clarity Gaming, they are unable to contest for the objective by the Lord's Pit anymore.
Yeah.
And that means that they have to kind of play from behind.
Yeah, and it's amazing that, you know, Clarity Gaming in the early game, they've got that tempo, but they're unable to convert it into turret takedowns. Ignite Gaming, you know, CS has started to scale, Kelvin's started to scale, Diablo is a menace in the backside of Clarity Gaming, and now Clarity Gaming has to play defense.
The defense will all fully rely on Durenza. Being able to melt down this Lord as soon as possible is going to be the name of the game. But take a look at Jay.
Raging Sandstorm at the same time. The Phantom Steed summoned by the side of Kelvin. Vicky was taking a lot of punishment that he doesn't want to take. But it is still going to be a successful defense for now for the side of Clarity Gaming.
Diablo is just going to be hanging around in the background looking for an opportunity. While Ignite kind of focuses onto the top lane T3. Brought it down, no problems.
Yep. Oh. Diablo in a spot of trouble right there. Flickers, but Ricky was is still onto it. Will be able to just dodge all that damage, but he burns off a very critical spell from the side of Clarity Gaming.
He did manage to get himself a good amount of shields in order to keep himself alive. And of course, a decent amount of mobility on top of that as well. But regardless, Clarity Gaming, we at least are able to see just what kind of damage that Ricky was is able to unleash with his ultimate. So you gotta still be, you know, you still gotta have to look out for that. But speaking of Ricky was ultimate, take a look at Roy. He stole it.
I can also cosplay as a Saber as well, right?
I don't know how much damage he can realistically be able to do
quite a decent chunk of damage.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's more on holding on to somebody for CS to take down. I think the main damage dealer from Ignite Gaming should be coming out from CS and Diablo. But Roy, of course, you know, once the ultimate is already committed, you got a lot of burst damage. And it makes Kelvin's life a lot easier because you can just jump in. But hold on a second. Pick up and jumping in. Jay jumping all the way in the back line. Renza, Wind of Nature, and also will not be able to land down the damage. Renza in a lot of trouble just a little bit. Has to force to dash as well, but Kelvin taking a lot of damage. Renza trying to keep Clarity Gaming alive.
Force the Winter Truncheon over to the side of Ricky was. Being able to take him down almost immediately pretty much helps the team be a lot more aggressive. And the back lines, they can play dive. Because remember, Ignite Gaming is a dive comp.
Yep.
The moment that you kind of dive over to Ricky Wurz or dive over to a team with Saber, the Saber will have... the ball is no longer on the court for Saber, because the thing about Saber is that he needs to approach you to kill you.
Yep.
If you're playing as a dive comp, you go over to him, he's like, oh, yay, free food.
Yep. Free gap closer, literally, right? Like, why not? But I'm not liking how Clarity Gaming is not trying to contest for Ignite Gaming. In fact, Rensa should be coming online already. They do have the damage, but you know, they really need to start protecting Rensa as much as possible. Take a look, you got a Malefic Gun already, you got a Wind of Nature, you've got your 3 attack speed, you're really online, but there's always a threat of Diablo coming in for the flanks. Clarity Gaming needs a lot more information.
Just a little bit of an AFKing situation from the side of Paquito, as the main thing you want to do is just gonna clear the wave.
Yeah, the fact is, if Diablo AFK in the jungle, that's a threat for the side of Clarity Gaming. That's why they don't really dare to venture out.
So, Clarity, unfortunately, they have to stay where they are. Bottom lane pushed out with the Lord in the mid, in the top, and the middle lane is likely going to be pushed as well. They want to take this down as soon as possible.
Raging Sandstorm coming all the way in the back. Roy will not be able to survive a lot longer, and now Clarity Gaming, CS going for the Blazing Duet, finding Ricky worse. BMI's all the way back at the same time. AOG coming in. Clarity Gaming putting up some form of defense, but they have to double back to defend against the Lord.
Yep, Roy did absolutely no damage when it comes down to his stolen ultimate from Ricky Worst. So now, at least we understood, if you really want to go for that, take a look at that. You know, Roy went behind onto Ryzen, by the way, the mage, by the way, and that was not even a single quarter that was taken down. So at least now Roy learned something important in that, and that is the fact that it deals no damage at all. So the only thing that he could steal at this point in time really is number 1, Black Shoes, so that he have a second lease of life, or number 2, a counter engage engage tool from Iron Ryan.
CS going in, Blazing Duet, number 3, but Rensa picks up a killing spree instead. Jay looking down low as well, takes a lot more light wheels. You're not getting, this is not a fight that you want to take! Giving over to Clarity Gaming, a bit of a fighting chance for them.
So this is kind of weird, right?
It is awkward for me.
Because now Clarity Gaming, they do have the priority and they can take down the T1 turret. This is going to give them quite a bit of money.
So much standing gold abstract, and now because of that, Clarity Gaming find themselves on an equal footing against Ignite Gaming. However, they have 3 open lanes.
Oh man, this is not what I was expecting. No one gave me the script about this one. The fact that we're gonna
we have a script?
I don't know. Because right now Clarity Gaming, they look strong. Ricky was he can literally burst anyone down at this point in time, and most likely it's gonna be Diablo or Kelvin, because once it comes down to the late stages of the game, you don't care about Jay anymore, even though Jay is really important when it comes down to being the one that divides the 2 main bodies. However, now damage is important. The dive potential from CS and then being able to Winter Trunkion himself is super important as well. He did not have Winter Trunkion though. He does have the Wind of Nature. Yep, it does help a little bit, especially since he's facing off against a Saber.
Yeah, but the last thing you want is to BMI right into the Lilia bombs, right? That's, I think, this is the scariest part for the side of CS. But now, the Evolved Lord has spawned. Both these 2 teams looking at it.
I really want to see Iron Ryan's ultimate being taken away. The Avatar of the Guardian probably is going to be one of very strong and useful utility skill coming in for Ignite Gaming in the event that Jay gets whittled down almost immediately with no form of counter engage from the side of Ignite. Because when they dive in, you know, you gotta have mass control. You need mass control, you need to have mass hysteria. But unfortunately, Roy is gonna play a little bit more on the individualistic meta, whereby he wants to be the one that goes in front first, kind of poke the opponents, because Valentina, let's be honest here, very small range, doesn't have very strong pokes. It needs to full-on commit in order to realistically be able to do anything.
There's always an ever-looming threat of a backdoor from the side of Ignite Gaming on this Diablo. That's why Bumboy Reborn is forced on defense duty. Both these 2 teams, 4v4 around the Lord Pit. There's a bit of a Mexican stare down just a little bit. But I think it's about to break because Clarity Gaming is spotted Roy.
Do have a split push down in the bottom lane. Diablo will be able to make it the way to the Lord now.
CS going in for the Blazing Duet, out to begin. Kenso! Ricky Worst takes the Lord away from Ignite Gaming! And now Ignite Gaming looking for a bit of a revenge, but CS already got taken down by the side of Rensa. Clarity Gaming still going strong though, and now they need to bounce back for the defense. The Minions is marching in.
Yo, what happened? How did Leomord lose a Lord fight against that against a Saber? That is definitely not great, unfortunately. That is not great. Take a look at this. Where is Kelvin? Yeah, it was slow, unfortunately. It wasn't expecting that kind of aggression from Clarity Gaming at that point in time. As such, it came in a little bit too late, I gotta have to say. As such, now Ignite Gaming, they're playing from behind, right? They are trying to react now to Clarity Gaming instead of being the proactive one.
Yeah, but this is also a big problem, right? Clarity Gaming's strength relies on being aggressive, and now they are being aggressive right now. Ricky was finding onto Kevin right here, but now Rensa picking up a monster kill already. Roy going down low, forced to use the ultimate, but right back into the damage from Clarity Gaming.
This is not great because Clarity Gaming now they have a pretty good priority. The Lord is still really healthy at this point, and this is a 22 minutes Lord, by the way.
And Clarity Gaming is going to go all the way in. CS goes into Blink to it, but a little bit too late. Clarity Gaming stays in MPL Singapore Season 11.
Oh man, this is reminiscent to what we saw in yesterday's game, where we are probably starting to see a little bit of a tempo build-up from the side of the Hydras. Clarity Gaming managing to take game number 3.
I don't know what I was watching, to be honest, right? I think it's just like both these two teams, early game, CG has an advantage, right? Ricky was doing quite well as a Saber, picking up, playing Bushwhack, a very awkward item build, and then after that, you know, it's Ignite Gaming, Kelvin being a little bit too slow to certain fights at the same time. I think Ignite Gaming focusing on trying to backdoor a little bit too much, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Honestly, I think that we are looking at things from the side of Clarity in a kind of like a micro point of view. If we kind of look at things in a more macro point of view, not only is the ultimate coming from Ricky Wurst as a Saber super important, but those spinning blades coming in from the Saber is actually really important to this matchup as well, due to the fact that, you know, Rensa, he deals true damage, sure, yes, that's the important thing, but he deals a lot of projectile damage, and if the opponents have lesser and lesser physical defense, the better it is for a carry.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot more eyeballs on the Saber right now, right? Because Saber right now has 100% win rate. Legit, like in MPL Singapore, right? Because I don't think Ignite Gaming was expecting a Saber, and you know, the Saber went off script just a little bit, going for slightly weird, you know, the War X and the Endless Battle. I mean, that works, but no player happens sees. Fells off in the later parts, mid parts of the game, but then, you know, once Rensa comes online, all Ricky was have to do is pick on one person, and then after that go down.
Honestly, the results of this battle is great because Clarity Gaming now, as the coach as well as the analyst, they did manage to shut everyone up because of this very unorthodox X factor coming in, and that is gonna be the Saber, which came in pretty darn clutch, I gotta have to say. Not exactly super important in contributing to their win in some sense. However, he did definitely play quite a part. I'm not too sure how it's gonna be if they were to play a Gwyn, for example, but does have a very similar kind of outcome as to what a Saber is able to bring onto the pool.
Yep, but if you notice, I think Ricky was on the Saber. Once CS goes in with the Blazing Duet, all Ricky has to do is just, you know, land a triple sweep on him, and immediately his Blazing Duet is just off. And that's one of the biggest damage coming out from the side CS. Even though, yes, CS was able to purify, but the fact is, you're going to get disengaged from that Blazing Duet already. So I think that's maybe how Clarity Gaming was able to go in through that one. Diablo, even though, yes, it's Paquito in game number 1, he was fabulous, but game number 2, if you notice, he's starting to lose a lot of impact because Clarity Gaming, you know, Bunboy Reborn is always playing the sides, playing the information game, not during the fights until absolutely necessary.
Yeah, you also do have to remember that this is a very comical draft from the side of Ignite Gaming. They are a dive comp that really requires them to understand the current state of the game, if whether they are in a good spot to actually go for the dive. And unfortunately, when it comes down to dive comps, it is very easy to kind of like show mistakes. Your vulnerability in your composition is done by teamwork as well as communication. The moment that one person kind of strays out, then that is kind of where the team will start to crumble down. If you ask me, in some sense, Clarity Gaming does have a slightly easier draft to execute because it is front to back after all. It's very simple for each of these players to know what they want to do. For example, for Bumble Reborn, look out for split pushes, clear the waves as much as possible. Look for Ricky Wurst, look out for anyone that is off position, kill them as fast as possible. Ryzen, clear the wave, move with the team. Rensa, stay where you are. Don't overextend. Kill whoever that comes close. Especially since this is a dive matchup, or rather dive composition from the side of Ignite. You don't have to go to the opponents. The opponent comes to him. And Iron Ryan, same thing. He just have to counter-engage.
Yep, I think it's just like, you know, the counter-engage plays are coming on Clarity Gaming works just right? I feel like right now, since Ignite Gaming is going to be a lot more aggressive, you know, they've drafted a Paquito, you drafted a Valentina, you gotta have to go up front to basically output the damage, let him run into the bombs, let him run into the damage from the carry. You have Iron Ryan on the Gato Kaja that could just peel and also counter-engage against coming off from IG.
Yep. So I think that is one of the main things that eventually worked out for Clarity Gaming, and that is going to be the counter-engage. A lot of the playstyle, or rather a lot of the caveats coming in from both the Saber and the carry that allows them to go crazy, essentially closes out because of the way that IG needs to play in order to end the game. So ultimately, in some sense, IG played into the hands of Clarity Gaming at a certain point in time, and Clarity Gaming just was able to fully capitalize of that.
Yeah, and I think I really pressed a lot of F on the down onto Saber, right? Like, even in the early game, I was like, yep, that will work. I'm expecting that one. The mid game, the item a little bit awkward. Later parts of the game, when you start to see, you know, carry coming online, and yeah, okay, yes, just hold him there, and then all carry has to do is just shoot, right? And of course, you know, you're also gonna admit there's a lot of these critical retries that, you know, Saber was able to, Ricky was able to land. Leomord lost, I would say, 2 turtles and also 1 lord. I would say that last lord should be given over time to Ignite Gaming.
Honestly, I think that the Lord dance is such a important point for Kelvin for the final part, right? He's not, honestly, that's the only thing that I will say that it was a grand mistake from IG. They have a draft that is a dive comp, and they have great mobility. They have a lot of ways to communicate with one another, even if the lot is maybe 1/3 HP, right? You can communicate with your team, bust it down. Bust it down just so that the Kelvin is always ready to go for the retribution. However, that didn't happen. They were a little bit slow, and then in the end, when it was the engagement coming from CG, they were caught off guard and like, oh crap. When he held on to the momentum, waiting for the perfect time to go in for the retribution together with the momentum, didn't work out great, and that, unfortunately, alas, was the crumble.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, a typical case of underestimating the capabilities of the Saber and underestimating capabilities of the enemy team, right? I think Clarity Gaming earlier just now, definitely they played to their win corner, tried to drag the game as long as possible, right? Even though Ignite Gaming also kind of drafted a scanning composition, but later parts of the game, if CS made the wrong decision to jump in and then burst, and he got busted down, that's it. And if you notice, Roy also, you know, that I think that fight when he took the Saber's ultimate to catch onto Lilia, thinking that he has enough damage to burst because he should be able to burst. It should be a conversion to magic damage into attack, but he was just holding it there, and nobody from the side of Ignite Gaming was there, and all of a sudden, that's when the whole momentum shifted back into Clarity Gaming.
Well, unfortunately, that was the game for game number 3, right? Ignite Gaming, they have to swallow that for themselves and admit that they made a mistake. Move on and look for a game number 4. As for Clarity Gaming, they now have tempo. They now have a bit of that encouragement that they can take a game from IG, and they can try to go for an absolute win and go for a reverse sweep against IG.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is time where I'll argue the power levels between the top 3 teams are quite equal, all right? There's always an X factor that Clarity Gaming could pull out. I think IG, the introduction of Diablo coming in, actually looks quite good on paper as well, but I think we're all looking at the ultimate boss of Team Evil. I think it's all about this next game, the momentum, what you're mentioning, whether Clarity Gaming will have it, we need to see coming up from this particular draft.
Back to the draft we go. And how is this game gonna look like for either one of these 2 teams? Do note that Ignite Gaming, this is match point. They're 1 win away to facing off against Team Evil that is standing up tall in the grand finals. But in the meantime, for Clarity Gaming, the friendly Hydras They're looking for an opportunity to nip it right into the bud, to try to secure game number 4 and bring us down to that BO1 where all stakes are in.
Yep. Looking at the draft. At the very least, we're seeing a switcheroo abstract.
Yep.
CG going in first pick this time around, IG going in second. So I would say this is something like a blank slate, right?
Yeah.
IG for the first 3 games, we've seen the exact same ban. The Phobias, the Chip, and the Fanny. But now, CG opted for the Freya ban as well. So far, similar bans as compared to same game number 1 and 2.
Your team is banned.
And it's just a switch around.
Lantern's light.
Well, eventually, that is going to be a juice in. That will be banned as well. I think that the difference is that the Paquito is now for IG to ban. If whether they're going to go for that situation or not. And indeed, they will go for the Paquito ban. And just from this point onwards, Freya is also another hero that is for IG to ban. If whether CG is going to get some of these priority, it remains to be a question. But we also know that one of the few B1 priority picks coming in from CG is actually directed towards Ricky Wurst, and that has to be the Suyo.
Yep. Phobias looks open as well, going on the path that these people are drafting. IG bans away the Paquito, so which means that we get to see a new hero coming up from Diablo in this particular series. Right now, there's also the Marcel's that's open. There's also a, what we mentioned, also the Suyu is also open.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish
We'll
the
get taken
shadow
away by the side of CG.
plague this world.
Not what I was suspecting. So, to be honest, what I was expecting for them is to actually ban out the Phobias. Since the Freya is still currently open for the picking, I thought that it might be a situation where we might be able to see that Freya coming in from the Bun Boy Reborn into the XP lane. Hey, maybe even Rensa was the gold lane.
Gets banned away, unfortunately. Claude
It's our show.
taken away by the side of Flying G. Opening up the Marcel, opening up the Leomord, opening up the the Chip also gets opened up as well. Iron Ryan snap picks that away. Jay, I would say the scarier person to pick up Chip, but Marcel is open, so IG could potentially get away with 2 prior picks, right?
There's also Freya. Oh wait, sorry, Freya is already banned. Oh, okay, completely missed that out, my bad. So yeah, that's why you said that Diablo have to look for something completely different. Huh? Yu Zhong though, but I think that they will probably keep the XP away for the first phase.
I feel like Diablo is always strong as the last pick, right?
Yes, correct.
That wow factor he has is something that, CG did use it in the previous game, right? Even one of the games in the playoffs, right? Diablo rocked in a Marsha as well. So if I were IG, I would select his hero all the way at R5.
Okay, so actually, to be honest, this is kind of the situation that we saw in Flash as well. Really trying to make full use of the fact that Diablo has a very different kind of playstyle as opposed to many other XP laners out there. So being the X factor is always going to be really fun to see out of him.
Yep.
But regardless, right now, a very standard and a very clean form of draft from the side of IG with the Valentina as well as the Frendrin. Personally, I'm not a very big fan of Valentina, to be fairly honest, due to the fact that she doesn't hold a very strong priority in the mid lane. As such, you really need to be bolstered by the Roamer. So if anything, IG, they need to pick their Roamer in order to really boost up and help the Valentina in this case.
Yep, carry selected by the side of CG. As what I mentioned, the Phobias will go in for the side of CG as well. I was expecting this Phobias from afar, and I agree. The Valentina coming in is a little bit awkward, right? Now all of a sudden, look at CG. The only ultimate it potentially can take is the Chip, and that's just about it, right? And Phobias, super strong, especially in this particular patch, also have a lot of ways to basically sustain in these fights.
Okay, so it is going to be a Marcel over to the side of Jay, and kind of expected they need to pick up the Roma for the third phase in order for them to do decently enough in the middle lane that could still allow them to play according to the strategy that they are looking into.
The thing is, the Marcel, I would say, is a good counter against what Chip's ultimate does, right? Chip's ultimate White Walk, just you drop it all the way there. All Marcel has to do is just use a golden hour. Now they exit out, getting trapped, allowing your members from the side of IG to buy some time, cool down, and also reposition, and then get out. So, and IG, having Valentina will be able to use that onto themselves as well, right? You take away the Chip's ultimate, and all of a sudden this become this massive clash composition. And based on what we saw in the strats and also the stats, IG has a stronger early game, but late game when Renza on this carry comes online, yeah, it's gonna be CG's game. So I think IG need to look for something along the earlier game side. That's why the Valentina comes in. I'm expecting a Granger to come back in as well from the side of IG.
Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of very suitable ultimate to steal coming in from the side of IG as of yet as the Valentina. So regardless, we are gonna be looking at the a quick little ban. Okay, so the thing is, having an Odette ban is interesting and okay, not interesting, but this is something that we see very often because of the chip pick. It's a very simple idea. Create a shortcut and then spin for days, and everyone dies.
Yep. Lilia ban from the side of IG, targeting down to Ryzen. I mean, Yve potentially coming out. Kimi could also be a really good pick against IG. You shred through Marcel. You also shred through the Fredrin as well.
At this point, XP, Gold, and Rome for the side of Clarity Gaming. The main thing that they are looking for, same thing is front to back again. It's always going to be front to back whenever you see a carry. So in order for your front to back to realistically be able to do much, you need to have instant gratification when it comes down to some of these stun capabilities, which is something that Chip is able to do. We still don't have an idea how the mid lane is going to look like for the side of Clarity Gaming, but that is all in the hands of CG for now.
Don't forget, this is an R4 pick. Gold laner should be here. I'm inching over towards a Granger. Or, I mean, Moscow's already taken away. The Harry looks okay, but okay, we're going for Obsidian. Something on the scaling composition for the side of IG. Can poke, but yeah, hopefully this is the best foot forward.
Was not expecting an Obsidian. When was the last time that we saw Obsidian in
Team
in
Evo
MPL SG?
Team Evo event.
Then? Okay.
Earlier in the regular season.
Okay. So back in the regular season, at least we managed to see that. Now, the X Factor down over to Diablo's pick. We gotta have to see how that's gonna go. I do like the Lunox though. Yep. I really love the Lunox pick. Baxia comes into play as well. So Clarity Gaming now do have a pretty interesting composition when it comes down to the Baxia being in the jungle. Pretty strong in the early stages, together with a Chip as well as Lunox. This roaming trio kind of looks pretty darn scary. They have outs in the early stages of the game, and they have outs in the late stages of the game.
Yeah.
I think the only problem is probably the mid stage.
Yeah, and not only just that, Baxia also counters what Frederick wants to do, right? He wants to regen as much as possible. To a certain extent, there's also regen from the Valentina as well. And potentially the EXP laner, definitely most of the EXP laners contains regen. But excited to see what IG can bring in with R5 surprise pick for us, for Diablo.
May the blood of my enemies
that is gonna be a Mincetar pick coming in from the side of IG.
Mincetar pick is interesting. I would say I can see why the Mincetar pick could go work here as well. And now, because both of these two teams, you're expecting them to clash in this one big circle because of Chip, because of the Marcel as well. You goes into King's Calling. It denies what the Lunox wants to do. It denies the ultimate, the dashes from the carry so that he can constantly proc that thing, and also denies the dash from the Phobias as well. Pretty interesting. At least there's also CCs coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming as well.
So the main thing that what we want to see coming in from Ignite is that they want to be the oppressors. They want to be the one that will start the battle, and in fact, most of the time, if you're playing from behind and if you are going to be counter-engaging, it's only going to do anything to the carry and not to the Lunox. The main thing is that if you want to send your Frederick in, you want to send your Marcel in, then very likely the main play that you want to look for is going to ensure that the Lunox does not enter in the power of the Chaos Darkening.
Yep. Ladies and gents, we're going to go into game number 4 already. Clarity Gaming equalizes the score just a little bit. 2-1 is the score right now. Ignite Gaming, you know, they are still at match point.
With full-on flicker from the side of Ignite Gaming. Well, in the meantime, Clarity, we do have a single Purify onto the hands of Brenza, which does make very good sense because of the amount of proc control that Ignite generally have for themselves.
Yeah, good damage coming up from Roy onto Ryzen. Diablo could just, yeah, Diablo could also easily outpoke Phoebus in the early game. Phoebus is very weak in the early game.
Yep, he does have a little bit of a heal back for that, and they're going to go back to square one. But Diablo, he will be able to get his hook real soon, and that is going to bring in a lot more harassment over to Bunboy Reborn. Not exactly a very easy hook to go for, but hey, eventually he will get there.
Hey, a hook is a hook, right? As long as you, if you don't throw your hook out, you never land it at the very least, right? So I think that's the kind of the playstyle right here. But Roy,
not too big of a deal. At this point in time, just a small little kind of poke between both teams is something that we will definitely be able to see a little bit more. But of course, Renza versus, or rather the carry versus the Obsidian, one with really low range and one with pretty decent range.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Obsidian, right, it's a lot easier to farm. Renza in the early game as a carry, you're relying on her first skill to do a lot of damage, but CS could just constantly poke you, and every time CS poke, she's stacking his stats. But hold on a second, there's a video stun coming in. Jay already forced to use the flicker, will be able to get away scot-free.
Not exactly very aggressive from the side of Clarity Gaming when they're playing as a Boxia right now. I truly do hope that they can be more aggressive with this and try to go for the roaming trio onto the opponents. At this point in time though, Jay as well as Calvin, they are the oppressives. Like I said before, both teams, they want to be the oppressors. They want to be the one that initiate, as both teams don't really have very good answers to counter engage, to be fairly honest.
Renza is getting free damage from the son of CS, just like how we're getting into me for free. But hold on a second, Ignite Gaming right here. Diablo goes in for the flicker, the win. King's Calling already committed. Bunboy Reborn would not be able to reset that one. CS somehow will be able to join the fight as well. Takes on to the teleport, and this is going to be a big problem for the side of Clarity Gaming. They lost Bunboy Reborn, and now Ignite Gaming with one more slap from Kelvin. Ricky Woods goes down.
Not great. Both sides lost an XP, but unfortunately Clarity have lost a jungle for themselves. In the meantime, Renza, all the way up to the northern side, has managed to get himself a decent amount of hits down onto the turret, but that is not going to take him out of the game.
Yeah, and it's just Roy. I think stealing away the ultimate from Iron Ryan is a good choice, right? And all of a sudden, that helps CS to scale even faster because he also gets a kill from that one. And, you know, once Obsidian gets max stacks, it's just going to be massive. But hold on a second, that's going to be ultimate committed by the side Clarity Gaming. Bunboy Reborn fighting on to Jay, and they're all the way back. Get ready.
Of course, a stolen shortcut is what we can expect to see from Roy. Because realistically, there isn't any other ultimate that he will want to look out for. And in the meantime, Diablo will now suffer in the defeat of the opponent's own ultimate.
Yep, equalized right now for both these two teams. And yeah, I think Jay, was playing quite aggressively earlier just now, and I like how Iron Ryan decided to go for that one, right? Catching onto him, immediately finds Clarity Gaming, bursts him down, and then rinse and repeat. So this is going to be a very interesting game, I would say. These ultimates overlap because of how the Valentinas being introduced into this roster is going to confuse even the casters as well.
Like, we'll be like, teleport.
Whose ultimate is that? Is it Roy's or is it Iron Ryan's? And don't forget, they can also hop into each other's teleport, right?
Yep, that's something that we gotta have to remember as well. As such, and I'm pretty sure that we can expect to see pandemonium going on whenever these objectives were to appear. And when the golden hour do appear as well, you'll be like, wait, hold on a second, is this gonna help them or not?
Yeah, and that's why you don't see a lot of Marcel's in rank, right? Because it's so hard to pilot, you need a lot of communication. You only see him mostly in your 5v5s and stuff like that. And, you know, Jay, I would say, has played the Marcel. I was very impressed by him in game number 1 earlier just now. I'm not too sure, but I hope that Clarity Gaming giving the Marcel over to Ignite Gaming in this particular game is going to be a good idea or not.
As we move on forward, with the turtle currently taken away from the side of Ignite Gaming. Once again, leaving Clarity Gaming with no objective taken for now. This actually put Ricky Wurst in a really bad position because he's playing as a Boxer after all. He's really strong in the early stages, being able to be very oppressive, but it doesn't seem like he's doing anything too much right now.
Iron Ryan shows himself right now. Jay go takes a photo of that. Ricky Wurst rolling in, looking for an engage, but Ignite Gaming is not, Clarity Gaming is not going to handshake. Clarity Gaming, I would say, has a better pick composition as compared to Ignite Gaming, but hold on a second. Look at that. CS also tag onto it. Roy picking up the kill as well. Golden Hour try to buy some time just a little bit more, but will be allowing the members for the side Ignite Gaming to get on the way.
Gonna be safe and sound for now. Ignite Gaming currently with 2,000 gold lead in onwards of Clarity Gaming right now. And of course, Diablo doing Diablo things. Yep, being able to take away the T1 turret down in the bottom lane, completely enabling himself from being able to join into some of these fights from this point onwards.
Yeah, and you know, I would say Jay's role is going to be very important, right? Hold on a second. Lots of damage coming up from CS onto Ricky Wurst and Ryzen. You know, if his photo gets taken by the side of this Marcel, Chaos Assault, that cooldown, that duration is going to continue on, and all of a sudden he loses a lot of damage. But oh, CS, shot in the dark, trying to look for Renza, does a lot of damage. Jay goes on the way in as well. Renza trying to get on the way, but Roy spat at him, and will go down. The King's calling from the side of Diablo at the same time, but gets poked down by Ryzen. Members on the side of Clarity Gaming, they're trying to fight underneath the turret, but it's a bit too much for Ignite Gaming.
At this moment, Ignite Gaming now have got a very good point where they managed to take 3 members down from the side of Clarity Gaming while only losing Diablo himself. The turtle now also is going to be available down in the southern corner for Ignite to steal. I wouldn't call it steal, but for Ignite to take. Because Clarity Gaming, they are just so behind. Look at Ricky Wurst, currently at level 8, which is actually the same as Jay, which is the rogue, level 8 too.
And CS is a crazy scalar kind of marksman, right? If you notice the trail, the longer it gets, the more stacks she gets at the same time. That's how you see when it trails like super long, he's already max stack. But hold on a second, a lot of damage coming in from the side of Clarity Gaming. The golden hour from the side of Jay, trying to save the day just a little bit more, but he falls. The King's calling will be committed, trying to stun it up. Bad Boy Ribbon all the way in the back line, pushing CS all the way back, goes in the air. CS, nice flicker to get on the line. He picks up a mega kill.
That was so close, but a great flicker from the side of CS just to ensure that he will be able to get away from Clarity, or rather away from Bun Boy Reborn, which at that point in time he was just gonna go all in just to bring 1% down with him. If he manages to land that shot down on CS, damn, oh damn, it will be such a very good tempo.
Nice pick up coming out. Renza trying to output the damage. Kelvin goes down. The combined forces and damage coming out from Ryzen and also Renza, but CS taking on to Bun Boy Reborn like an obsessive ex-girlfriend. Would not be able to take him down though.
Oh man, Obsession is indeed gonna be pretty darn scary from the side of Ignite Gaming. Just tethering and kind of chain locking, is that gonna be the question? Here we go, Ricky Wurst!
Oh, that's, well, he's able to absorb so much damage, right?
He is though.
That's not the worst thing that can happen to Ricky, but yeah, I would say Ignite Gaming just may find a bit of a problem because Ricky Wurst can absorb a lot of damage with the ultimate.
He can do that, but not exactly the kind of situation that you want to be put yourself in, because you're just kind of giving away some of these kills and some of these farms as well.
You don't want to give it to CS though.
And not to forget, he's currently only at level 9. So even when it comes down to trying to fight for these kinds of objective, he's currently so far away from the Fredrin, which is currently at level 11. So from this point onwards, until the point that Ricky Wurst has managed to make himself at level 15, he will lose every single one of these objectives and will not be able to take a single turtle nor Lord. And actually, from this point on, there's only Lord. So Ricky Wurst needs to get some of the XP.
Lacking in the XP department, if you notice Roy on this Valentina, he's just absorbing. Every time he does damage, he's just getting more XP, and Roy is definitely going to be happy about this, right? More XP means more skill damage, you can burst anybody down, then yada yada, you win, right? That's how the name of the game. But if you notice, I think CS is already max stacked. Take a look. It's all fully stacked, my boy.
Oh man, that is going to be a wasted shot on the side of Clarity. So perhaps they would want to look for some more, you know, situation where they can kind of use the fact that there's no more shortcut from Iron Ryan.
Yeah, but why did Iron Ryan do that, right? Hoping to catch somebody, but I think it at least burns away Jay's flicker. Doesn't have also the golden hour as well. But if you notice, Ignite Gaming working on, but Bun Boy Reborn getting dragged all the way by Diablo. Kelvin will be able to secure the Lord as well. Iron Ryan all the way in the back line. Diablo has to limp all the way back. Ricky Wurst will be able to find out to Roy. Bun Boy Reborn jump, but will be saved by the Lunox. Roy will be able to retreat, but Lord in the hands of Ignite Gaming.
So for Iron Ryan, he wanted to capitalize on the fact that Jay was entering into his brush, and he was hoping that everyone would just jump right in and of course get a kill down on Jay. However, Jay did have a flicker the moment he realized that, okay, Iron Ryan is here, I managed to proc him, and he flickered out of the gate, flickered out of the way, and Iron Ryan unfortunately have already committed to the shortcut.
I feel like Clarity Gaming is not playing on the same tempo, right? Like, I don't think they're ready as of yet. They still need more time for the side of Renza, but look, if you take a look at CS, right? Max stack already. already. You gave him a lot of kills, hasn't died a single time. Even though this is not a Sky Piercer, look at the tail. It's really long.
Yep. Oh, that's actually a tail?
Yeah.
What is a tail?
I did not say a tail, but I call it a tail for now.
Oh, you call it a tail? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's not a tail.
It's not a tail. It's a tail from his gun, from a gun.
So it can be a tail.
It can be.
Okay. But is it?
It's a gun. It's a tail for the gun.
Oh.
Jake.
Looking up.
Not even for anything. The shortcut already used by Ryan just to scare them off.
But it's not going to do too much, unfortunately.
Been destroyed.
It's going to be leaving down to the bottom lane T2 turret. Not a single Lord inside for now. And that's not going to do anything too much against Clarity Gaming because some of these holy defenses are still up.
Iron Ryan already used up the ultimate. There's no reason for him to be there. And now giving the kill over the golden hour as well for the side of Jay. Ignite Gaming is just abusing all these mistakes. One slap from Kelvin. Ricky goes down. Renza still pick up a kill though. But Clarity Gaming lost too much right there.
Oh my goodness, the positioning from the side of Ricky that was just not the way to go, unfortunately. Giving 2 kills over to the side of Ignite Gaming while they are still relatively healthy. They should be able to take a lot of damage off of these T3 turrets. And from this point onwards, you can pretty much expect that the next Lord will rush down to the bottom.
I want to say Ignite Gaming is forcing mistakes out of Clarity Gaming. I want to say that, but I'm sorry, I really have to say that Iron Ryan committed to that ultimate earlier just now. That's one mistake already. I think this is the second ultimate that he accidentally used, and then he got caught off guard out of the bottom. There's no reason for him to be there. Renza is still far away, gets caught, busted down, and then Ricky is just another cherry on top of the icing. Ignite Gaming is just getting away with it.
So just 30 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns up. And Ignite Gaming, they have had pretty good priority of every single one of these objectives already. Remember, we mentioned that Ricky is currently very off level, so there's really not much that he could do to take any of these objectives away from the hands of Kelvin.
Yeah. I think the idea for the side Clarity Gaming is probably have to go back into, you know, that pick composition, right? Pick maybe Jay away, but Jay has a way to counter that, right? Using the frozen moment, a passive, and also the golden hour as well. There's also a flicker. And then the rest of the members for the Ignite Gaming is not showing up on the map, so that Clarity Gaming doesn't really have a good decent idea where they are. I think Clarity Gaming, they already have the handshake this one. Free Lord over the side of Kelvin, right? Ricky gonna lead the charge. Jay coming in for the back line. Slows down Renza. There's no damage coming off the side of Clarity Gaming anymore. CS kiting away. That's going to be Fun Boy Reborn going down. And now Ignite Gaming leading the charge against Clarity Gaming right here. Jay slows everybody down. Renza getting dragged back. The Wind of Nature not good enough. Sky Piercer. CS picks up a double kill.
Of all to be hooked, it had to be Renza. The only one that realistically be able to do a really good job in terms of killing the members from the side of Ignite Gaming. As such, Ignite Gaming will seek the opportunity to take away the T3 turrets down in the middle lane, and they're looking for more opportunities to eventually climb this way to victory, because the Lord, they are going to be marching down to the bottom lane, and they're looking for a way to end it once and for all.
Renza is still 8 more seconds. Time, valuable time, needed to be bought by the side of Clarity Gaming. Kelvin stunning out, and not only just that, members from the side of Ignite Gaming. The golden moment there, slowing things down just a little bit. Renza coming back online, but there's a King's calling to push Clarity Gaming, and also all the way from the defense, Ignite Gaming, CS, a savage to close up the series.
GG over to the members of Ignite Gaming as they yielded 1 point over to the Hydras, but still came up strong in game number 4 and ended this series with a merciful savage.
I don't know whether you can say a savage being merciful, Abstract, because Ignite Gaming, that one game was just a fluke over to the side of CG, but Ignite Gaming now secure a rematch against Team Evil.
I realize that it's supposed to be merciless.
You said merciful, I
said merciful, there's no mercy in that. Oh boy, congratulations over to the members of Ignite Gaming, and CS went to town as the Obsidia gave literally no chance at all to the opponents as Clarity Gaming, they were throwing bodies over to Ignite, just hoping that they will be able to reset it a little bit more, hoping that the creep wave will be able to come online a little bit faster to kind of repel everyone away.
Yeah, I mean, CS pick up a Sky Piercer at this particular moment, and then after that, he just continues to outscale. Clarity Gaming, I would say, I'm sorry, you're stepping on the wrong place at the wrong time, and Jay, as this Marcel, will make this mistake even wider. Not only just him, right? Diablo, all he do is just cast King's Calling and notice that Clarity Gaming cannot reinforce the front line, it splits up the front line and the back line and not enough damage. And it's just over, right? Clarity Gaming was posing too much pressure onto Renza, and Diablo is there to deal with it. He doesn't really need to pick up the kills. He just needs to zone, and that's all good.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be Clarity Gaming that managed to find themselves in podium finish still with third place to their name.
I would say it's a good one, right?
It is still a pretty darn good one if you ask me. Especially since I would say that Clarity Gaming is, of course, a new name to MPL SG.
Yeah, and don't forget, you know, Clarity Gaming, the coaches as well. Shout out to Risen Simple, right? Used to be mentees of Youngin. Finally exited the shadow, brings their team all the way to top 3. But Ignite Gaming, the passion, the fiery passion, is a little bit too strong.
Oh, look at that.
That's just unfortunate.
That is honestly not only just unfortunate, but that is absolutely disgusting. Being able to hook that one exact player, yeah, that is that just don't happen.
And that's slowing down, you know, causing Renza to come out a little bit too late. But then again, I think even though if Renza was in that fight earlier just now, CS was so far ahead, probably have max stacks on the Sky Piercer already, and could just gun everybody down bit by bit. And this is the build I love from Obsidian.
So at least when it comes down to Obsidian, it's a 13:0:4 when it comes down to his KDA. Oh man, of course, let's run down his items real quick for those people that haven't seen Obsidian all that much and want to play. And Obsidian, after this performance from CS that granted him that Savage. So he does have the Golden Staff together with the Malefic Gun. Very likely the Malefic Gun is going to be the last item to be picked up. I believe that I remember seeing a Demon Hunter Sword on top of that with a Golden Staff.
Yep, I think it's just the attack speed build from the Sun Obsidian. If you notice, lots of players, they usually build, you know, your Hearthstone, your Berserker Fury, kind of hoping to land the first skill as the main damage dealer. But I'm a big fan of the attack speed Obsidian, right?
Just kind of consistency.
Correct. Right? You see those things flying around, even if you don't do damage, you feel a lot of fun. But it's scary when, don't forget, these things flying, your passive flying around, and it can easily proc the Sky Piercer. So if CS is not getting busted down, those things will be there to be used as a finishing move for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Exactly. So the main thing that realistically kills for the side of CS is going to be the Sky Piercer.
Definitely.
You're just kind of poking a little bit, and these pokes eventually deals, you know, each pokes are just kind of like a poke. Hey, but if I tell 1,000 people to come over to just keep poking on you, eventually one of them will be lethal.
That sounds like a death threat to me. But apart from that,
tickle.
Okay, think about it. If you're using an analogy, one mosquito you can deal with it, right? But imagine
one of them is going to be the danky one.
1,000 of them deals with you. I think that is just really, really tough to handle.
Now, of course, without further ado, we gotta have to pass the time over to the host, because I believe that this is a point in time where we want to hear a little bit more from the teams.
That's right.
As we have that one team that will be moving on over to, you know, the final parts and facing off against Evil.
I'm really excited about this one, right? Because Ignite Gaming has been going up against Team Evil, I think, what, 3 times in a row already?
Oh, man.
They met earlier in the playoffs brackets. They met in the regular season, of course. They're going to meet again, so this is really exciting. This is take 3. Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm. We'll see how that's going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping over to our host to get that interview done and dusted.
Wow, that was a flawless execution, and welcome back to MPL SG, Diablo. What do you want to say to your fans?
Good to be back. Good to be back.
Okay, good to be back. Who's back in MPL SG? Who's back for Grand Finals? Ignite Gaming. So, you lost yesterday, and and dropped to the lower bracket. How did you turn that disappointment into this massive comeback run?
I think we just have to learn from our mistakes because yesterday I felt we lost ourselves, and today we will be a better team.
Okay, so yesterday, Team Evil told me they want to face Ignite Gaming, you guys, to the grand finals. Are the feelings mutual?
Yes, definitely. Because Evil is the hardest challenger here, so beating them will be deserving of the champion. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Diablo. You may now rest, and we'll see you again later. Ignite Gaming terminated Clarity Gaming for them to continue to the path of champion. They survived the darkness of lower brackets and now one step closer to the throne. Later at 5 p.m., we will unveil the kings that will represent Singapore in the Esports World Cup 2026. And I want you all to witness that in live here in the Marquee Downtown East. So you can come here and join the crowd to cheer your favorite teams and players. We also have fun activities here, amazing prizes, lots of MLBB diamonds for you guys. We will have a short break first, but don't go home, and MPL SG will be back.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor flavored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Me. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
In order for a team to live forward, it requires others taking 2 steps back. We have now our top 2 teams who fought with passion and perseverance, eliminating their opponents to reach and to stand here at the top as the MPL SG Season 11 Grand Finalist. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MPL SG Season 11 Grand Finals. I'm your lovely host, Tintin Loresto. And I want to hear first the supporters and fans of Ignite Gaming. How about the Team Evil fans? Let's now begin the epic rivalry in the Land of Dawn. Please welcome to the stage Team Evil and Ignite Gaming. The big question is, who will race the Immortal Cup at the end of this race? Let the battle for glory begin. Casters, catch!
Hey, wee! That's what I got. Roto, of course.
Literally, right? I was about to say, what do you catch? I was like, oh, we have this on the table.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's definitely important because this is definitely going to be a marathon of a series. The Grand Finals is here, best of 7 abstract.
Yep, it is going to be a long, long day, and it's going to be a lot of games. For those of you that is at home watching, or perhaps if you are here at the marquee watching the big screen, make sure you guys hydrate your eyes with some Roto. Make sure that you guys are constantly going to be staying refreshed. Now, on our end though,
that's right,
this is the Grand Finals after all, and unfortunately there will only be one team that will be able to make their way through to the international stage, and only one team that will be able to fight for the name of Singapore.
Yeah, with that said, let's take a look at the brackets as well. You know, it's been a long 3-day gauntlet. We start off the day. We start off the playoffs with a 2-1 each, and match 1, match 2. That's your play-ins. Then after that, we're down to our top 4 teams, which is Team Evil, Syndicate Esports, Ignite Gaming, Clarity Gaming. One after another, we have to send them home because there's only one slot only for the international stage, and now it's either going to be Team Evil or Ignite Gaming.
There could only be one, and this one team will make it over to play in the Mid-Season Cup at EWC Paris.
Yeah, that's a 16-hour flight. But before you go there, you gotta lock in for this one.
This is gonna be a tough game where both teams, they literally have to give everything that they have, every single blood and sweat that they have given through the past month. And it will all boil down to this very final moment where the teams gotta have to play it all the way down to possibly a maximum of 7 games.
Yep, and we're gonna start off with the first team that reached this grand final slot first. Team Evil. They have been solid in their performance during regular season as well, albeit a little bit shaky at the mid, but then when, you know, the playoff buff came in and the notebook starts to appear, Azu, Powerful, Blade, as well, Ben and Gear. They're gearing up for the grand finals.
Team Evil, they have came a long way, and coming in from in MPL SG Season 3 all the way until now, one of the most hard-working teams that we all know and love. And this time, of course, when it comes down to last season, they managed to crown themselves as the champions finally. And this time, they're asking themselves, will they be able to hold on to the renowned crown and name themselves a back-to-back champion?
And don't forget they are the one that usurped the Team Flash throne and now looking to do it themselves as well. But of course, Ignite Gaming on the other side is not going to make it easy for Team Evil. Ignite Gaming represented by Kelvin, Jay, Roy, CS, and Diablo. I think there's a lot of talks about Diablo joining the ranks of Ignite Gaming, kind of boosted up just a little bit as well. We also say that, hey, maybe with the introduction of Diablo, it could be a little bit different in terms of chemistry, but someone reminded me, hey, they used to be on the RSG as well.
Yep, exactly because of that. I would say that the main trio coming in, being Roy, CS, and Diablo, they are definitely going to be very well acquainted. In fact, Jay comes into the picture as well, as he's actually been around a lot of different teams, and he's played many different roles. As such, Jay is probably one of that player that is able to kind of blend himself into many people, which brings us to the question if whether Kelvin himself is able to kind of break this force dynamic in order to keep put himself inside, and in order for the 5 of them to be a very workable and strong team.
Yeah, I think so far Kelvin has fit the roles perfectly for the side of Ignite Gaming. He stepped up as a very strong assassin player in the regular season. Then during the playoff period, started to switch gears into the utility jungler. And of course, there's always an ever-looming threat if Ignite Gaming decides to bring a strong attacking style with a assassin jungler and perhaps even an assassin EXP laner. That is not out of the picture just yet. And I think that makes Ignite Gaming something of a wild card. You never know what they're going to be able to pull out. Jay also, we crown him as an architect. He could pull out a lot of different roamers as well. We see last time the Valera roam that he pulled out back in the good old days. I'm expecting a lot more from this guy.
The game between Evil and Ignite will officially commence in 30 seconds into this best of 7 match.
It's going to be a long series.
It's going to be a long series because we know, as a matter of fact, these two teams are really at each other's throats. And they're not going to make it easy for the opponents where it would be a clean sweep. No, I doubt so.
The past few times, it's just, Ignite and Team Evo going at it all the time. Yesterday, we saw Ignite took a 2-0 lead, but Team Evo clawed all the way back, making it a 3-2. That's why Ignite Gaming went all the way down to the lower brackets. That's why they're playing earlier just now. But now, this is a very different beast of Team Evo that we know. And we know, Team Evo, they're a very sensitive team, right? They're a very momentum-driven team, emotionally driven. You drive them to a corner, and that's where they'll bear your fangs.
Indeed. As such, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether you are gonna be here in D Marquee or you are at home, we are gonna be watching a match to unfold here in MPL SG Season 11, the finale of which, Evil versus IG. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for those people that are in venue, give them a round of applause as we enter game number 1.
Game number 1 is definitely going to be very important for these two teams. Team Evo and Ignite relying on the momentum, and we shall see whether this one. Take a look at the bans here. Suyo, Phobius, Juicin taken away by the side of Team Evo. Ignite, on the other hand, it's the Marcel that we saw Jay is really strong at. Decided to take it away from himself. Powerful also played that as well. Paquito is something they also identified as one of the key highlight heroes that we saw in the previous few games. Freya at the same time. So right now, a lot of things are open, right? You got your you got a Valentina, you got a Chip that's also open. There's also a Khalid potential first pick at the same time. Or you could also go for your Baxia as well.
As such, we are going to be past that banning phase already. The first pick, indeed. It does seem like it's going to be a Valentina over to the hands of Team Evil, opening up a lot of possibilities as they stays and keeps them flexible.
Yeah, look. Blade and also Roy, I would say they're almost same species in terms of the mid laners, right? That's why I'm really excited for this one. Blade has proven himself a very strong newcomer over to the MPL Singapore stage. Only today, only in this season, he really showed what he's made for. I remember the good old days when I casted his community tournaments. He impressed me with the Lunox Ruby DD, and I'm really glad to see this rookie coming in all the way into the grand finals. Hopefully, this is going to be a big stage for him. Hopefully he's stable, but Roy, I would say, with his experience, I feel that he will show the veterancy card right here.
We're going to be looking at a Claude and Khalid pick. At this point in time, we can expect to see IG for Ignite Gaming to play a little bit more on towards a scaling composition with the Claude to their hands. Of course, with quite a bit of harassment and contain that we can expect to see from the Khalid. That doesn't necessarily show what exactly they want to do. However, containment strategies is ultimately going to be really important if they want to ensure that the Claude is always kept in check in terms of economical advantage.
Yep, I think the way that Team Evo decided to do that is just draft very strong early to mid game heroes. So far, these first 3 picks, the Valentina, known as a lane bully in the early game, and then start to scale mid game. Kalia and also Baxia, these 3 can rotate very quickly, and also to a certain extent harass very quick. However, IG, this is a duo that we see so far that's really solid. At the same time, the Khalid and the Zetian. Zetian can outpoke the Valentina, so I think a lot more pressure over the side of Azu on the Baxia to really make things work.
At least when it comes down to the romance between the Kalia and the Khalid, the curse. Oh wow, I didn't expect to say that, but the K-A, whatever it is. But you guys,
I don't know what you're going there.
You know the
Khalid,
Kalia, Khalid, the curse.
Okay. Well,
yeah, never mind. It's okay.
We'll work with the curses.
Yeah, the curses. Yes, the curses. You know, I'm going crazy. But regardless, it is going to be a Harris being. Yeah, it is honestly the Indomie.
It is very distracting.
But you know what? At this point, game number 1, the stakes are still relatively low. But although this is still the grand finals, both teams would probably want to kind of test each other out a tad little bit. But regardless, these 2 Romans from the side of IG as well as Evil, they have very good ways to kind of brawl things out and yet still being able to heal themselves at the same time. So between the Romans, we don't really have too much that we need to talk about. The both of them will just brawl against each other.
Yep.
The only difference is Valentina versus Zetian. Zetian is definitely going to have a little bit more advantage when it comes down to that kind of artillery from her S1.
And also wave clear as well, right?
Yes.
And for the side of IG, at the very least, I think it all boils down to whether CS gets a good game. I think CS is a very strong late game, but if you want to compare that to Ven also play kind of similar style as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of pressure, like I would say, on Azu. If Baxia has a good game in the early game, I think it is very hard for IG to recuperate and hunker down all the way to the late, unless Diablo could pull something off.
Welcome to the greatest magic show of all time.
It's going to be a Harley for the final ban over for the side of Team Evil. We're still going to be expecting to see a single jungler as well as an EXP laner from the side of IG. I would generally say the same thing for the side of Evil, but there is some form of flexibility there, as the Kalia might and could always be flexed over to the XP lane, however, very rare.
Yep, the last time we see a Kalia being flexed over there was done by Vendetta. I think that's the only case scenario, right? Fredrin gonna be selected by Kelvin once again. The Bulwark, we saw the buff from the side of the Fredrin is really, really strong. But there's also a potential carry that Van could actually pick up, immediately counters what Fredrin and also the Khalid does. I think that's also what IG is trying to funnel that into. At least we know that we didn't really carry, and then we will draft around that.
The mobility coming in from IG, aside from the Khalid, is actually not very good. As such, their XP laner needs to be someone that can go toe-to-toe together with a Khalid. As much as I want to see an Alice, but it doesn't feel like it's a very Diablo pick. I would have loved to see the Lapu over to the side of Diablo, but that is definitely not going to be the case.
I feel like what IG may potentially do, right, because of the R5 pick, they can always go for something very cheeky, right? All they have to do is trade the EXP for the gold laner, and all of a sudden Team Evils, there's not a lot of damage coming in, right? Valentina doesn't have a very long sustained damage, it's mostly burst. But Zetian, on the other hand, even if the clock goes down for the side of IG, Zetian does have a lot of DPS because his first skill and second skill cooldowns are really quite quickly.
The final situation here, when it comes down to Diablo's X Factor. This X Factor is definitely, like I mentioned before, going to be a tough one to call out. It could quite literally be anything. If anything,
okay,
there we go. If anything, it would be the Benedetta, and the Benedetta comes into play.
Yeah, Benedetta works very well for the side of IG. You just need to find a way to dive onto Vents or Team Evil. I think they really need to play Protect the President. Unfortunately, I have to say that. It's a 4 Protect 5 4 Protect 1 comp, so that at the very least, Vent can just output so much damage. But there's always a lot of dive from the side of IG, right? This is a very scary draft against Team Evil. Team Evil, on the other hand, needs to find a very good early game because, you know, late game, you got Claude, you got your Zetian that could just output so much damage, and there's always a threat of Benedetta. So also a lot of pressure on Lapu Lapu to kind of screen against Diablo. This is, I would say, Diablo versus Gear. It feels like a EXP laner, a tale as old as time.
Honestly, this is going to be a matchup between the XP, and this XP lane ultimately is going to have a very big effect and impact over to the game. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 between Evil and Ignite Gaming.
Yep, Team Evil, Ignite Gaming. This is the first step to the ticket over the side of Paris. But we're also taking a look at how Team Evil navigates this one. They really need to start focusing on their early game. But hold on, Jace taking a lot of damage, Abstract.
Not something that we would expect, but of course they are going to be brawling against one another, head-to-head, trying to look for a ultimate kill over to the side of Powerful. However, that's not going to be the case. But one thing that you also need to remember is the fact that we are looking at Khalid over to the side of Jay, so Quick Send God ought to put him right back to full HP.
Yeah, definitely no problem at all. But if you want to talk about wave clear and also jungle clear speed, Fredrin is also not too shabby either as compared to Azu. But Azu definitely has the movement ability to really rotate quickly over to any lane that's required for. I think, like I said, apart from the roaming duo, Blade and Powerful, you also have to take a look at the EXP lane.
Honestly, when it comes down to talking about the EXP lane, I think the main thing I like about the Ignite draft is I mentioned about mobility. Yep. And that is the fact that the Khalid have got very good mobility, but expecting a Fredrin to come afterwards is going to be asking for a tall, a very long shot.
Yep.
As such, having a Benedetta here definitely fills up quite a bit of gaps.
Yep, I think Kelvin going in for the Fredrin, I think it's all about timing, right? Ignite Gaming needs to really focus on timing very quickly. They cannot be a little bit too late. Powerful takes a bit of damage. Jake easily heals that.
As you can see, definitely not much of a big problem. Ben might actually expand the flicker at this point in time, expecting to have a little bit of a gank in. However, he's still going to be safe and sound at least for now. Powerful have already been able to see where Jay is.
Yeah, gold laners are down low in terms of HP, but the turtle is on, so the junglers can be slightly busy all the way up top. Gear and also Diablo hitting level 4.
As immediately does seem like manage to eye for an eye out of that jump, and it's going to be safe and sound now.
Yeah, I like the fact that the OV also knows that it's
not going to be anything.
It's not going to be anything, but at the very least, Diablo maintains on the Petrify.
And with the Raging Sandstorm, that's going to be jumping over the backline, surprisingly actually, but that's actually an ultimate from Blade. Well, in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, he's so small and skirming, but back at it again. Kelvin, unfortunately, will lose his own life, even though there is going to be a turtle take from the side of Ignite.
Yeah, so out of all of that, right, like Team Evil losing that turtle, but at the very least they took 2. I think that it's definitely going to be something that you also have to take a look, right? The economy is still leaning over towards side of Ignite Gaming. Kelvin's the one to secure the turtle. Kelvin hits level 5 first, so Azu playing slightly behind.
Definitely, I wouldn't say that it is too out of the game for the side of Evil as of yet. However, they do want to be a little bit more on the proactive state. A single jump down over to the side of Jay. And just like that, Jay should go. Oh, wait, hold on a second. He manages to run away with a quick little flicker alongside a Raging Sandstorm. He managed to get himself right out of the grasp of Evil.
I think this is a bit of a snapshot of what we're going to see all the way to the later parts of the game, right? Powerful committing the Tsunami Slam onto Jay, and that's how Van will be able to burst it down, especially when Khalid gets countered by Van.
At this moment in time, the skirmishes is something that we will want to expect to see. Well, in the meantime, we also do want to talk a little bit more about economy. From what I know, for the side of Team Ignite, Diablo seems to be at the top of the charts when it comes down to GPM.
He's been farming, but the unfortunate thing for the side of Ignite Gaming is that Diablo is unable to rotate because Gear is keeping him really checked in, right? Not allowing him to really rotate, not allowing him staying in lane as much as possible, and that kind of eliminates what Ignite Gaming wants to do, right? Team Evil so far is the one dictating protecting the pace of the game. But hold on a second.
Oh, immediately down over to the side of Jay. And here we go. CS was hoping to do a little bit more when it comes to the Blazing Duet. However, Calvin immediately with the praise of Wrath. Literally, with a Wrath down over to Powerful, takes him down.
Yeah, while we're having a pool noodle fight all the way up top, a really 1v1 down the bot. The river is where it counts. And now it's just Ignite Gaming just holding, you know, Team Evil in check. Taking the first turtle earlier just now definitely boosted the economy and also confidence and even the experience. Right now, I think Team Evil is really have to play all the way to late. Hopefully, Ben gets there in time.
A quick little focus from the side of Ignite, wanting to catch Blade off guard. However, that is gonna be enough for Blade to run away with a quick little flicker. As such, Ignite primes themselves, looks for an opportunity. At this point in time, Kelvin is at level 7 as opposed to Asia at level 6. So when it comes down to turtle fight, Ignite Gaming definitely will be able to come up on top.
Yep, Roy already committed the ultimate earlier just now, so no more ultimate. But now it's going to be this.
Bridging Sense Storm all the way around the Azu, and right now Jay gets himself running away for a tad little bit. Kelvin wasn't able to do too much. As such, it does seem as though we do have a quick little turtle take from the side of Evil, and if I saw it correctly, powerful?
Yep. Why Retry, right? Why you need Retry? Unfortunately, Tsunami Slam is more than good enough to basically lock that turtle in for the side of Team Evil. This means that, you know, Team Evil and Ignite Gaming currently equal footing in terms of economy. But if you want to talk about scaling, I feel Ignite Gaming has the better scaling as compared to a Valentina and Ben combo, Valentina and a carry combo.
Okay, so Valentina plus the carry. Ultimately, this is still a very close range, kind of a CQB kind of thing from Evil, right? But in the meantime, for Ignite, they are pretty divey. Look at it.
Yeah, they got range, and even if Roy is not there for the team fight, CS could also, you know, jump in with Blazing Duet. All Roy has to do is just follow up with an ultimate, and as long as, you know, Evil is clumped up together, that ultimate's gonna land onto most of them.
Yep. Honestly, when the time is right, even though Roy might not be in the middle of the fight, but it is, of course, a global presence ultimate overall. So,
CS.
Not too afraid of that.
CS joining the fights, 5v5 already, but then Gear is sent all the way down bot. Right now, Team Evil is just literally protecting Van as much as possible, get him scaled as quickly as possible.
This is a very weird mobility from the side of Ignite, to be fairly honest. To see Diablo kind of stuck in his lane for a little bit too long, actually.
Yeah, and in fact, it was Gear that actually rotated down bot quickly, right? But Team Evil, don't forget, they are on a timer earlier just now. They do have a little bit of priority. They're gaining a little bit of gold lead, so maybe this is a time where they start to shine. The third turtle should go over to the side of Team Evil. However, if Ignite Gaming took that one instead, that's where, you know, the Ignite Gaming is starting to go that creeping barrage. It's just going to have a lot more damage built in inside CS.
We do have the golden staff that has just been picked up over to the side of Ven. As such, the carry is slowly working its way into becoming a monster. But there we go. That is going to be the suplex that we're going to be looking out for. As such, Kelvin going to be the first one to go down, followed by Jay. 2 men down already as Evil sets up a perfect ambush.
Yeah, perfect ambush, and on top of that, even though Roy had a perfect ultimate, will be able to slow down Team Evil just a little bit, albeit Van is just too well protected and was able to just burst down Kelvin one after another. The best part about Powerful is that target prioritization onto Kelvin, because Kelvin and Jay are the people who do not have the Purify. Means that Van can easily target focus onto Kelvin, and then all of a sudden you lose your neutral objective advantage, and then Ignite Gaming has to back off.
Back over to a neutral game. 2.7 thousand gold lead in favor for the side of Team Evil, with the carry having the most amount of gold at this point. 5,700 gold to his name with the Corrosion Scythe along with the Golden Staff. He's pretty far ahead, as opposed to Claude, which is 1,000 gold behind with only a Demon Hunter sword.
Yeah, the Claude definitely needs a lot more time. This is going to be a Golden Staff first, not a Corrosive Scythe. Claude, I would say, a lot more reliant on the 3 attack speed items, but for a carry, right, especially with the current build where most of the marksman goes on to the fighter emblem, you can basically work with these 2 items, Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff. You proc that light builds over and over again. You're against Fredrin, you're against a Khalid. It's easy pickings for the side of Team Evil. But of course, you know, Ignite Gaming, I would say, if you go to the later parts of the game, I trust the Claude even more as compared to a carry.
At this moment, we still don't see any shakeups from Diablo, as he's playing things a little bit slowly, it would seem. But right as we talked about it, they managed to take a turret down to the bottom lane, while in the meantime, Evil becoming very aggressive over to the side of Ignite as they cut the corners right to CS. However, that doesn't seem like to be all good. Ven managed to go for the counter attack back over to the side of Jay, and Kelvin is going to be the next one to go down. Yeah. Kian comes in from back! Immediately with the Bravest Warriors, did manage to get a 2-man stun, but unfortunately, CS will be able to outpoke him with a quick little BMI, while Ven continues to move on forward, manages to get a double on top of Ignite!
Van, you're madman! Flickers forward just so aggressively, knowing that Ignite Gaming is running out of steam. And I would say, Roy, that was a good ultimate, but it's a little bit too quickly. And because of that gear, you know, letting the Bravest Warrior flicker right there, catching Roy and CS, these are your backliners with Ignite Gaming. And after all, Roy has expended all his kit, all Van has to do is just flicker forward so aggressively, and immediately, Evil takes the Lord.
With the Lord towards them, they get themselves the Lord advantage that would eventually be allowing them to take quite a lot of gold away from Ignite. And when I say the gold, it is going to be the middle lane for sure. The middle lane T1 turret ought to go down soon.
Yeah, there's a Lord marching against Ignite Gaming. They do have the wave clear, but Roy, I would say that ultimate was a little bit trigger happy. That ultimate could have been a little bit later, I would say, because that's how Team Evo is abusing this fact.
That is going to be a catch right down on the Diablo. Not looking great for those members of Ignite as they're slowly getting whittled down. As Gear moves on over to the back, he looks for an opportunity or perhaps just poking out onto Ignite, because ultimately the main goal for them is to take down all of these outer turrets, not to wipe out the members of Ignite and try to force out anything, but maybe not, as they're now just going to be jumping themselves right onto the side of Jay. He didn't manage to push him all the way back, but in the meantime, Gear tries to go for the start, and in the meantime, did manage to get a kill down onto Kelvin. The Lord is still alive, but Evil, they're actually just going to go straight in and end it without any stopping.
That was just 10 minutes, ladies and gents. Team Evo showing strong, the first step in the grand finals, and immediately, man, there's no way for Team Ignite to basically like recover from that one. I would say it boils down to the clear pick. That's why there's a B2 pick, right? And it's abusing the fact that you've got the Khalid that requires a flicker, Reggie Sandstorm. You've got a Benedetta with the Electrofinder Blow with a Petrify, and that means that once Khalid picks off, either Diablo or be it Jay, that's it. The whole roster on side Ignite Gaming just crumble. They're not allowing CS to go all the way to the late game monster. They have a Ven that's already scaled, and that's when they strike. They know their timings, and they just strike.
It's really unfortunate because for the side of Team Ignite, we don't really feel a lot of pressure from them based on the amount of, aggression that we could expect from them. They are a containment form of composition. They can contain, they can harass. However, there isn't a lot of mobility that really allowed them to do that. I think that the main time that they want to do that is only if they are slightly ahead, which throughout the entire game, that never did happen.
Yeah, I think Ignite Gaming is just biding the time a little bit too much. Team Evo using, when teams start to turtle down, and the best composition to deal with this is, I don't know, just using Powerful as a clear to just start pick up people one after another, right? You can't bring Diablo with the Purify because it doesn't work. You need Electrobino or Petrify in order to start to lock down Ven, and most of the time you notice Ven is just untargeted by the side of Ignite Gaming because he's too far deep. You got to go through Azu, you got to go through Gear that's also absorbing so much of the attention, and that's why we've got game number 1 over to Team Evil.
As such, 11-3 is the current scoreline between these two teams, albeit a very strong performance from the side of Team Evil. 11-3, and of course, I would like to say the MVP gonna have to go to Ven, right? Not a single death to his name. 5 kills and 4 assists with a total of 9,000 gold to his name. Honestly, it is just overinflated, and that is why Evil is able to play such an aggressive role and realize that you know what? This may be the first Lord, but we can end this.
I like the rotation, especially remember the mid game. I was like, okay, Ignite Gaming decides to go that rotations, and then all of a sudden, Ven, once he hit the golden staff, he starts to roam alongside with his team. Gear's the one sent all the way to the far side to basically absorb and split push, and also pose a threat to the flanks. Diablo is a little bit sus, I would say, because the whole time as a Benedetta, your role is to be able to find the flanks, but I think here is just keeping him in check. So Team Evo just outdo it, Ignite Gaming, especially in EXP department.
Honestly, I think that not only that, I think that for the side of Team Ignite, they picked in the Benedetta knowing the problems about a Benedetta against the Baxia. The problem, the other thing is that they want to really have a check on the Baxia, but most of the time he is just not available to be seen in some of these team fights, which actually doesn't allow Diablo to kind of, number one, go for a proxy push, or number two, try to play from the opposite side of the map. Because as a Baxia, you will always be able to catch up against a Benedetta, and it is a very difficult game to play for Diablo as he's unable to look for those windows of opportunity.
Yep, and you know, Izu, this is a B3 pick on a Baxia, right? Which I feel like could be a very foresight over by the side of Coach Bitoy, right? Like the fact that they know that the Benedetta may be coming. You already banned away the Freya, you banned away the Paquito. These are the two heroes that he's been playing thus far, unless you want to count the Mincetar and the Marsha, right? But they do need, Team Ignite, Ignite Gaming do need somebody to really go all the way in to target down carry. Benedetta fits. Marsha couldn't do it. Mincetar can't do it as well. So I feel like this is a very big brain play, especially in the draft coming out from the side of Team Evo. They anticipate the Benedetta. They use their carry to bait the Benedetta out. And then after that, it's just, I will pick up Benedetta after another.
So out of the entire list of repertoires from Diablo, I would say yes, the Benedetta makes good sense. Alice, sure, would have probably been a better pick for most drafts, but not if the draft has a Diablo.
Yeah.
It kind of forces, or rather, it kind of signals to us, yeah, this very likely is a Benedetta game, someone that can work alongside of the Khalid, yada yada yada. But ultimately, there's not a lot of that dive potential that Ignite managed to show to us. As such, they gotta have to go for a full-on reset before being able to come back in with a fresh new composition for us.
Yeah, and I would say Ignite Gaming do have that dive composition like what you mentioned, right? But there's a couple of times where the Zetian, the ultimate went a little bit too early. Team Evo took that as an advantage, and then after that, the Valentina could also do that same thing back at Ignite Gaming as well, right? So I think that's also something that Ignite Gaming has to work on. But apart from that, I think also, when you look at the fact that you've got a Fredgen on the other side, the non-factor right here, you're definitely going to go for carry. Makes it so much easier. Carry can deal with the Fredgen, can deal with the Khalid, and this Kalia pick at B2, I would say, is a very confident pick coming up from Coach Bitoy, because Kalia being picked so early on makes you so easy to get counted. All you have to do is just pack Purify. But just how Ignite Gaming has been doing, you cannot pack you don't pack Purify on the Khalid, you don't pack a Purify on the Fredgen, because Fredgen is a jungler, right?
Yep.
And you don't pack Purify on the Benedetta as well.
Yep. So most of the time, out of these three heroes, the Purify is off the charts, right?
That's
you
right.
Want to see that anymore. The only one that will be very likely be able to see the Purify is going to be from the Claude and or the Zetian. But in this game, they didn't run those regardless. They decided to go for Flicker, which that's going to make some sense in there. But they'll also show that they have confidence, that they are not that threatened by the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, and also, I think it's just beautiful drafting coming out from Team Evo. Going into the drawing board in game number 2, I think Ignite Gaming has to be a little bit flexible when it comes to drafting around, not only just for their team, right? I think they also need to draft around Diablo right now. Yep. Don't forget, Diablo has been analyzed to pieces in MPL Singapore. This is his hometown. Technically speaking, right? This is a home ground. Everybody knows how Diablo likes to draft. Everybody knows how Diablo likes to play as well. So, you know, Team Evo, feels like going back into, you know, fighting against the old RSG or, you know, the old Team Flash or something like that.
Yep. So unfortunately, I think that the one thing that makes it so difficult for Ignite to play is because Diablo is so renowned, right?
Yep.
Everyone knows about him. Everyone knows how he plays. What is his hero pool?
Scary to be famous, eh?
I know, right? Like if a caster like me can just confidently tell you how he plays and what he's gonna draft, then that is gonna be a very big problem.
And that's a caster, right? Imagine it's an analyst that literally goes in, dive deep into, you know, these play styles. I feel right now, I know we said that, you know, Diablo is kind of like an X factor in the previous game, previous series, especially when, you know, you're going up against Clarity. But now, going up against Team Evil, they have a coach, and they're looking at a trophy.
Yes. So, oh man. Game number 1, done and dusted. We're going to be moving on to game number 2 of this best of 7 series. The first team that managed to get themselves 4 games will be the one that wins out the entirety of MPL SG Season 11. But we still have ways to go. We're literally right at the infancy of this match. Yep. And it doesn't quite tell us exactly how the game is, in terms of tempo, which team have the tempo as of yet.
I mean, we saw how Team Evil literally rides on the momentum to glory, right? But we also seen, brilliance coming out from Diablo and also Roy sometimes. And Ignite Gaming, I think this is a time maybe you gotta have to switch just a little bit. Kelvin, I feel like he's a stronger assassin jungler. Give him his Suyo, give him his Harleys, or perhaps even a Yushin Shin or something. I think he'll make a lot of wonders. He will threaten Ven. I think right now it's all about finding ways to reach out to Ven, but you have to go through Azu, you got to go through Gear, and you also have to go through Powerful.
So what's going to be the answer for the side of Team Ignite as they go back over to the drawing board to kind of change things out a little bit perhaps? And understandably, right? If Ignite have the opportunity to play for first pick, they will.
IG going first pick, bans away the Villiers, means that they are looking at the Phobias. I think if you're Team Evil, you will take it away.
Not only that, we also need to consider the Paquito, consider the Freya as well.
Yep.
The problem about the current meta is that there are quite a bit of meta XP laners, and that will disable quite some bit of those expected XP laner plays that we can expect to see. But because of the fact that we are seeing Diablo coming in quite a lot, or rather playing as one of the damage dealers of the team, we can more or less expect that Kelvin is mostly going to be playing tank junglers as well. So maybe trying to scope that out from the side of Evil would be nice.
Yeah. Right now, I expect a Freya to be in the ban list either by IG or even Team Evil, but I feel like it's just, it should be Evil side to ban away the Freya, because so far, first pick from the side of IG in the previous series, it's mostly the Freya and the Paquito. Now they probably have to look for something else. There's also a potential Marcel that Jay could potentially use, and Powerful as well, so there's a lot of things on the table right here. The Hilda gets thrown into the banning pool. I think this is really hinting that they don't really want to see a Hilda that just hard invades. Also, which means that Kelvin may potentially go for a scaling jungler.
Perspectives expose the same truth.
Marcel, first pick from the side of IG. That is not going to give us any much information as of now. Oh man, the Evil, Freya, and Valentina. As we kind of expect, right? As long as the Freya is not going to be banned, they will be picked up in either B1 or R1.
Yep, the Valentina is a good pick against Marcel, right? Then all of a sudden you can steal the golden hour from each other, and then you just kind of duke it out, right? And also, we can also take a leaf from Diablo's book when he commanded the Freya against an enemy like this, right? You pack your Purify, you pack your Brave Smite to try to stay along in the lane as long as possible. IG decides to stick by the books. Kelvin goes back into the Fredrin.
Okay, so as long as we see the fact that Kelvin is playing as a tank jungler, always expect to see that Diablo will be playing someone of a damage dealing kind of perspective.
Right. Kimi selected by the side of Roy. Still very prevalent in this particular meta. You just easily shred through, the Freya or the Baxia if you let the Kimi free hit. But Valentina, on the other hand, yeah, this is a lot of goodies that, the Valentina could pick up from. To a certain extent, Attraction Pulse from the side of Kimi. You also can get the Golden Hour off. If, Lane is feeling cheeky, you could also apply the Appraiser's Wrath on his own, but don't do that.
Maybe this is the point in time we might actually be able to see a Sora coming in, even though it's been a long time. But I honestly kind of believe that is a direction that Diablo might be able to go into. Otherwise, other than that, there are other kind of XP laners that could do decent damage, and it kind of works for Diablo. Could be something like a Yuzhong in this case. I mean, Badang is not really a damage dealer per se, but He can't be built to play like that.
Interesting pick. If I was side of IG, maybe even a Mincetar, right? Don't forget, the bulk of Freya's power comes from the fact that she needs to dash.
Oh, yes.
And then after gain attack speed, and then you also heal from that. And that's where her pseudo damage and also tank come from. So Mincetar looks like a very good counter. As long as you land the King's Calling when the Valkyrie falls, all of a sudden she cannot jump out to gain HP, she cannot dash, she can only slash and hope for the best. And without the passive, the Freya attack speed is going to be super slow.
As we slowly move on forward, last 2 bans for both Evil and Ignite.
I'm thinking a Harif coming out soon.
Like a ban? Harif?
Against Evil. By the side
the
of
body
IG.
suffers.
Vendetta once again will be banned away by Team Evil. But don't forget, we may be overreading this, right? That Freya could go into the EXP or the gold lane anytime.
Anytime. So this is also why Evil have decided to kind of keep things very open. The 4th pick, R4, is definitely going to be picked out as a roamer, just so that they have more flexibility to play into their X-Factor position. If whether they are actually going to last pick onto a gold laner, or they're going to last pick onto an XP laner. And if they were to last pick an XP laner, then, oh boy, do we have a good game.
Yeah, last ban. I think could be targeting onto the roamers as well, because so far 3 roamers has been denied by the side of IG already. I'm not surprised if the Cho goes in. Okay, gets taken away instead. If I were Team Evil, I don't know, the Cho looks really good right here. But Clint, coming up side of Ven, we've seen Clint being used by Vanix before. In this particular patch, not too shabby. Lots of burst, got that range, but I don't think the Clint does well against a Fredrin.
And not only that, I think it is unfortunate because now Evil kind of lost the ambiguity between the who's gold and who is XP. So it actually kind of makes things a little bit more simple for IG to draft their gold laner and their XP laner.
Yeah, the Claude still open for the side of IG to take. But Claude's gonna get bullied in the lane because of the Clint. Seems like Team Evil in game number 1, they've been really prioritizing on very early game skirmishes. And in fact, we did pull out a team head-to-head earlier just now for the side of IG and Priority Gaming. IG has one of the highest first blood rate because of Kelvin. But now Team Evil feels like they are the stronger team in finding early game pickoffs like this. And IG breaking the script just a little bit. CC is not something that we
see a lot from Diablo.
Wait, hold on.
Which I was
That's an Eve.
Wait, hold on a second.
And a Valentina.
And Valentina. That's a Valentina XP. Wait, that's a XP
Valentina Rome?
No, wait, hold on. No, wait. I think that is an XP Valentina. Wait, hold on a second. Rome Baxia?
Valentina
Jungle Freya?
I think let's load into game. Let's load into the game to see this, because if they're really gonna pull a Valentina jungler, this is like hailing all the way back into the good old days.
No, yeah, I think it is gonna be a Valentina Rome though. I don't think that an either-or situation makes sense.
Powerful Valentina.
Yeah, powerful Valentina. Confirmed, okay.
That's really weird.
It is, actually. It kind of feels as though Evil is just kind of like, okay, you know what? We kind of need a bit more aerial denial in some sense in this current matchup. But I don't know what exactly forced them to the point where they really need to double down like that.
I feel like this is potentially a pocket pick coming up from the side of Powerful. I mean, I can see why Valentina can potentially go into the roam role, because later parts of the game, if you use a Valentina mid, all you do is you burst and hope for the best. You've got such a short range. You're better off something else with a longer range, especially with when you're fighting against a Kimi, right? As we go into attack pause, trying to figure out what's going on right here. But Powerful on the Valentina is really, really interesting.
Okay. So what can we expect from this entire lineup itself? CC, understandably, yes, kind of like a damage dealer that we could expect to see, but not a very Diablo-ish pick. We'll be able to do a decent amount over to the side of that Baxia, but aside from that, that is pretty much the only thing that we can expect to see, and the only thing that is scary enough, I would say. But this also kind of ruins the plan to some extent, that the CC would not be able to do optimal damage against a Valentina, because the Valentina now is a roamer.
Yeah. Pretty exciting, I would say. I really like it when, you know, players start to be a little bit creative in pulling off, because I can see why the Valentina works as a roamer, right? I think the Valentina right here is to react over to the Kimi pick coming out from the side of IG. They need to fight long range, and the Eve works wonders in this kind of roster, right? If we block out the Valentina as a roamer. And Valentina can easily steal the golden hour as well. But I would say Eve going in as the last pick, as a R5 pick against Ignite Gaming, the Marcel can easily turn off the real world manipulation. All you have to do is just land a golden hour. That's it. Or we could just land the golden hour and we'll be singing golden hour.
But okay, so what exactly are we looking out for in these composition? Because at least for Ignite, I think it is quite simple, right? Very likely that they are playing more for a front to back with that CC plus the Kimi. Even though having a Claude kind of suggests that, hey, they can play dive.
Yep. I think they can play dive, especially with the Marcel. That also enables your whole team to relocate as well, as much as in a better position to basically land in Blazing Duet. But there's also a chance where it can easily get denied by the Valentina, right? I think because of the Marcel, it can make all the combos very confusing, and not only just from Marcel, from Ignite, it also from the side of Evo, right? The Valentina could steal that away because, you know, it's roamers usually, the Valentina usually are the ones that steal away the roamers ultimate, right, most of the time, because they will be the one that show a face, you get information. That's where the Valentina could easily steal that away. But we talk about the EXP matchup, right? You mentioned about the CC. The potential dive and also juking that the CC could do, even against a Freya, even against, you know, your backline, it's just so easy.
As such, moving on forward while we kind of deal with this tech pause, the aggressiveness coming in from both teams can definitely be pretty strong. And if anything, I think that Team Evil, they do have got a very good composition that actually allows them to play relatively early into the game. Do note that the moment that you kind of pick up a Valentina into roam, you immediately will get, not say immediately, but you are one of the roamers that can actually get level 4 upon first turtle.
Yeah.
So this is something that everyone needs to remember. And this golden hour is allowed.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Team Evo, this is also a very early game centric draft, right? Freya pops off at level 1, I would say.
Honestly, yeah.
Eve level 4, Azu on the Zabaxia could just constantly spam damage all over the board. And, you know, I think for the side of Ignite Gaming, a lot more pressure over the side of CC, right? CC is the only one that could potentially shred the Baxia in the early game. And now, there's no roamer to shred, right? So who do you shred? You shred Valentina and the Freya, I would say.
And the Baxia, I would say. But honestly, I think that Evil, they're just gonna double down onto the aggression in the early game. As much as possible, that might be the direction, because whenever you see a clit, right, you assume that, okay, early game it is. Play for Snowball, play for the fact that we have a Baxia that can do jungle invasions very effectively as well. So let us put some expectations onto Evil that this is a composition that strive to hit 10,000 goal lead by 10 minutes.
Could be a tall order. I feel like Team Evil has it in them because, you know, Freya comes online very quickly. CC does need the level 4 for the curtain call to be able to be a lot more impactful in team fights. But I would say also, Jay, Esther Marcel has to try to find a way to slow down, right?
Ignite and Evil coming into this game number 2. Definitely a little bit of a destruction of tempo with this small little technical pause. But to be fair, we gotta have to really focus down to ensure that all of the players and the teams have ensured that, you know, all of their, you know, latency problems are completely resolved. So at this point in time, the last that we heard is that Team Evil, they do have a little bit of latency issue with one of the devices. So we want to ensure that, you know, sportsmanship as well as everything is a goal. That every single one of these players are comfortable and they are playing at their peak performance.
Yeah, I think definitely sportsmanship is very important, but also, you know, we also can talk about, you know, if you look at Team Ignite, You know that meme, the Scooby-Doo meme?
Yeah,
do people still watch Scooby-Doo at this point?
You take out the mask.
Yeah. This is RSG, the old RSG.
Yeah, this is Ignite. Take it away. Oh, look, RSG.
Yeah, like even though CS and Diablo hasn't played together, but don't forget Diablo and CS was a sub back in the good old days with RSG, and then Diablo probably also played with them because sub being subs, right? Roy also made the debut in RSG. Jay also once in a while joined RSG, and Jay also played with Diablo as well in Team Flash, right? So I would say that earlier just now I did ask the question, hey, whether Ignite, this is the introduction to Diablo may be a little bit confusing, but hey, it feels like Diablo is fitting in like a glove. But the only thing I would say is whether Kelvin can step up to be a tank utility jungler, because Diablo is definitely going to go into this damaging jungler roles. But it seems like, as long as he gets his Fredrin, I think so far he's doing okay.
But I do kind of miss Kelvin playing more aggressive junglers, though. I gotta have to.
Same.
I gotta have to say that out.
Yep, and look, so far he's played 7 games of Fredrin. And don't forget, he probably played 1 or 2 games during the regular season, but he's playing a lot more tank junglers going into the playoffs as well. The 2 of the other games, the Baxia, technically speaking, a Leomord also works. Something like a tank utility jungler as well towards the later parts of the game, but you do have a lot of snowball, a lot of damage in the mid game.
And of course, a little bit of a recap as to what kind of junglers we have saw from Kelvin before was like Harley and mostly Suyo.
Mostly Suyo.
Yep. 2 games onto the Lancelot, which we actually saw in the previous series. That was quite a banger. But aside from that, we have Nolan and Fanny that was brought in before.
So, especially when the meta currently, you're starting running out of bans, right? Like, it really opens up to a lot of different pocket picks that potentially could come out. There's also, even in this particular, for the past 2 games, both Azu and also Kelvin definitely knows how to play the Fanny, but both these 2 teams opted not to go for the Fannies, not to go for these, because I feel like you review the Fannies so early on, you're going to get countered down by the Badang and even the Moskov to a certain extent. It's a lot easier to kind of, counteract.
But with this all done, and of course, with a quick little recap, I hope that everyone had a pretty good, idea as to how the games are going to be played out between Team Evil as well as Team Ignite. All in all, Team Evil and Team Ignite, they have been at each other's throat for quite a bit now. And regardless, that is going to be a pretty good game that even we saw in the regular season. And in fact, even during the entire playoff itself, we did see Evil going up against Ignite once, and I believe that was a 2-0 in favor, of course, of Evil.
Yep, 2-0. Team Evil going up against Team Evil week 2, day number 2. We also have to say that, they did Ignite Gaming did a pretty good job yesterday, forcing Team Evil all the way. There's a potential, there's another parallel world where, it was Team Evil at the lower bracket finals instead of Ignite. But of course, we always have this conversation, right, when it comes to the grand finals. Does the lower brackets team get that momentum boost because they won in the previous game? Or will the team that is fresh off the boat come into grand finals with a fresh mindset and they're ready to play? We also seen, Team Evil once in a while comes in the game, it feels like they haven't woke up, and then after that, a couple games, yep, I'm ready to strike.
The thing about, the players or the teams in MPL Singapore is the fact that the moment that they have, gotten a crown for themselves, the moment that they jump, there we go, the moment that they jump into an international stage, they level up considerably to the point that even a draft like, or rather a team competition like Ignite Gaming seems to definitely have a little bit of trouble, if not a lot of trouble, dealing with Evil. If we were to kind of look at that in the previous season, I would say that they will probably be very, very equal in terms of power level.
Yep, CS getting pushed all the way back out, back it easily, but hold on. A bit of engagement coming out from Jay in the mid lane for now, but I feel like we're gonna have to lock in on the powerful on the Valentina, right? Valentina on Flicker and also on the Brave Smite, right? These are basically a very interesting replacement for the time Valentina. What kind of items do you think that the Valentina roam can build?
Honestly, I think that he can kind of go for the normal and the typical kind of pick that you would usually go for a Valentina. I think the number one item gotta have to be the glowing wand.
Right.
You don't have to play super tanky. This is the kind of situation where you are playing like a Hellcat roam, Natalia roam kind of situation. You just don't get the elusiveness. Right? Yes, it's bushwhack kind of style, but you don't get the elusiveness from either of these two heroes. But at least as a Valentina, you don't find yourself in too much of a problem because you have very good mobility, unlike these other two heroes that I mentioned.
Yeah, another way is to also see the Valentina as a tank, right? Don't forget, you can build her as Oracle. Once you're a level ahead of her, once she's ahead level of you, you could just, she will do a lot of damage to you, of course. But you can also, she will also start life stealing, right? So there's a bit of a regen coming in for her kit, but she relies on that 30% CDR so that whenever she dashes, she gets to hit 3 times in the first kill.
Regardless, this Valentina definitely caught up completely off guard. But as we mentioned before, a level 4 roamer that have access to Golden Hour by the first turtle is going to mean a lot. This is going to skew the game towards the direction of evil very early into the game, but that will also mean that there is a lot of pressure onto them. Definitely. They need to be able to fully utilize some of these advantages that they are able to get, and right along with it, they need to really be very aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of roster that you definitely agree. You really gotta go in super aggressively. The Valentina, you know, apart from benefiting from the roamer blessings, you also just, as long as you poke, as long as you do damage, you are gonna get a significant amount of XP, especially when everybody stacks together. Loads of XP for themselves, and all of a sudden you're just like ahead of the XP. To a certain extent, you'll probably be a secondary mid laner as well. The last time,
honestly, yeah,
the last time we saw something like this is Zoma Venus and Wise, right? The Novaria and Eve mid lane duo as well. That's something that Zoma Venus did pull off before.
Well, that is something that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, it makes me feel old just thinking about it.
Hey, let's not get there. Let's not get there, alright? we may be old, but we ain't out.
Hey, at least I give you an out, right? You know, the epitome when I feel old is just now when I was playing I was at the Indomie booth, and there's this you know, you need to press at 13.2 seconds. The closest I get is 25, and I tried 3 times.
13.2 seconds, but you consistently press 25?
No, sorry. Click on 13.25.
Oh, 13.25.
You need to be 2-0.
Ah, right.
And then this one dude just saw it, came in, and then just pressed, and he got it, 13.2, and he walks away with his epic skin.
You old.
I'm old. I agree. And then there's also the 1v1 move earlier just now, and there's this somebody comes in over, hey, 1v1 me. I'm like, maybe I'll pass. I'll stick to talking.
Oh man, while we're kind of talking about this, right? Everyone that is here in the in D-Marquee, we do have a lot of things that is going on, and in fact, other than the fact that we have MPL SG Grand Finals ongoing, we have a lot of activities that is going on right here in the offline settings. So if anything, if you're kind of bored out of your mind, you don't really want to watch MPL from home, you can always watch MPL in venue itself. We do have a trade show going on, so we, quite a lot of things going on. Right behind us, we have Indomie, and perhaps I think I even see like a Calbee, claw capture kind of thing. Yeah, I haven't eaten my Calbee snacks today just yet, so I need to
No, please don't. I need your voice.
Okay, by the end of the day, I guess. By the end of the day.
At the end of the day, go ahead.
By the end of the day. Other than that, I think that we have a couple of booths coming in from the different organizations as well. I believe I saw a couple of booths such as Syndicate. We saw a couple of even Ignite as well. One thing that I thought it was really interesting is that Ignite had the Any Wheels logo onto their jerseys. They brought in like 2 bikes in their booth.
Dude, you know, the first day on Friday when I came over and take a look, I was like, who brought 2 bikes into an expo, right? Like,
Casually
why?
just riding into the convention.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a really good job that Ignite, you know, forming doing a very good job, I would say, in terms of organization at the same time, you know. Not only just that, I think the player also just improved quite significantly as compared to their last season. They're really in it to win it, and they're really posing a very good challenge on the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, and not only that, right? We talked about the trade show, we talked about the event, we talked about a couple of side activities. I believe that on the opposite side of the trade show, we do have a tournament that is happening as well. It is a card tournament on the side, but I'm not too sure whether the game is still ongoing as well. So if you're interested in some of that, you can always come down over to the Marquee to see what exactly is going on throughout this entire event.
Yeah, of course, you know, loads of offline activities all across the board. So yeah, I was, you know, during the downtime or 2 hours, I was literally walking around as well. And, you know, personally, I'm a massive fan of spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel?
I just like spinning the wheel and not winning anything. It's fine. I just want to see my luck because I'm known for very bad luck. And I was spinning the wheel at the Speedy Ninja booth earlier just now, and I spun the wheel. I got the tier 1 gift, but I'm really shy because I didn't do any other activities. And then I didn't do any activities. I don't need to redeem anything because it feels like I'm taking things for free.
Oh God, man.
I'm a gremlin.
You are a disgusting fool.
I am a goblin.
Yeah, you are quite a little goblin. At this point in time, you just call him
shiny. It's precious. Precious. Yeah, we're still in a slight tech pause. We're going to troubleshoot, you know, making sure everybody is well equipped for the game number 2. But, you know, game number 1 just now was really decisive, right?
It is. It is. In fact, game number 1 kind of ended a lot more quick than I wasn't expecting. Because, I mean, you can pretty much hear the levels that I'm going for. I thought that, yeah, there's no way they're going to end the game.
Yep.
But in the end, they did end the game solely because of the fact that Ven is like so ahead.
Yeah, it's too far ahead. But with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to go on short break. Don't go away because game number 2, Valentina Rome, is something that we'll be looking out for in game number 2. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
straight on into the game and into the land of dawn between Ignite Gaming versus Evil as we shake it all up and ensure that there is no more technical delays when it comes down to the ping spikes. No more of that. We will have a competitive game right in our midst.
The one thing I want to shake is a Calbee pack right now.
Oh, shut up.
I'm never going to lose weight at this rate.
Yeah, I agree. But you know what else I agree is the fact that we have a game and a fight going on. But it seems like it is just a small little poke fest coming in from both of the teams. But the turtle is going to be what we are going to be expecting to see. At this point in time, Powerful unfortunately still at level 3 though, so he did not manage to deal enough damage in order to hit that level 4.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. Powerful still, and also Team Evil was still able to secure the first turtle. But you know, Gear versus level 4 Diablo, I think this is something also quite interesting down in the bottom lane. Seems like Gear is doing a lot more job.
RWM just going to be popped up coming in, but it seems like Blade will be able to get himself away from all of that.
Yeah, first blood given over to Jay. Yeah, it seems like there's a gamble coming out from the side of Powerful, but hold on a second, can CS placing duet onto Ven.
As we see that the members who are coming in from the side of Evil, they want to play things a little bit in a slower kind of form, but down to the bottom lane, that is where Diablo is trying to go for something against Gear as he gets himself right out of there, flickers himself, and tries to go in and out of it.
Yeah, burns a flicker, burns the ultimate, but that's also time wasted by the side of Ignite Gaming, focusing on Gear for now, but you know, currently, I'm still not sold by Powerful's Valentina as of yet.
Not yet, but perhaps we'll see that in a short bit later. He did manage to steal the golden hour, so at least from that point, we might be able to see some big fights, which is pretty much the MO for the side of Evil. They want to go for big fights, they want to do something about this. However, they don't have that AoE kind of damage dealers from the side of Evil. If anything, they're gonna have to leave it over to Gear, who needs to kind of get out of his lane.
Yeah, and if you notice the rotations coming out from the roaming duo, right? Even though Azu, the boxer, could be just there in the right place at the right time, but Powerful being the Valentina is a little bit slow to the fight. And this is the kind of high-tempo game that Team Evil brought to the picture. I'm expecting a lot more rotations, but it seems like Ignite Gaming is the one that focuses on the ganks.
As the placement duet goes down and straight away whip it all out over to the side of Van. The one that gets a kill in the end of the day, it is gonna be Kelvin.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late for Powerful to rotate all the way up top. So losing Van earlier just now allows CS to breathe just a little bit, and it helps him to scale all the way to the late game. But hold on, seconds, golden hour.
Oh, the traction pulse didn't manage to land on the Powerful. In fact, the golden hour didn't really kind of get it right, to be fairly honest. It wasn't able to kind of stack together with the traction pulse at that point in time. So if anything, it's a wasted golden hour, which actually leads to quite a lot to this upcoming fight. Diablo currently at the edge of the RWM did manage to get himself walking away as the fight continues to go on to a standstill. Where the members coming from the side of Evil, they're just gonna clean themselves right into the faces of Ignite. While Gear just gonna be pushing himself over to the backlines of his own team. Kelvin, not a lot of HP to work with, but he will be able to get himself running away. Ace rolling thunder, but wasn't able to land on anyone.
Yes, Team Evil will be able to secure the second turtle, but Ignite will be able to take another head earlier just now. But you know, you start to see Powerful has to come in a little bit too much, jump all the way to the back, and then the golden hour does slow down Ignite Gaming tempo just a little bit. Gear also securing the turtle. I think that's the only consolation prize from side Team Evil. We need to see more coming off Team Evil because Ignite Gaming has the better scaling.
We're going to be coming back to a point where things are going to be getting a little bit on the slower end. I do like the macro decisions coming in from Team Evil as they try to pull back the creeps a little bit, allowing the creep way, or rather allowing the turret to destroy every single one of those ballistas. But now, down in the bottom lane, Ignite tried to go for a kill down on the Gear, but unfortunately that did not work out.
Yeah, Gear's too slippery, right? Like, all you have to do, once again, burns away the flicker and also the ultimate, so no more flicker for the next turtle fight all the way up top, but it also gives Ignite Gaming a bit of a breather, right? Currently, yes, Van does drop down dead once, but, you know, Clint can scale quite scarily all the way to the mid parts of the game. But, you know, if CS got there first, there's a whole lot of problems for the side of Team Evil. If you take a look at the items right now, Demon Hunter Sword is secured by the side of CS and Evil. Wow, that's a very aggressive itemization coming out from Ven. Endless battle right off the bat, and then after that, goes straight for the Sky Piercer.
As both team kind of starts to play a little bit on the slower end. We take this time to kind of take a look at the itemizations. Most importantly, take a look at the Freya, which does have got the golden staff for himself. And on the other side, it does seem that Clint does have a lot of gold to his own name as well. So far, Team Evil, the other one which does have that economical advantage.
Yep, Diablo's trying to spread some damage onto Gear, but I think the Freya will do a lot more damage against Diablo towards the later parts of the game, definitely. And also, you know, it's an AoE.
Down to the bottom lane, immobilized down to the van. He tries to get himself running away, and the flicker is just going to be looking to be great. Powerful, even put down his own golden hour to ensure that there is not going to be any more pursuit from the side of Ignite, effectively saving Ven. The movement is now just going to be moving up to the top lane, while Blade just going to opens up the RWM to try to stop Kelvin as well as Diablo from running backwards. Jay joined into the team fight, while the top is Poissons from the side of Azu flushes the rest away as well.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming's rotation is really quick, right? Because of Jay could just be one place at a time, and then after that appears in another place and another. And earlier just now, because of the Venn diagram of the golden hour, all of a sudden, you know, Jay wasn't able to use it to kill off the top side fight, right?
Yep.
I think right now it's just a very weird movement. Both these two teams are inching for a fight. The skirmishes are happening everywhere, but nobody's going down as of now.
Gear doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. As such, he's just going to be burning out a tad little bit, but he should be able to get some HP back. As you can see, he's not scared of anything at all. In fact, putting up a chase down over to Diablo. He pops himself a little bit, and of course, he makes sure that Gear would not be able to get some free strikes off of him.
Yeah, look at Powerful. Look at that menacingly. This is a very different Valentina, right? You're not expecting the Valentina to do this. The Oracle is the first item. Works well against Roy, but then...
Blasted him down. Almost immediately down to the bottom lane. Ven is literally going to be on curve for quite a bit. In fact, I think it is far ahead of the curve.
Yeah, he's already got the Sky Piercer. So if you talk about distance in terms of the curve, but hold on a second. Blade.
Ignite pushes themselves into the face of Evil. RWM style play would be able to hold the rest of the members down, but Powerful opens up his own golden hour to kind of lock Kelvin in and buy a little bit more time for the members from the side of Evil to bring down in the bottom lane. A Pringle Trap lies down over to the side of Evil, pushes the rest away and ensures that Diablo gets away.
Yeah, and now it's just, you know, members of the side of that game is slowly dipping off, right? Evil has already reached a critical hit, power spike, then reached there first. Go on Sky Piercer, trust his own team to be able to do something. Powerful is so tanky, he just stands there and takes all the damage from the side of Roy.
He's not caring about anything at this point in time.
Bless you.
Thank you. He's not going to care about anything at this point in time. With the Brave Smite, he naturally will be a little bit more tanky. And of course, even when it comes down to the Brute Force Breastplate, this guy is not caring about anything.
Yeah, and he's got the necessary CC reduction from the Brute Force Breastplate. Also gained a lot more movement speed from that Oracle. I think that's a very interesting core item. This is a very interesting build, right? It's oh, hold on.
It kind of worked out, but right now, Jay, unfortunately, wasn't able to do too much at that point in time. I thought that he would be able to drop down his own version of course, but it doesn't seem like he was able to do too much when it comes down to the golden hour. As such, a double kill credited over to the side of Ven. That puts him way ahead even more.
Yeah, that's already 2 stacks of Sky Piercer if you're counting, ladies and gents. Team Evil is relying on Ven to basically push out the damage, start to outpoke Ignite Gaming one after another.
Heavily aggressive coming in from the side of Evil. With that, they did manage to take down a total of 3 turrets, all of which are the first tier turret.
3 stacks. Thanks, Ovi.
Oh, thank you.
On the Sky Piercer sack, but now going into, I believe, Blade of Blade of Despair. And also, don't forget, Ven has already secured another critical item, right? The Malefic Gun, which means that, you know, CS has to play a little bit scary. Don't forget, CS needs to die, and that's where Ven first skill goes into shine. This is a bit, albeit short range, but it's a massive burst. If CS doesn't play his cards right, he's going to get busted down even before the blazing duel even finishes.
It does seem like right now, Ignite Gaming, they are in no shape to be able to contest for the Lord. As we mentioned before, Evil wants to play for the early game. They may not be able to get the 10,000 gold within 10 minutes, but at this point in time, they are far ahead enough to be able to do a number. RWM opens up. Jay was trying to get himself right into the face of the enemy. Does not have a golden hour. As such, they bring him down as well. Both the Marcel as well as CS.
Yeah, that's a very interesting interaction, right? If you notice, Powerful was literally running around the golden hour from Jay, and he's immune to all of that. And even though Jay was thinking that he could actually catch up to Powerful, Valentina IMU, I don't know, this hero is just making our lives a lot more confusing.
At this point in time, I don't even know whose golden hour is it. Whether it's a golden hour or a hot golden minute. It's really tough to tell. But hey, when the ultimate does eventually appear, well, we're just gonna look
at the outcome, right?
Gonna
have to look at the outcome. Don't forget, this is the first Lord sent by the side of Team Evil. Just now, Team Evil's blitz through Ignite Gaming. Leave no cinders behind. Team Evil hoping to do the same. Jay leading on the charge.
As now the rest of the members coming from the side of Evil, they want to take down this inhibitor turret at the bottom there as much as possible. As you can see, Kelvin is just going to be putting himself right in the face of Evil. However, they are all eating up the entirety of the golden hour. Jay, he will find himself taken down. The members from the side of Ignite, they are unable to hold the fort down anymore. As such, here, he jumped himself right into the face of Roy. Takes him down, and so will the inhibitor. The mid-lane inhibitor will finally be the next person left. However, Powerful will go down and sacrifice himself. It comes down to 3v3. No, make that 3v2. Diablo now makes its way back over to the fountain. The middle lane Creep Wave marches in, and Evil successfully takes down two of the inhibitor turrets.
Now it's a 2v3 right here. Members of Side Ignite Gaming starting to go, but Team Evil working on the core.
They want to really take down the core as much as possible, and indeed they will, with the hands of the player. And that gotta be the power of Clint coming in from the side of Ven.
What is this? Team Evil speed running MPL Singapore?
That's not something that you would want to see of the grand finals, because both games, they ended it off sub 12 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes 40 seconds from the previous game earlier just now. Game number 2, they go in with a plan, an interesting plan, mind you. Powerful on the Valentina, kind of make it a little bit confusing for the side of Ignite Gaming. And then he came online so quickly, even before, you know, CS could basically go in. I feel like Evil has finally cracked the code against Ignite Gaming, right? We win early, we force aggressive plays. This is exactly where Gear, Mod Dude, is feeling himself.
Honestly, that Valentina threw us off guard, but it worked out pretty darn well into the later stages of the game. As we kind of take a look at the game 2 highlight, there is of course very big plays coming in from both teams, but most of the time Evil has got very strong control of all of that, because they have an immense amount of damage as well as crowd control that eventually managed to help them a lot.
Yeah, and you know, it's just Ven just well protected, right? Like, it was able to just deal the damage from afar. And remember earlier just now in game number 1, Ignite Gaming tried to find a way to access the backline as well. Look at this golden hour. Everybody stop, enjoy the sunset, enjoy the photo shoot as well. And then when everything just come back online and turn off online, don't forget Team Evil so far ahead. Ven is also outputting so much damage from the backline. He is super aggressive, trying to force it a little bit too much. You know, if Team Evil actually, you know, if Powerful and also Gear, you know, throw their bodies literally at Ignite Gaming and they lost that team fight, I would say Team Evil is foolhardy.
Okay,
but sometimes, you know, fools get away with things.
Yeah, I mean, this game may not be a sub 12 minutes. As you can see, it's currently like 12 minutes and, you know, close to 45 seconds in some sense. But in the end of the day, it is still a very impressive game coming in from the members of Team Evil.
And, you know, it's like queuing up in rank and then all of a sudden, hey, it's like the enemy is literally trying hard. Team Evil, you can feel the try-hardness from them. They really want to lock their ticket all the way to Paris.
They're just 2 games away, and Ven getting himself the MVP. Of course, with a total of 7 kills, 1 death, 0 assists. The amount of Sky Piercer stacks coming in from this marksman is just absurd.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? Clint definitely scales harder, faster, but CS scales harder. And as long as CS doesn't hit that critical point, Team Evil is going to take advantage of that. That's why, you know, Azu leaning over to the Vaxia, you're leaning over to playmakers that could just pop off in, you know, sub level 1 or level 2, and then, you know, try to blitz Ignite Gaming down. There's a few times where Ignite Gaming was able to get away the early game stage. If they're not able to go there, they do have CS to come in as the late game insurance, but Team Evil is denying the insurance from Ignite Gaming.
So that all said and done, game number 2 is done and dusted as we look forward to game number 3. Ignite Gaming, they have a lot that they have to digest and kind of go back to the drawing board about. I guess, you know, scaling the late game undoubtedly is super important. However, it does seem like they are unable to crack the code as to how their composition is supposed to be with the addition of Diablo. Because we know, and you know, we're kind of used to the fact that Kelvin has always been a very aggressive jungler. But ever since Diablo comes in, you kind of need to expect a little bit more of a power shift between Kelvin onto Diablo.
Yeah, you talk about the power shifts, right? But Team Evo putting a power move against Ignite Gaming, right? Look, it's just... There's so many times that I was like, wait, this is a little bit too crazy. Don't forget, in the game number 2, all throughout the Land of Dawn, right? The skirmishes happening everywhere. And for the side of Ignite Gaming, you know, they're handshaking these fights, hoping to get a lead. But, you know, Diablo is unable to win against a gear on the Freya as well. Because don't forget, that CC, I would say, is it's a bit awkward, I would say. I would say this is a time where, you know, Diablo could even go back into, I would say, Lapu Lapu, try to deal with the Freya. Or maybe perhaps, right, you need someone else, like even perhaps, you know, switch Kelvin back into an assassin jungler in order to get that early game advantage. Because if Ignite Gaming's game plan right now is to scale all the way to late game and then we fight Team Evo at late game, as of now, Exhibit B. Exhibit A was game number 1, Exhibit B is game number 2. It's not working so far. Yeah. So at least for game number 2, right? Trying to see a CC in the XP lane while your jungle is Fredrin is actually a bit of a problem, at least for me. They are kind of lacking in terms of the damage department in the early stages of the game. They do not have anyone that can realistically be able to put up a lot of pressure in that stage of the game in order for them to scale to the late stages, which is something that Claude needs. Yeah, Claude needs the time. And none of the members from the side of Team Ignite is kind of able to supply that. Buy that time, right? Yes. Because Team Evo also, you know, they're super aggressive. You saw, I think Gear jumping in with the flicker of ultimate as well is just like, that's crazy, bro. And then Van, even in game number 1, flicker in to secure 2 kills. Man, that carry game, that's crazy, bro. Honestly, at this point in time, I think that the problem that we see from the side of IG is that they don't have an equivalent from the side of Evil, or they don't have an equivalent to from their side to, I would say, go neck and neck with the members or the power members of the side of Evil, be it their own you know, mechanical prowess, or perhaps in terms of hero picks even. I feel it also boils down to how Team Evo, you know, throughout the regular season, they really practice a lot. You can see the chemistry among the members of Team Evo, especially today, I would say. It's very impressive, right? As compared to the past few days as well. And whereas Ignite Gaming, they also need to struggle with, you know, the introduction of Diablo into it. You know, we kind of bring it up back once in a while as well. As compared to, you know, even though Diablo fits back in like a glove just a little bit, but compared to how, you know, Team Evo is performing today, they are on fire, man. This is the classic occasion where we say that a team that sticks together will naturally be able to do a lot better because they are so experienced with one another and they just know each other very well. Chemistry naturally follows through. And understandably, when you come into if you come in to import a player, of course, when it comes down to transferring Diablo into the team, undoubtedly there will be some power shifts within of the team, and I think they can definitely get some winning pointers here and there. However, it doesn't miraculously up the level of power within of the team because yes, maybe in the departments of XP, maybe better than Insanity to a certain extent. But in terms of the team fight scenario, in terms of chemistry, do they really have that in check? You know, you talk about team fight scenario, immediately after I'm just reminded of the Team Evo magic. That was Team Evo magic earlier just now, right? I felt that they kind of lost it already during the regular season, but somehow this is like, whoa, that's Team Evo magic, right? Yes. All the way back, the level of aggression they have, and also the rotations was so quick, and they literally caught Ignite Gaming really off guard all this board. Even though Jay could be at the bot lane at the top with the rapid boots and also with the support emblems as well, but it's too fast, right? Because Gear can also just put a lot of pressure in the side lanes, and not only just that, you also got Azu that could just roll all the way up top to support Van. Once Van comes online, if you notice, Van is going in for heroes that really cover line very quickly as compared to your past few heroes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that is the strategy against Ignite Gaming.
Honestly, I absolutely love the fact that you mentioned about the evil magic.
Yep.
It's something that we don't see a lot in the regular seasons. We thought that, hey, they have been dabbling around with a lot of macro plays, and they're not exactly inherently aggressive like we normally see in the previous seasons. But coming into the playoffs, that's the kind of evil magic that we are expecting.
Yeah.
The very game number 1 that we saw, expecting that, hey, okay, they are gonna play it slow, they're gonna play it steady, they got the Lord, they push in, but suddenly something just struck them, and they decided, look,
it's like
we can end the game.
Yeah, it's like that light bulb moment, right?
Yes,
and
eureka moment.
Yeah, and just now, I wasn't expecting the, just now when I was at the last team fight, right? There was a moment I was like, I don't think they can end this.
Was it the Flicker Freya play?
No, before that. Sorry, after that.
Oh, after that.
So, remember when it's
Valentina Russian.
Yeah, 3 versus 2, that kind of situation.
The 3v3, Valentina goes in. Oh no, at the point it was like 5v4 or something like that. Valentina went in to sacrifice herself, and then it became a 3v3. And then I think that at that point in time, it was like kind of gear. They're trying to go for something.
Yep. Yeah. Anyways, it just feels like that I thought that Team Evo couldn't end the game. If you watch other MPL Singapore teams, this is where most of the teams back off, but this is not what they did. Team Evo just went all the way in, isolate the prize, take the call immediately.
So with that all said and done, it does seem like we are gonna be well ahead of time, and we are gonna be jumping in to game number 3 right off the bat. And of course, game number 3, so far, it is a 2-0 in favor of Team Evil.
Man, it feels bad for Ignite Gaming. I feel bad for Ignite Gaming, right? Look, they worked really hard to get into this moment, especially top 2 in MPL Singapore Season 11, just to see a very online Team Evil, right? Like, they're so locked in as compared to the regular season period, and it feels like they've been playing together for 100 years. Just to get, and imagine if you're an Ignite Gaming fan, getting blitzed down by Team Evil.
It doesn't feel good.
Doesn't feel good.
No way. I think that, typically, you gotta take 2 losses before you start to wake up. Which I think that for Ignite, that might be the case right now.
That cough was not real. that cough was me, like, remember yesterday?
Rehearsed.
Yeah, remember yesterday when Ignite Gaming did a 2-0 against Team Evil and Team Evil woke up? This is the point.
This is the point. So as such, we are going to be jumping in over to the banning of the draft pick, right? We do have got the Juicin, Phobius, and Suyo that's been banned out from the side of Team Evil. And for Ignite, they're going to be focusing on to the Marcel as well as the Paquito.
Yep.
Understandably, Freya. Oh!
No protection.
Finally giving Freya again.
Freya first pick over the side of Team Evil is strong, right? And I'm not really convinced by this Baxia ban. I am thinking, they could go ahead and ban other things, like even to a certain extent, even the Freya, right? I think that was a perfect ban, so that at least you start equal Stevens. But now you give a Freya prior pick over the side of Team Evil, but no, seems like Team Evil. This is a very rare opener, right? Only today we start to see Valentina as a first pick.
It became a priority. It became kind of like a flavor to a certain extent. As a matter of fact, speaking of flavor, we haven't really quite seen Chip being played too much for these matches as of
for
now.
The series, right?
Yeah, the series, right? Let's kind of date it back a little bit, right? Chip was nowhere to be seen in the banning and the pick stage in game 1, and game number 2, that is the same.
Maybe they're not leaning towards that, but the fact is, I think Coach Bitoy, this is psychological warfare right there, right? Game number 2, you whip out the Valentina, you whip out a Valentina rogue.
I've been waiting for so long.
And then now in game number 3, you first pick a Valentina.
Oh.
I bet you Coach Ramsey is like, oh my goodness, is this potentially going to be a Valentina rogue again?
It's IG. IG is giving away the Freya again. It kind of surprises me. I'm not too sure. Is it because of the Diablo effect in this case? Oh, it's an Archon!
Why are we are pulling literally heroes that are not usually seen before. Valentina, Rome, a Clint. To a certain extent, this is getting really spicy up track. I love it.
Okay, so with the Akai out here, that is no way that we're gonna be seeing a Rome Valentina again. But Evil, this time, they're shifting their focus a little bit more towards the later stages now, it seems, as they picked up the Claude for themselves.
Akai jungle.
No way lah.
There's
Yes way?
Yeah, they're potentially. I think right now, if you're Coach Renzi, right, they've showed a Valentina Rome. And all of a sudden, put them in Akai. Akai can go Rome. Akai can go jungle. Valentina can go Rome. Valentina can go mid. And IG only know after they pick the R4. And by the time you pick up R4, it's a little bit too late.
Too late, yeah.
Because now you have to use one hero from R5 to really wiggle out of this.
Okay, so, but at least for the side of Team Evil, there's still some ambiguity as to what we're gonna have to expect from them. But because of the pick coming in from the side of Evil with the Akai, picking up a God here is actually pretty darn good in expectations of a tank jungle. It really shreds very well with the Mystic Gush. And aside from that, we're also looking at a Kalia plus carry combination. So we do have someone that can make full use of that suplex coming in from the side of the Kalia.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is kind of similar to the Kaja Gore combo and also the Kaja carry combo, right?
Yes.
You use the Kalia to pick off, albeit not as strong as Kaja because Divine Judgment you cannot purify on that one.
Yes.
But Team Evo, if you take a look, right, the only person I would say IG could potentially or catch right now is definitely going to be Akai, right? Akai, unless Akai goes into...
remain.
I don't know. If Akai goes to jungle, definitely going to be a retreat. Then Kalia can potentially pick up the Akai, get the carry burst down, blah blah blah. That's basically it. But right now, I'm also not too sure, right? IG is starting to ban the Valir, right? Because now, don't forget, Gear can also pull out a Valir EXP as well. There's so many things that Evil could pull out from the back of tricks.
So right now, we're down to the final ban coming in for the side of Team Ignite. They have previously banned out the Valir. They're looking out for possibilities that the Valentina will go Rome again.
I feel like even a quantum computer will melt down from the sheer amount of combinations, especially from the side of Team Evo. In other games, if you cover off the team names, I'm saying, yeah, that Valentina is going mid. Yeah, I cannot confirm anymore.
Yep. I like the psychological warfare coming in from Evil over to the side of IG.
That's war crimes.
Team Ranse is just kind of like, should I not kind of thing? Like, you already have the Valentina. Do I want to waste a ban on a mage that could potentially already be played?
Yeah, is this going to be another Phrygian pick? Right here from the side of IG. Usually what Ignite loves to do is they like to hold on Diablo's pick all the way to R5, right? So Phrygian, I feel like is a no-brainer, but facing what Team Evo has, the clock can shred. If the Phrygian has some ideas, I've seen cases where, you know, the Phrygian charging up with a Appraiser's Wrath, all Akai has to do is heavy spin, and all of a sudden you're just spamming the ultimate that would never come.
That is the kind of situation that can definitely happen. And now for the side of Ignite, they are... Okay, they have decided to pick up the Uranus for themselves, and that is going to lock in for the XP lane, giving Ignite a little bit more of a leeway as to what do they want to play off of the jungler.
Yeah, and this is great, right? So far, Ignite has always picked, when they're on the red side, right? R5 is mostly the Diablo pick, right?
Yes.
But now they're going to hold on to it. But unfortunately, Team Evo has already banned away the Lancelot and the Harleys. In terms of assassins, you don't really have a lot of choices left.
I'm not too sure whether they are actually going to go... Okay, I think that they are definitely going to go for assassins.
Yeah.
I'll take that back.
The Uranus is right there.
Yeah, Uranus is the telltale sign that they are lacking in damage at this point in time. God is great, but it takes time for him to skill. Carry takes time to skill as well. So the entire team comp of Ignite kind of takes time to pop off. If anything, they need to have a jungler that is able to pop off in the early stages of the game, perhaps to be able to make a little bit more use out of the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah. Team Evo locks in the Lapu Lapu and Agathot, sending the Akai all the way into the jungle, like what I kind of predicted just a little bit.
Upon the
Now,
edge
yeah,
of the void.
I'm already feeling it. Kelvin has to definitely go for the assassin. Nolan will be selected.
Okay.
But Nolan going up against a Claw, right? Do have this burst that you require, and also, you know, as long as add on to the burst that Kalia provides, I think that's good. IG definitely switching the rules just a little bit. They're going to go for a pick-off composition against Team Evil. However, Team Evil, there's potential like what, 2 Purifies, 3 Purifies here, and 1 Revitalize on the Gato Contra.
But honestly, all in all, I do really like in Ignite's draft over here. They kind of check, they kind of check a lot of boxes, and it does help us have a very much clearer view as to what they are trying to do here. And as you mentioned, 3 Purifies coming in from to start Team Evil, but
2. Revitalize for Gato.
Oh, sorry, Revitalize. Sorry, they're green. But but at this point, right, the side of Evil, they understand that one of the main core engagement is going to be the Tsunami Slam.
Okay, look, this is also very interesting, right? Now as a Kalia, do you slam the Gato Contra? Do you slam the gear on the Lapu Lapu? But I would say Ignite Gaming this time around, they do have that benefit to basically slam these 2 heroes, right? Because you've got a carry in tow, you've got a Gord that also do quite a amount of true damage against tanks as well. They're known to shred tanks very well.
Yep. So this is a question of who is going to pop their ultimate first. Would it be the Mystic Gush first, or would it be the AOG first? So aside from that, once we kind of take away that equation, we kind of understand who is going to be the next other 3 players that is going to put a lot of threat. Whichever team that have like a lot more threat in the early stages of that fight would naturally be forced to out first in response to what they are receiving.
Yeah, but level 4, first Turtle Ignite Gaming is really scary, by the way. Right, you've got Consecration, and if you not only just the fact that Diablo can absorb so much HP, so much of the damage coming outside Team Evil. Team Evil, on the other hand, look at the 4 of the players during the first team fight, turtle fights, right? Gear, Azu, Blade, and Powerful. These are not known to do a lot of damage and shred against Diablo, right?
And not only that, actually, now that I think about it, right, for Ignite, they kind of need to go all in the moment they kind of go for a catch. Definitely. So the moment that Gore actually managed to land the ball, then he will be content with going straight up for Mystic Gush, even if he have to eat that AOG. Because if he don't do if he don't Mystic Gush, we don't even know when the next moment might be.
Yep. Diablo taking a lot of punishment. He doesn't have level 4 though. Slowly ticking away, waiting for that, but Kelvin's in position right now. You don't burst down Azu right there.
You can't burst him down, but at least it's a bit of pokes that you can expect to see.
Yep.
But Uranus versus a Lapu Lapu, you can more or less expect that the Diablo playing as a Uranus is going to be a pain in the rear.
I'm not liking the positioning from the side of Team Evil. It feels like Ignite Gaming has the better position.
And they're just going to be jumping straight in. As you can see, Powerful currently is just going to be attacked by Jay as much as possible. But the rest of the members coming in from Evil, they find themselves running backwards. Whereas Diablo picks up a kill down over the side of Blade. And now 1v1 is literally trying to survive throughout the entire occasion for the side of that the Kalia.
Man, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? I'm sorry I had to cut you earlier just now because that first turtle fight is definitely not going to go over to Team Evil. Ignite Gaming definitely, clearly has a lot more damage numbers. Yes, Evil has the tank, but you know, if you are not able to burst down the turtle and also do the damage, and of course Gear, you know, lagging slightly behind at level 4 earlier just now, well, level 3 just now, he's not going to be able to be there during the team fights, and then I think right now Team Evil was relying on Gear at the first turtle. He's not there. Diablo was able to pick up 2 kills. He's level 6 all of a sudden, and that Lapu Lapu is immediately, that threat was neutralized.
This gap window that Ignite managed to get themselves will definitely allow them to play a very aggressive game from this point onwards. As Kelvin managed to pick up the Hunter Strike for himself, and not to forget, we have 2 kills going over the side of Diablo, putting himself at level 6. So he's far ahead from Gear just now, when Gear was only at level 4. He can just literally go into the opponent's jungle and be a nuisance over to Azu.
Yeah, I think Ignite Gaming, I'm expecting that. All of a sudden, bottom half of the map doesn't belong to Team Evil anymore, right? If you notice, even Kelvin is starting to encroach that one. They're looking at at Gear, because once you neutralize Gear, all of a sudden you don't have the big game house spike that Team Evil have, and then all of a sudden your whole roster just crumble, and then after that, they have to wait all the way another couple of minutes, and hopefully Ben gets a good game. That's why we notice Powerful sticking mostly to the top.
Yep. Very good point about the mid-game power spike, where Gear is probably the only one that is able to kind of keep the team afloat, and in order to keep the entire team in a very respectable spot in the mid stages. Early game will be pretty okay, solely because of the fact that they have a Valentina as well as the Akai, but the skill doesn't really go too crazy without the help of a Lapu Lapu.
Oh, nice rotation coming off from Team Evo though. Ignite Gaming focusing a little bit too much of Gear down the bot lane, allowing Team Evo to secure that turtle. I think it was Team Evo, you know, that was lucky that the turtle is all the way up top, allowing, you know, Ven to help in with the turtle takedown.
We do have Nolan that made himself down to the bottom lane at home. He should be able to do quite a number from that point on and try to take down the turret ASAP. But unfortunately, wasn't able to do quite much. Diablo proxying in between the lanes. He did manage to get a little bit of information that at least we saw Gear and Azu down at the bottom.
It's just Ignite Gaming trying to limit Gear as much as possible, right? And this is how they're going to do it. They break open bot lane, and all of a sudden Gear has to play a little bit safer. And then all of a sudden you gain access. Oh, top side.
Mystic Gush coming from Roy, but it doesn't seem to be too bad of a problem, as there we go. The title strike plus, of course, Tsunami Slam allows them to be able to get a kill down on the Ven, which is very big and very important. Powerful, the one that is going to be stuck in between of the three, have no choice but to fight it out to his death.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming found the secret to the magic of Team Evo in game number 3, right? Now they found that, oh, as long as I limit Ven up top, I push Gear away, and all of a sudden, Team Evo's team fight magic is gone. They've lost a lot of momentum.
It looks like Ignite, they are very much used to having Kelvin as an assassin, as they are working on a very good pace right now. Bringing down the top lane T1 and the bottom lane T1, they will naturally be gravitating over to the middle lane a little bit more and trying to force Evil away from a defensive position for the middle lane.
Yeah, and this is Ignite Gaming, right? And this is like what I mentioned earlier just now before we go into game. This is a draft that I'm saying, yep, I agree with this draft. Yep. This draft looks scary. Nolan, albeit looking like a bit more like a Band-Aid, but his Band-Aid was able to stem the bleeding.
However, the Nolan does definitely comes into play pretty well, because we wanted someone in the early stages of the game that can make full use of the Tsunami Slam. And he does have a very strong way of rotating fast enough, and in fact definitely faster than the Akai in both occasions. So putting him above the opponents, it was always gonna be good.
Ben doesn't have to purify, only a couple of seconds away, and all of a sudden normal damage coming off of Team Evo. Ignite Gaming leading the charge.
As now Jay puts himself right in the face of Ace, pushes him back a little bit. We do not have Kelvin that is going to be jumping into the opponents just yet. They want to focus onto the turtle a little bit more. As Ace pops in with the Hurricane Dance, or rather the heavy spin right now, just pushing the rest but wasn't able to get a steal.
That was a good idea coming off of Meizu, but Ignite Gaming so far ahead. And look at Diablo just keeping Gear in check. Gear is not built out to deal with that Uranus, but
immediately, Ven gets popped out immediately without even while he's still blinking right now. Blade manages to get himself running away for a tap a little bit, but Diablo looks for different avenues to try to be able to score himself in between of Evil.
And if you notice, Diablo also do a lot of damage earlier just now, right? He was able to just keep Gear super busy down bot, and all of a sudden Gear doesn't really have, it's not that very scary Lapu Lapu anymore, right? The mid-game pulse spike for Gear is already gone.
Yep.
Now Evil has no choice but to play all the way to what, 15 minutes?
Yep, not really the fact that it is gone for the start of Gear, but it's more the fact that he haven't really quite met the conditions as of yet. The moment that he managed to meet the conditions for his quote-unquote mid-game power spike, at that point in time, Ignite is already way above of that spike, and they're not particularly too afraid of that power spike from the side of Gear.
That 2 kills given over to Diablo in the early game, I think
meant a lot.
Team Evil, man.
Yes.
You can see how Diablo and his Uranus, once on full stacks, one auto attack, it does a lot of damage. And now with Dom Eyes and the Oracle, he can literally heal and has so much tankiness against Team Evil, right? Now we have to take a look at Ven. Ven lost 3 lives already. Oh, yep.
Diablo, I don't think he's gonna die right now, but they're actually putting a lot. He did manage to get himself running away with a quick little flick of plus consecration, and he heals all the way back up. While Evil, they don't have a lot of things to work with anymore, and such a simple Tsunami Slam down on the Powerful will be putting him in the top spot. All 5 members from the side of Evil, they're just gonna be hunkering down underneath of the T2 turret, but Ignite, they don't have a way to capitalize on that.
But I think that's good damage coming off the side of Ignite Gaming, right? You can see Team Evil for a period of time is just hunkering right underneath the turret. They're not too sure what to do, and that's why Roy just lands down quite a bit of damage, quite a little poke over the side of Team Evil to keep them humble.
With the Lord now currently available in the northern area of the map, the Land of Dawn will now submit the Lord over to the hands of Ignite, fighting for their cause and ready to pillage everything that evil holds.
CS picks up the Demon Hunter sword already. That should be the last attack Trinity item that a carry needs. Team Evil on the other side, Ven is still struggling for the second item. Kelvin even already picked up a BOD, so those damage, those bursts is gonna look very scary. He's already level 15 as well.
I'm afraid that Evil can no longer bide their time for the moment in time for Ven to eventually pop off, because you can see he's having a little bit of trouble. In the meantime, the place to do it is going to be popped right now. Like Gear Bandit just bringing a kill down over the side of Kelvin, while of course a little bit more of the Tsunami Slam allows them to kind of pick up Gear, but ultimately it is not a good trade in favor. It's not a good trade for Ignite. The Lord may crash down in the top lane, but Ven will take that down really quickly.
Nice defense coming up from Team Evil right there. We'll be able to catch on Kelvin. That shutdown goal should be a consolation prize, and that's the consolation prize that Team Evil definitely needed.
Jay looks for an opportunity, but unfortunately not gonna force the issue. 110 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns in the southern corner of the map, and Ignite Gaming now it is their turn to bide their time and wait until the right time, because honestly at this point in time, Evil, they could literally implode with the wrong rumble.
Yeah. In that gaming though, I think that was a little bit too hasty from the side of Kelvin to make that mistake. Don't forget there's quite a few CCs that he has to look out for. The heavy spin, when he gets caught against a wall, he couldn't do anything at all, right? He's gonna get stun locked. Blake could easily pop him. Don't forget Nolan relies on his mobility, but he is still a glass cannon.
Diablo doing what he can do the best, and that is to be the annoyance that the team needs. He is able to just whip himself right in the middle of the team fight and just kind of get back out. And that is why he can deal a lot of damage without suffering much casualty or suffering much at all, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but Diablo is just being bait, right? While the rest of the members from side Team Evil focuses on Diablo, Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, you know, they can reposition around, hope to form a bit of a concave around Team Evil. I don't really like how Team Evil is clutching together, huddling like that, because a Tsunami Slam, even a knockup, is going to cause a lot of problems.
But I don't think that is going to be that big
or
of a deal.
Mystic Gush.
Yeah, mostly it comes down to the Mystic Gush, but it's really tough for Ignite to actually land that consistently, or rather even in that one in time. They don't really quite have the vision, they don't really quite have the information.
Yeah, but it takes one stray bomb from Roy. Everybody is that bush, and I just let down the laser.
One out of the 100%.
You never know. You never know. Roy could just land down bombs all across this bush to open up map. Caesar suddenly spots 3 people. I just land on the Mystic Gush. It makes it so easy.
That would have been godlike.
That would be scary if that happened.
Yeah. And right now, you can pretty much see the rest of the members from the side of Ignite, they're just going to be tackling down onto the Lord, while Diablo keeps the rest of the members from Evil in check, keeping them right to where they belong.
One man zones 5 man.
One man zone 5 man.
Yeah.
Oh damn. That is what you can expect.
That's devilish. That's devilish.
Devilish. Handsome devil.
Yeah. Look at that. It's just like, right now, it's just Ignite Gaming. Yeah, he's just going to heal all the way back up. Okay, Ven does damage. He has to back off.
Yeah.
You see Ven, he has to back off.
Yeah, but regardless, should be fine. There's a Lord now, moves up to the top lane. This pretty much will be able to look for something to plunder out of Evil, even though they are currently like 9,000 gold ahead of Evil. Not much to plunder if you ask me. But JJ, oh, he flickers on downwards. The title strike, I don't think that he actually managed to land on anyone. He still has got his Tsunami Slam for himself. Jay doesn't have a lot of HP, as such he will go down. As such, here picks up the kill. But the main thing that we gotta have to look out for is the middle lane and the top lane inhibitor turret that did went down. Ignite, after losing Jay, they no longer have their initiation potential. As such, they know that they're gonna have to dip right out.
Yeah, at the very least, Ignite Gaming was able to take down 2 lanes right here. Roy was land down the bomb just a little bit, was almost able to land down the Mystic Gush, but now Team Evil has to work with 2 open lanes.
Bottom lane, inhibitor is now gonna be under siege. Diablo doing what he can to kind of buy a little bit of time. Look at the Mystic Gush, the amount of damage I could deal on the Ven. But Powerful was looking for an opportunity. Unfortunately, the AOG did not land on anywhere. And such position, it's gonna be bad. Kelvin picks that up, and now they're just gonna be moving themselves right to the face of Evil, and what's awful.
Ignite Gaming is a few more steps to basically send that mid lane minion to crash against a core. Without Blade, without Powerful, they need to try to hold.
It's a 5v3 right now. AZ puts himself right in the middle and just gonna be pushing and ensure that everyone the members from the side of Ignite will not be able to do anything. But unfortunately, that's gonna be the Tsunami Slam that we need to see. Van Sun almost gets away. Narrow! But still, Evil, they managed to, or rather, Evil, they did not manage to hold it out. And Ignite will take their first game of the series.
That's exactly what happened yesterday, right? Ignite getting two almost match point against Team Evil, and now they're looking to upset Team Evil. A 2-1. They're slowly gaining back the momentum. It started from that Diablo Uranus just being a menace in the early game down at the bot lane. And there's, of course, Ignite Gaming, a lot more aggression coming out from them earlier just now to Flicker to try to do something. It almost went sideways, but Team Evil, they slowed down a little too much in game number 3.
This is the kind of results that we can expect to see from either of these two teams. It would not go into a simple sweep, especially since it is the grand finals, right? Both teams, they are well acquainted with one another. They know what they're capable of. They just need a little bit of a reset in order to come back stronger.
Yeah, but I look at this Team Evil, especially in the early game, right? They gave a little too much. Kelvin on the Nolan is also scaling out of control. You gave 2 kills over to Diablo. That Uranus, by then, you give 2 kills over to Uranus. He's already unkillable. And then, Ignite Gaming moved to kind of stem, kind of try to limit gear as a Lapu Lapu. He cannot do a lot of damage to the back line. And then it just makes it, and then after that, they shift their attention over to Van. It seems like Ignite Gaming in that small little break in between game number 2 and game number 3, they figured it out.
I think that one of the main parts that really contributed to the win over to the side of Ignite is more or less the pacing, as this is probably the only game that we saw from the side of Team Ignite where they flat out just went out to ban a Baxia. We thought that the Baxia was not entirely very necessary because Baxia, yes, it dictates the pace of the game, but not necessarily something that we would see out of a Freya, which in the end Evil did not pick up. But now that the Baxia is out of the question for the side of Evil, we can definitely tell that the pacing has changed tremendously, and Evil seems like they kind of have to play in a late game scaling composition without the Baxia.
Yeah, and not just that, right? I mean, to a certain extent, the Akai does considerable amount of HP damage, the tank he goes. But if you also notice that there's also some missed opportunity, right? I can see that, the Gadokacha are being drafted just to be able to counter the Gord. But once Gord goes into Mystic Gush and your AOD takes time to charge up, 1 second being showered by the Mystic Gush is a little bit too long.
Yeah, so the thing is, that was why in the very first part of the fight, or rather the very first part of the game itself, I mentioned that maybe Roy don't even have to wait. Because there is, of course, that wind-up time for the AOG to eventually land. And by that point in time, when we're coming to the late stages of the game, Roy has already done his job.
Yep.
He's done his stun, he's done his Mystic Gush. It is probably 2 solid seconds of Mystic Gush. Most of the members would have ran away by then, or dead, or suffered more than enough damage for the rest of the members from Ignite to kind of close the fight out.
Yeah. And if you notice, because Gord has such a long range blade on the Valentina, wasn't even able to basically steal his ultimate. Right? And also, I would like to make focus attention on Diablo's damage dealt. 58k, whereas the carry only deals 37k.
That's a big difference. In fact, for most of the game...
Of course, Roy did most of the damage.
Yeah, but most of the game, like throughout the entire game, Diablo has been topping the charts as the most amount of damage dealt. Roy really came in really clutch in the late stages of the game because that is where he's already popped off. He's already... this power-hungry, item-hungry hero has already hit critical mass in order for him to deal these kind of damage within a short span of time. But anyways, there's also one thing that we need to mention, Diablo as the MVP.
I like the fact that we had to kind of emphasize that one. But I would also say the draft coming out from Team Evil, I think the psychological warfare that Coach Bitoy was doing because of Valentina first pick and also the Akai second pick, I think that's good. but I think the B4 and B5 pick kind of let me down just a little bit because all of a sudden there's no access for the God all the way at the back line.
Now, of course, perhaps the formula of going up against Evil is to cutting down their pacing in order for, Evil to not be able to do anything in that scope of things with the Baxia.
Yep.
So cutting the Baxia might actually be the strategy. I don't know. I don't know whether it counts as a strategy, but surely Evil would not go down just because of a single ban from the side of IG.
Yep, we already game number 3. The score is currently going to be 2-1. 2-1. Don't forget, this is the best of 7. There's a lot more games to go. I'm expecting a lot of adaptation going to the next game. With that said, don't go away, ladies and gents. We're going to go on a short break. Game number 4 will be coming up next.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my head rest so that my neck doesn't get sore throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to playoff day 3 of MPL Singapore, where we have managed to go down to game number 4 with a 2-1 scoreline. At this point in time, Evil still takes the crown, or rather, they still takes the lead.
Yep. But Ignite Gaming is not too shabby either. They're still not quitting as of yet. I really love the fact that Ignite Gaming is like, you know what, we're gonna throw Diablo into your tanky junglers. Oh, hi, host, and also Mickey as well. Yeah, of course, you know, we also threw Diablo all the way back into his tank, and it allows, you know, allows Kelvin to play his assassins. Yeah, I think I'm a happy man. Yeah.
Where's he gonna go? Okay, wait, just like this. Don't run away! Don't run away! Come on, just gonna like, stop running! Stop running!
This is me when the enemy Leslie Lethal Snipes. And then you're like, stop walking! I'm stopping! Like, stop. Just
chill,
stay
man.
there. Just stay there.
Stay where you are. Let me do my thing.
Yeah.
Or else I can't do my thing.
There's a bit of a breaking of fourth wall. But of course, you know, going to game number 4, do you think that Ignite Gaming may continue to go on with a Kelvin on an assassin? I feel like Ignite may just do just that.
I think with the fact that that game went well, I would say why not?
Why not?
Why not? Because right now,
yes.
Well, because right now, right, we don't have to always go double down onto Diablo's comfort picks. I mean, when it comes down to Uranus, Esmeralda, some of these contain heroes doesn't necessarily mean that he is uncomfortable with them. It's just that those are not his expertise. He plays them. Really, he does play them, did play them for many of these seasons, and he's still really good at that. In fact, probably better than the masses at this point in time.
You know, crazy idea, Abstract. Entertain me, right? I know it's been a while since
This is not gonna go well.
Since it's been a while, I pull out a crazy idea.
Yeah, not gonna go well.
Khalid EXP Diablo.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Khalid EXP Diablo.
Khalid EXP Diablo. Okay, so the thing is with a Khalid EXP Diablo is that he plays
early game.
He plays Blade of the Heptases, kind of Khalid.
Got tankiness.
So that is damage Khalid.
Exactly what we want.
Not really the containment that we saw in game 3.
Have initiation. Okay,
yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Actually,
you're right.
yeah. You know, if they want to do something crazy right here, throw the Khalid. Don't forget. There's also a potential chance where you could just flex a Khalid, right? Throw up Khalid in R2 or B2 pick. Yeah. And all of a sudden, yeah, that's going to be a room Khalid. That hey,
it is an XP Khalid, which actually, if you kind of mention about it, this is
where he
not, this is not something that we that is too out of the. I would say this is not something that is thinking out of your ass kind of thing. This is really something that it can really happen.
Because you know the good old days, Khalid was an EXP laner.
Yes, and he was the one that kind of pulled off the Blade of the Heptases Khalid, and actually does really, really darn well.
Exactly. And exactly what I was remembering. Oh, I love the trophy on stage earlier just now. It was glowing yellow at the same time.
I can see it.
I can see it. Yeah, and of course, you know, this is something that I think can potentially just spice it up, and I love myself a bit of a drama as well.
But I kind of still want to see
Cyclops.
No. I do kind of want to see the same kind of play style coming in from Ignite. If whether they would want to do the same thing, same kind of style in game number 4. Because game number 3 it worked out. Containment on the side of Diablo and Assassins over to the side of Ricky. So, sorry, Kelvin, right? So at least this kind of helps the team in one way or another, and Diablo is still able to play a very annoying hero. He doesn't have to be the main damage dealer, he just needs to be annoying. He needs to be the one that is able to kind of cut the waves. And as a matter of fact, just to ban out the Baxia, it will re-enable that Benedetta that he usually plays on the XP by cutting waves. The Baxia was the main reason when he played the Benedetta, he's unable to cut waves because he don't have the information on the Baxia at all.
Yep. A lot of possibilities, I would say. Gonna have to answer them right here. Game number 4, the draft is afoot. Team Evil first pick, bans away to Suyo. IG response from Marcel Ban.
So, with Evil being on the first pick, first ban, it is expected that if IG do not ban the Baxia, I think there's a probability that they want to go back to the Baxia and kind of answer the question, are we really a team that really requires a Baxia? Because normally and so far, whenever they have been drafting the Baxia in the past, for the first and the second game, the Baxia has always been B3. And Ignite, I'm not too sure if whether it is a possibility for them to even play a Baxia, if whether we will see a Baxia on the side of Calvin or a Baxia on the side of Jay. These are the questions that we don't know as of yet unless they kind of showed it off to us, which as of now, they don't.
Kevin has only played 2 games of Baxia in the tournament so far.
Regular seasons, right?
Probably during the regular season when they're trying things out. Team Evo, on the other hand, Banzeri ran as I feel like this Coach Bito is saying, nope, I'm not going to be able to deal with the shenanigans. But that's...
I mean, this is Esmeralda.
Yeah, there's so many things that, you know, you need to look out for right now. Don't forget.
Contain-style heroes and all.
Freya, the Jusin, the Phoveus immediately leaks out.
Of course, there is always a lot of heroes that we need to look out for in the end of the day. So regardless, we gotta have to see what is going to be the main idea that this team is trying to go for. But Baxia ban, because it worked out once. It definitely worked out once.
I am not the only one bound by
They're going to go back
chains.
into slight basics just a little bit, but the Juicing is wide open this time round. Okay, almost immediately. And this, I would say, between the Juicing and the Baxia, I prefer the Juicing a lot, right?
Yep.
You can basically kite the Baxia so easily. You can pick it up because he definitely has to run towards you. So even if IG decides to go for the Baxia, hey, the Juicing is ready to beat him.
In the end of the day, the Juicing will not be the #1 priority if it has been picked by IG. It is still very much possible for IG to pick the Baxia if they really want to deny Evo from going towards that direction. Juicing does not say, picking up Juicing doesn't mean that, okay, you can't play Baxia anymore. But it's more the fact that Evo does have a lot of flexibility with how they want to play things. Because you want to play Dive Comp? Sure, Juicing works. You want to play Protect the President? Sure, Juicing works.
Yeah. Freya's open as well, right? And a carry pick right there is really sus. Maybe they're going to go for more of like a Fredrin kind of style going in and the R3 pick. But they opted not to go for the Freya. They're going to give it over to Team Evo. Baxia, Freya, Juicin. These are 3 of the what? A+ tier picks?
Oh no, IG actually gave them all of these. Like, okay, to be honest, we kind of expected the Baxia to be picked up from Evil. The very fact that Freya was not banned, we thought that they're just gonna be playing ping pong again, like game number 3, where the Freya was actually banned last, like the second phase.
And immediately, right, just looking at Team Evil's roster as of now, based on what Valentina, the thing about the R2 or R1 Valentina picks is that you're expecting things from Team Evil, right? But so far, you're not able to... I don't think you're able to... There's no valuable ultimates to steal from as a Valentina against Team Evil. And now IG decides to go for it, Nolan. Once again, it tells immediately what IG wants to do. Definitely going to be a tanky playstyle of a Diablo.
I'm the power
it means
of
that
light
Team Evil
incarnate.
can read you like an open book.
Yeah, so at this point in time, I don't really like the direction that IG is going because this is very synonymous to game number 1 and game number 2. And it shows, right? It shows that Evil have got a very strong grasp in this kind of game and they can end the game really quickly. So if anything, IG should look at a draft where it allows them to play early game, which is why the difference made from IG as of now is a Nolan. However, the Nolan itself is not enough. We need to have heroes from the side of IG that have more instant gratification when it comes down to crowd control.
I was thinking about Hitler, right? Something in the early game roam to be able to make up for the lost damage and also in the early game, right? But now, at the very least, IG still have a Khalid open as well. If Team Evo knows what's up, can go in and take that away because all of a sudden, you know, early game roams that has a lot of damage in the early game. Look, Kalia perhaps, but already long gone. Esmeralda banned away by the side of Team Evo.
Okay, the containment now is gone. Unfortunately, the Esmeralda is one of the best pick up here because of
Khalid. I think a Khalid.
We'll get there. All right, we'll get there. But the Esmeralda is indeed...
This R4 Khalid roam, I feel like is a no-brainer, I would say. Early game damage, Nolan can easily go in and burst anybody down. You've got solid first turtle priority in the first turtle.
So we'll see how eventually this is gonna work out for the members of the side of Ignite, because they have already went through the entire bands and So looking at the picks, they need a roamer, and to lock down a roamer is undoubtedly important. And in this case, they have decided to go for a Cho, okay, it's a J Cho.
Or it could be
no,
Diablo
never.
But okay, back to Team Evo right here, and I like this Cho pick from the side of IG, right? It denies that Khalid. Okay, Khalid right here from the side of Team Evo is interesting because there's a Valentina that can potentially steal it over. Harriet means that Team Evo wants to really lock into the early game. This is a roster, is do or die, right? I've got to scale as quickly as possible in the early game. Then after that, hope Freya could basically end the game for us because Freya does a lot of attack speed. We'll be able to push down turrets very quickly.
So now the X Factor comes in back again and looping back over to Diablo. Unfortunately, Esmeralda is no longer here and possible to be used because this is a perfect pick coming into a Harem plus the Freya. So aside from that, do they want to play more on containment? Because right now, containment is ultimately very important. I think that the Yuzhong very likely is that kind of second that we want to look for. Yeah, second best.
It feels like Yuzhong is ultimately forgotten by the meta. Akai coming in. Is that a Cho Diablo?
Wait, no way. I told you, there's no way that we're gonna see Cho Diablo.
Akai EXP lane though.
Okay, but it's okay in terms of the grand scheme of things because we are still looking at containment coming in from XP. We need that kind of containment in order to really work against evil.
Yep, okay, J-Cho is something that we've seen before. Akai, I'm not a very big fan of Akai XP. I feel like there's definitely something else on the list that can do just that, right? Like, there's so many fighters in the current patch. Lapu Lapu could also do the same, right? Albeit adding on a lot more damage, tons of damage as well, and good survivability. And also the Ignite Gaming is ready to duke it out at the early game. Because right now, in order to meet Team Evo in the early game, you need to have enough firepower. If not, you allow Team Evo to get away with the early game scaling, it's over.
I would say that in this case, having an Akai would be nice. Having an Akai would be nice. Not particularly great in EXP, not particularly great played by Diablo. I don't remember seeing him play an Akai, but I'm not gonna take him down for that. In the end and in the grand scheme of things, it is still a team game, and I want to see how Ignite want to play this out.
Lots of damage already inflicted onto Diablo up top, right there. There's a 1v1 right there between Gear and Diablo. Man, Gear at the very least is back on Freya duty.
Yep. Unfortunately, an Akai definitely would not have a very good answer to a Freya at this point in time, but it's not going to be end of the world as of yet. We do have Gear that is going to be popping for himself right in the face of Kelvin at this point, trying to go for a little bit of a sneaky steal of the jungle creeps. I don't think that he managed to steal at this point because Azu is still at level 2, Diablo is still at Azu is level 2, Kelvin is level 3. They are relatively close, so it's fair to say that, none of us know.
Yep. First blood given over the side Blade. That's a Juicing that's looking to scale as well. Khalid, I would say, credited most of the damage as well. Powerful. Chase down.
Managed to force out the flicker. That is a very big flicker, especially since the flicker at 1 minute and 30 seconds would essentially mean that the turtle and the upcoming fight afterwards, we will not be able to see any form of Raging Sandstorm. But you know what? It is a roam Khalid after all. Even during the turtle fight itself, there won't be a Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, and at the very least, right, Gear does have a lot more damage, especially when you're a Freya, does have level 4, you can just sustain and heal at the same time. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, I would say they've got a lot more burst damage. And burst damage works against the likes of Freya. Once you burst a Freya down, the Freya wasn't able to continuously get the damage, and you were just forced to heal.
I thought we might be able to see something interesting there, where I thought that it is the very old meta where the mage goes over to the XP lane to get level, and the mid lane gets levels as well. But right now, Kelvin manages to take the turtle for himself. Powerful may have suffered the death over there, but at least it is going to be a trade between the two roamers.
Yeah, Diablo using the heavy spin to kind of push Azu away from the red tree, allowing Ignite Gaming to pick up that turtle. I think that's interesting, right? Diablo is a very selfish player, and now it seems like like, hey, you know, I'm gonna give the glory back to Kelvin.
Yeah, so he understands that it is a team game after all, right? Most of the time he shines bright like a diamond, but whenever he needs to, he will always try to do his very best to be that polisher to ensure that the other team is, you know, probably better than Diamond.
He's using a diamond sandpaper in order to polish Kelvin right there. You know, the problem about Kelvin, especially as a Nolan, is that you're so weak, you really cannot like face tank the turtle as much as possible. So using Diablo right there as a heavy spin is actually an interesting way of doing it.
Yep. I mean, understandably, he is playing as a containment unit. So the main thing is he plays for the team and he needs to ensure that he creates the opportunity for his fellow teammates and they will look for a way to go in. But speaking of going in, that is the two members on the side of Evil. They jump straight in over Kelvin with no way to run away.
The Zaman Force were actually misplaced right there, right? Had Van placed Zaman Force in a wonderful position, it will be a lot more damage dealt over the side of Ignite Gaming. Losing Kelvin right there is not exactly a very good idea for the side of Ignite Gaming because, you know, it allows Azu to really farm.
I really want to eat that, man.
Yeah, I'm smelling it.
Yeah, I smell it again. Why suddenly now it's so strong?
I don't know, it's just, maybe we're just hungry, right? We
I think so. It's currently, oh, right, it's 7:30. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We are allowed to be hungry, okay?
Yeah, viewers at home can definitely enjoy themselves. And like what I mentioned, before we get into the grand finals, right? It's like, I think this is going to be a long one, right? Grab some Indomie, grab some Kelbies, we're going to be a while.
Yeah, make sure you guys don't talk, okay? Because you guys have been staring onto Smooth for a long time, right?
Smooth.
Yeah, smooth.
Squinting, no wonder I'm squinting.
Yeah, the sponsor loves me.
I like the fact that we're like just literally throwing social shoutouts because I would say nothing is going on most of the time for the side of Global Duo teams unless something happens.
And that is going to be the containment coming from Diablo. They will be able to lock two-person right immediately. And just like that, we're just going to be expecting to see a very good play coming in from the rest of the members from the side of Ignite. But just like that, Diablo, he already finds himself running away and doesn't have a lot of HP to work around with. The rest of the members Ignite, they want to run, they want to do something. For the side of Evil, they catches on over to Roy, but it's not enough to take him down.
Yeah, a lot of damage being poured by the side of Team Evil against Ignite, right? That was also a very good start, but that's when the heavy spin comes a little bit awkward, right? Now you're able to pin two members on the wall. If you are Jay, then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, do I commit to the way of the dragon to kick somebody back, albeit, you know, unlocking somebody away, or do I continue on to push up? Because right now, that was a bit awkward coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming.
As he slowly decides to move right on, with 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Evil, they have 700 gold lead as slowly losing out. But let's take this moment in time. You gotta take a look at the in-game equipment. Do know that Blade, they do have, he have the Sky Pierce.
Brother's confident, right?
Yeah.
Making sure to be able to be that cleanup crew and also provide a lot more damage that's required because there's a lot of burst damage from the side. Powerful, especially right now. Van also contributes to that one. So Blade, it's a cleanup crew followed by Gear. Gear on the killing spree, right? As long as he taps onto somebody that has low HP, he gains movement speed and also healing, and that thing resets every kill. So as long as Gear continues on with onslaught, it will be amazing.
It's going to be a kick down over to the side of Powerful. Raging Sand stomps himself right out of that. Diablo moves himself forward to the side of Azu. Unfortunately, was not able to kick him right in the face. As such, Diablo gets lifted up in the air, gets himself right out of the weave, quickly plans using the heavy speed, locks right down the Gear, gets him down! And that is something that it would really need to lift the spirits up. Diablo gets himself running away while Van drops down the Zaman Force, and he's unable to get any form of impact from that.
Gear actually underestimate onto the heavy spin earlier just now, right? Ignite Gaming just literally outplay Gear right there, right?
Yep.
Pinning Gear against the wall.
Costly mistake,
right? That was a costly mistake, especially now Ignite Gaming may potentially take a turtle for themselves.
Jay flickers himself away, no longer have any form of initiation coming in from that. Unfortunately, Azu will be able to snap and steal the turtle away right under the noses of Ignite.
Yeah, the way to deal with the Freya is to constantly CC her, find a way. Heavy spin does just that, right? As long as Gear wasn't able to dash forward and then enhance the Freya's attack speed, all of a sudden the pseudo tankiness that we know and love from the side of Freya, the attack, damage, and also the cleave that we know from Freya is immediately denied. And all of a sudden, Gear just there sitting duck, allowing CS to just burst. But don't forget, right now, Team Evil needs to explode and gain the snowball because going into sub, I would say 10 minutes mark, CS will come online. Whoever J kick, it's a confirmed death.
But unfortunately, that was a free turret for the side of Van as well, as they move forward to get a little bit more economical advantage on top of Ignite. As you can see right now, we do have Harif that's already got 5,200 gold with the Starlight Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. And his counterpart, unfortunately, is only a single Corrosion Scythe from the side of Carry. So Ignite Gaming, they are still behind, and the front lines from the side of Evil, they can still play a very fast game.
Yeah, and you see, like, Kelvin, right, trying to jump onto Blade, trying to assassinate. Don't forget, Blade on the juice in a pseudo-tank mage as well. Also does a lot of damage just in case anything happens. He could always put some beacon, gains that additional shield to basically live through that burst. So Kelvin, I would say the only target from the side of Ignite Gaming onto Evo is probably Gear or be it Ven.
As now the heavy spin coming from the side of Diablo pushes the rest of the members of the side of Evil into the Lost Pit. Jay tries to get himself away. He will be able to successfully do so. Kelvin tries to go for a little bit of backstab coming from the back, but unfortunately he was not able to successfully do that. As such, Gear puts up text over the side of Kelvin. He creates a rift, but unfortunately these rifts are not getting him out of there.
Gear angry, man. He is not happy by that heavy spin against the wall. A bit of a push and pull between these two teams. And now without Kelvin right there, the Lord is so easy for Team Evil.
The Lord is already down to half HP. Ignite looks for an opportunity, but I don't think that they have a way to come in because Kelvin unfortunately is dead. Level 12 at this point in time versus Azu level 10. This is not a situation where Evil is supposed to be able to take the Lord at all, but because of a costly mistake from the side of Kelvin where he went in at the wrong time, it allowed Gear to catch up onto Kelvin, and now Evil, not only do they have a gold advantage, Azu is catching up in terms of level.
Yeah, and the best part is, right, there's also going to be a Lord marching down, I would say, around top side, right? It's definitely going to be able to proc, means that, you know, you're going to pick up all the standing golds in the mid and the bot lane, and then Evil will escalate. This is the mid-game pulse spike that we're looking at Team Evil. He's already there, whereas Ignite Gaming, they have to buy more time. CS, I believe, right now should have the Golden Staff and slowly working towards the Demon Hunter Sword. Still needs more time. I would say right now at this juncture, you need at the very least a Malefic Gun because you need to really outrange and also cannot be so upfront against Ven, against Azu, or even to a certain extent Gear.
Unfortunately for Ignite, if they play this normally, they will not be able to get a single win in the team fight. They can definitely go for a couple of pickoffs. As such, the stakes are really, really difficult for the side of Ignite. Like I mentioned, they can't win in team fights. They can pick off, and from that point on, they try to play the neutral ground once again. The moment that they try to go for any fighting fight at this current conjuncture, they will find themselves in a very difficult spot and might find themselves with a game-ending move.
Both of these two teams committed so many ultimates around the mid lane fight earlier just now, and because of that, Team Ignite was able to burn off Team Evil's ultimates, so no damage done onto the base turret. So I would say currently that is a good defense coming out from Ignite Gaming, but right now, if you take a look at the item from CS, slowly inching to the DHS, but if you look at his counterpart, Ven, on the way, I should say that should be Blood Wings, or if she's, no, wait, hold on, he's feeling greedy, that's 3. He's got to go for that Holy Crystal, man. There you go, he's greedy.
There we go, he's greedy.
I love it when gold laners are greedy.
I mean, they're kind of expected to be a little bit greedy here. But CS looks like he will be able to help the team secure a single turret down on the top lane, almost in a very bad spot though. But Jay is just going to be putting himself right in between of himself, right between of CS and the enemies. As such, he had to unfortunately sacrifice himself in order to ensure a safe escape for CS.
But Kelvin is actually doing a lot of damage around the mid lane turret as well, trying to buy some time using Jay. But I would say Jay, this is a troll, right? It is. Oh, hold on. Azu is hunting for him, will not be able to find him.
It's fine. The only problem is that Kelvin does not have purple buffs. So the moment that Evil is able to kind of engage and kind of raid into Ignite Gaming purple buff, that is going to be detrimental to the growth of Kelvin.
Kelvin sneak level 99 right there. Will be able to escape all the way back. If Azu caught onto him, that's it.
Wait. The purple buff still went over to Ignite? Wait, hold on a second. Who took the purple buff? Powerful? I don't see that. Is that really? Check powerful. I don't think so.
No, it's not. Okay, that's his.
He still managed to take it. Kelvin should take it. That's great.
But Diablo's taking a lot of damage from Blade and also Ven. Kelvin will be able to find Gear earlier just now, and now it's just Team Evil working on the Lord. Another free Lord given over the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Ignite Gaming, they understood that they are behind in terms of behind in terms of the economy. Even though Kelvin is way ahead in terms of level, coming in between himself and Azu, he can actually try to go for a steal, which actually I'm kind of surprised that he's not trying to go for. Because right now, Evil, the only way that they are able to realistically be able to catch on to Kelvin is number one, Azu that goes in spinning right into Kelvin's face, or number two, Powerful comes in with a Raging Sandstorm. Nothing else is able to give instant gratification that will stop Kelvin from trying to take a steal off the Lord. And now, down to the bottom lane here, not looking good. The pushback position from Ignite managed to storm off with this split push coming in from Gear.
There's one pick off as well as Team Evil leads a charge up top at the same time. But two ultimates already committed. Jay looking for an angle. This is a show that doesn't have the way of the Tiger right now. So Team Evil will be looking to toy Jay Cho right here.
And just like that, he's just going to be lifted airborne and ragdoll all the way through. Unfortunately, Diablo hoped and was trying to go in to save him. But even with the heavy spin, it was not enough.
Yeah, actually the heavy spin also works wonders against the Harif, right? You push the Harif away from the Zaman Force, but Blade 3-0-3 procs the Sky Piercer easily, picks up Jay earlier just now, and now Ignite Gaming has to defend against an open fake. Kelvin right here is just trying to buy as much time as possible for CS to really grow, but that's purple buff, but Azu can run faster.
I'm not too sure about this. Kelvin no longer has a lot of ways to actually get more dashes in. As such, it's a 4v1. Kelvin made a mistake big enough that might actually make things worse for the members of Ignite Gaming.
I like the fact that OV has 4 angles. Wait, sorry, 3 angles of Kelvin dying right there. Because Kelvin, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to buy time for CS to basically grow, right? But I think it's a little bit too much, right? Now you're giving, you're dying as a level 15.
Yeah.
Giving over to Team Evil. Team Evil can catch up with EXP.
That's too all in. That's too rushed coming in from Ignite. As such, the Zaman Force now is just going to be popped. Diablo was hoping that he will be able to use the heavy spin in order to kind of push Van away. They did manage to kind of secure and make sure that their turret don't go down too much, but it's going to be down to a sliver. They're going to be fine for now. No Lord for the side of Evil. This very desperate push from Evil is actually not too bad because they weren't going all in with this with Desperado.
Yeah, Van using the Zaman Force to a good angle so that, you know, he doesn't go a bit too deep, right? As long as zip zap around the front of the turret, he's hoping to take it down. Diablo going to heavy spin is also a threat for the side of Van, and not just that, that also allows him to wave clear to a certain extent, using heavy spin to clear the wave.
We're currently down to 15 minutes into this game. At this point in time, I think it's relatively fair to say that CS is probably just one item away from maxing it out. And he's probably in a pretty good spot by now. Should have the Malefic gun as well. So if anything, fighting for this Lord is very much possible. Kelvin level 15, Azu level 14. This is the only point in time where Ignite might be able to go for a pretty good fight against Evil and try to take the Lord away. We'll see about that. And right now we do have Gear that doesn't have a lot of HP, but Diablo just going to be pushing himself right to the choke point. He bought a lot of time, but unfortunately he will still go down. The members from Ignite Gaming, they weren't able to capitalize the moment that Diablo opened up for them. Kelvin slipped away from the sides, create some cracks into the rift. He tried to get himself running away, but the one that fell into the rift gotta have to be Jay. As he loses immortality, the members of Evil stand supreme as they manage to take 2% down. Kelvin being a hot pursuit once again, and Powerful pushes him away. Evil will now have an uncontested Lord.
It just goes into show, right? The Ignite Gaming is trying the hardest to go all the way to the back line, trying to separate it into half, but you're holding on to CS, you're holding on to Roy, trying to look for an angle, and they're kind of short range, is not able to catch up. And you see Blade, he's already 5-0-4. This mid laner is looking for blood. Even if, you know, Roy and also CS try to step into his Crimson Beacon, there's a risk for them to get picked up, get thrown aside, and not just that. Blade has a Sky Piercer as well. You don't want to mess with him.
We no longer have a one-sided retribution battle anymore. Supposedly, the past few Lords that we have seen is supposedly one-sided in favor of Kelvin. Because as the assassin jungler, he can pick up level 15 a lot faster. And at one point in time, Azu was only level 10 and Kelvin at level 15. Now, that is all over. Diablo has already used his heavy spin. As such, no more heavy spin that will be able to throw Sven away from his Zaman Force. So in some cases, this is guaranteed for the side of Evil. He took down his Zaman Force. He's going to be focusing down on the core as much as possible. Ignite Gaming is unable to do anything because Evil, they will reign supreme.
Going into championship point for Team Evil, going up against Ignite Gaming. Man, game number 3 was just a fluke, a misstep, a whoopsie-doopsie, but they turned it around 3-1. I would say quite convincingly.
Very convincingly, if you ask me. I think that Ignite, they have put some, I would say, rush in the wrong places, and they weren't able to be risky. They're not willing to go for high reward, high risk, high reward kind of plays, because like I mentioned before, that Nolan is a very slippery hero. You are able to kind of escape in very narrow situations, and in this current draft from the side of Evil, you can actually out-kite some of these skill shots coming in from Azu or Powerful. So you're not particularly too scared. The only thing that you are scared of is being in hot pursuit by Gear. I think as long as you time it right, you might be able to steal Lord away from Evil.
And I think, right, if you talk about the early game, this is where Ignite Gaming wasn't able to utilize the early game pressure, right? Nolan supreme at pickoff, especially most of the time at the gold lane.
Rotational too.
But yeah, correct. But rotation-wise, he's also able to go from gold lane all the way to the XP lane, reinforced by the turtle fight very quickly as well. However, if you look at Team Evil, right, the 4 members that is there for the first turtle fight, you cannot assassinate them with Nolan, right? You burst down Gear. Gear can also, you immediately pop the Valkyrie and also pop the Vengeance as well. All of a sudden, he has that damage reduction. Blade at the same time, the Crimson Beacon. Had Kelvin was able to manipulate Blade, jump on the Blade, burst him down in the early game before Blade start picking up the necessary core item, especially the clock. I think Team Evil, you know, they played a better early game as compared to Ignite Gaming.
To be fairly honest, and is to utmost regret to say this, I think Kelvin mental already. I honestly think he mental already.
Oh my goodness, I was thrown off guard by that switch.
Because, okay, here's the thing, right? Like, with all of the risks that I have mentioned out there, right? There is a lot of situations where you as a Nolan can go for some of these plays. Some of the plays that is high risk was initially had no reward. Like we saw the one that he went all the way into the enemy's jungle by the southwestern part. Yep. That movement was unnecessary, right? He definitely went into the back lines. He tried to go in for a backstab and try to go for an assassination, move downwards, and at the point in time, sure, there's no way that he can go. The best thing he could do is just drag on for as long as possible. However, don't really need to do all of that, because he can actually play within of his team and look for steals of the Lord, because by the end of the, by that point, objective is more important, not necessarily a fight, because you are way above in terms of level between you and the opponent's jungler.
Yeah, and also don't forget, Diablo also sets up the green carpet for Kelvin to technically sneak away these critical neutral objectives, right?
Yes.
Diablo has already done it. Heavy Spin also was able to push the rest of the members from the side team Evil away, albeit even if Azu is there, you have the level advantage, you can out-retreat that. And not just that, I think also CS, Roy, I think they're lagging behind because Diablo, Kelvin, and also Jay, they're always way too front, and then Roy and also CS need to burn a lot of utilities just to get into these fights. If Jay wasn't able to, you know, kick somebody all the way back in, then yeah, that's exactly what happened. But if you notice, Jay did kick somebody back in for the side of Team Evil. Who do you kick? Yeah? Do you kick Powerful? That's a raging sandstorm right in the face. You're gonna be eating sand.
Honestly, I don't know, dude. At this point in time, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
They have to kick, right?
You gotta kick someone to do something. But in this case, for Team Ignite is just a bunch of very unfortunate circumstances for Ignite.
Unfortunate circumstances is, I would say, at this stage in the grand finals is really not something that you should be expected to commit, right? Because I think right now, if you talk about how Team Evil in game number 3, yes, there was a bit of a awkwardness coming up from them, but now they got back their Mojo Dojo, and Kelvin, yeah, we're expecting him to go back into the assassin, jungler. But, you know, going in and again with another Nolan, he doesn't have Suyo. The Harley was also open for the side of Ignite Gaming. I don't see the Harley as well. Potentially, maybe Harley is also a better pick in this time. We'll be able to find and burst down the Freya. Should be able to have the decent amount of damage to burst down and prop the Juice in as well.
Oh well, regardless, I think as we move on from this, if we were to move on from this game, what do we want, or rather, what does Ignite want to gain out of this game? Is Baxia really still the problem, or is Freya in this case actually the problem? There's so many questions that needs to be answered.
Yeah, I think currently it's just, I would say Baxia is part of the problem because there are high speed rotation that allows Team Evo to reinforce, be it top side and bot side. It is actually beneficial, right? But if you notice, Ignite Gaming this time around in this early game was able to react quite well in the early game, right? Don't forget it was First Blood over to Nolan, but then, Nolan falls so hard all the way, First Blood over to Juicin, but the damage that Nolan was able to dish out in the early game is also prevalent, right? But, Nolan falls off very significantly closer to the late part of the game. And they unfortunately allowed Team Evo to go there. And of course, they pack a Harif, right? So which means that Harif was there able to do a good power spike. Don't forget, Akai is there to also control the Harif, push the Zaman Force, be that threat, also to a certain extent to be that threat as well.
That's why I really like the pick of that that's why I love the pick of the Akai here. There's a lot of roles that he actually played out, and he did exactly what he needed to. Whenever possible, look for opportunities, pin 1 or 2% over to the wall. That creates an opportunity for your team to kind of go ham and go crazy. At a certain point in time, they may not have a lot of damage to realistically be able to do all of that, but the moment that 1 or 2% is pinned over to the wall, you can expect that Kelvin, as the Dolan, should be able to burst down pretty quickly and allow for CS to go for last hits. Well, in the meantime, if you're unable to pin anyone to the wall, at least what you're able to do is push Van away from his own Zaman Force, or push, in this case, Blade away from being able to kind of like freaking beam down his own opponents.
I agree. Like, Akai, when his pick in the R5 pick, I was like a bit shocked, right? EXP Akai, right?
Not what we see off Diablo, but on hindsight, yeah, pretty good pick.
It's a pretty good pick, right? It was able to cause a lot of confusion against Team Evo, right? Pin gear against the wall. You saw them pushing 2 members of Team Evo away from the neutral objective. And of course, early neutral game objective fight from Society IG is definitely very important. Nolan was expected to scale, try to find assassinations left, right, center. I feel like it is also Baxia causing a lot of confusion over side of Ignite Gaming because they're so busy. Baxia could just ram into anybody as well. There's also the Khalid that could potentially do that. Gear can also die with the Freya, so there's a lot of these things that are really causing Ignite Gaming unable to scale into the late parts of the game. You can also see that, Kelvin trying to 80 days around the world, right? 80 days around the map.
80 days around the world.
Literally. Trying to find time to buy as much time as possible. Akai and Cho, even though I think I love that point when you should really hype up that last Lord fight. That was a critical moment of IG. It was do or die. If IG doesn't get anything out of it, that's it. That's it. Team Evo will just trample Ignite Gaming.
It's really unfortunate because I mentioned it time and time again. That was the only and the last time that Ignite have got a advantage in stealing Lords or the Lord objective in general. But none of these Lords that were taken by Evil were nipped in the bud fast enough or, done well enough. And I think that is going to be the weakness of that draft, is either be it communication-wise or positioning-wise.
Yeah, and I think the fact that if you notice, Suyo is almost like perma-banned by Team Evo, be it on the red side or the blue side as well. They they identified like Kelvin.
They can't give it to Kelvin.
They're not going to be able. They don't want to give it to Kelvin, right? So right now, it's who do you focus the anchor for the side of Ignite, right? Do you focus on Diablo, or do you focus on Kelvin, or do you start focusing on Roy?
Honestly, at this point, is whatever that they have been doing, it makes sense. It worked out so far not to give the Suyo, and right now Diablo is still kind of revisiting his own self, like understanding what does he want to do, what is he able to contribute to the team, because the team managed to get a win without that inherent Diablo identity, where he plays a Benedetta, where he plays a crazy EXP lane, he scores off the EXP lane and lead towards it. The team did not win because of that, but the team won because of his containment that he managed to apply against the opponents.
You know what? After so much theory crafting, why not we do all? Ignite Gaming ban away the Baxia, put Diablo into his containment thingy.
Yep.
Containment hero pool, and then you give the assassin back to Kelvin.
Yeah, which is essentially game number 3.
Repeat game number 3?
Repeat game number 3.
Yeah.
Because it worked out once. And the opponent technically may not have an answer right now. Technically, if they were to play that same strategy in game number 4, at least they can revisit that and understand, okay, what went right, what went wrong, and understand, is Baxia really the problem? If they still lost from that point in time, okay, maybe Baxia is not a problem. Is it because the containment was just not good enough? Was it because Diablo should play according to his identity? There's a lot of things that they can kind of, you know, screw around with. Yep. But now, we're at competition point. We are at crown point.
Championship point.
Championship
Second point. Paris point. Whatever you want to call it.
Paris point. EWC point. Whatever point it is to make. This is very likely the final chance for Ignite.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about mental for the side of Kelvin, right? His pathing towards game number 4 was a little bit awkward, I would say. You can see this is something like what Lozi used to do, try to go all the way out to buy more time. You also see that coming out from even JPL that also used to do that as well. Go all the way out, buy as much time, hope and pray that CS gets to scale. But yeah, I think right now it's just Team Evo for so far, based on what I'm seeing, except for game number 3. This is mostly they're mostly looking for, you know, early game potential, early game scale. We fight at the first turtle, we fight at the second turtle, and then after that we just scale out of control. The Freya and also I would say to a certain extent the aggressive pick from the side of Ven is the one that allows Team Evo to overpower Ignite Gaming.
You know what would be fun? Let's go back to Fighter Gold Lane. Let's go back to Fighter Gold Lane. Why not? But okay, like, I mean, we're at a match point. And for Ignite to kind of play around with that idea is definitely out of the picture. They gotta have to go with something that will definitely work. And I don't know if whether this is telegraphic of what we have seen before, but so far all the coaches that Diablo played in, they will always try to do the one last hurrah. Whenever they are at match point, let every one of the players play their best hero. And Benedetta just happens to be the one for, well, Diablo.
I feel like that's a little bit too predictable.
It could be,
yeah,
but for the side of Evil, what's there to lose?
Nothing. I think for the side of Ignite Gaming, like what you mentioned,
everything to lose.
Play everything. Play everything. I don't know, Roy Kadita or something.
Actually, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, honestly,
we're not prepared for that.
Yeah, honestly,
nobody's prepared for that,
why
right?
the hell not?
Yeah,
like I mentioned, the Benedetta was only not possible, or the Benedetta is only not great because of the fact that he's unable to play his own zoning strategy. He is unable to proxy the waves, solely because of the prevalence of Baxia. So if they want to play for something like that, then Baxia needs to go away.
Yeah.
They need to remove some of these high-octane heroes, Marcel, Baxia, and Kalia is fine, actually. Kalia is a fast rotator, but not necessarily... Okay, no, I think Kalia can buy a lot of time, just holding the Vendetta down to a certain extent. She does have pretty good mobility as well, so okay, I think Kalia being gone is fine.
And don't forget, you know, I feel like the reason why Diablo is unable to pull out the Benedetta is there's always a looming threat of Kalia. I found, just looking at that one game, using Kalia and versus the Benedetta, Kalia is a clear counter towards Benedetta. Benedetta is forced not to bring a Purify, right? And because of that, you're forced to bring a Petrify, and that means that, you know, a Kalia would just gobble up anyone that doesn't bring a Purify.
Yeah, but fortunately, as a Benedetta, you do have eye for an eye. So it's not that big of a deal going up against a Kalia. That's why I'm kind of thinking, you know what, given a Kalia, maybe not that big of a deal.
Flicker Tsunami Snap?
You can still expect that. I think that I'm pretty sure that you can still react to that.
Maybe.
Tidal Strike. Okay, Tidal Strike Flicker into Tsunami Snapshot. I think that you can't really react too well.
Yeah, especially, you know, when you're in the heat of everything, right?
Yeah,
and
there's too many
not only
things
just
going
that,
on.
you're also, the Kalia is also meant to kind of pick off your enemy jungle as well.
Yeah. But okay, so in that occasion, right? If you're looking at Kalia, Kalia wanting to pick off a Benedetta, because the Benedetta is, well, proxying the waves, or Benedetta is really doing a lot. These will only happen in the early stages, you know, pre-5 minutes. If a Kalia is expending a flicker just to guarantee a Tsunami Slam, honestly, I find that super value. I find that to be a lot of value. You make that Kalia use a flicker onto a Benedetta, which might not be a guaranteed kill. From that point on, an Electro Final Blow plus an eye for an eye naturally will help the Benedetta to get away from the Kalia.
I feel like we're kind of tunnel vision onto this Benedetta because, like,
I mean, yes,
we do kind of say that, hey, this is the last hurrah, right? There's nothing left to lose for the side of Ignite Gaming. Might as well play, you know, the best timing. Oh my goodness. I like the fact that immediately when we got this, we just literally.
Sorry.
Yeah, we were very distracted.
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, we just. You know what? Give us 5 seconds. Do as much as you can, as fast as you can. Let's go.
Really? Yeah. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I can't eat this mouth.
It's hot.
It's spicy.
Spicy? What the hell? You're Malaysian, dude.
I can't take spice.
How dare you? How dare you?
Crying. I'm actually crying.
Continue eating while I help you cover up the spot. Afterwards,
I need to finish this.
I mean, if you want to. If you want to, honestly, at this point in time, this is just
for the content, right?
Yeah, this is really just for the content, honestly. Can you eat slowly? I know that it's great and all, but chill.
I know, but it's spicy, but it's also good as well.
What? Oh my goodness.
I cannot stop, man. I cannot stop.
Thank you once again over to Indomie. You guys are really saving us right here, giving us the best replenishment. At this point in time, right? It is currently 8 p.m. and it's great time to replenish our energy, which is why we have a little bit of a top up into our energy and making sure that we are back in action. Wait, are you already done? Holy crap, this guy's fast.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I'm literally just gonna swallow it.
Last mouth, okay. Okay, is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet?
Yeah,
my turn yet? Okay, thanks. Okay, my turn now. Okay. This is like this is literally like rejuvenation break for the casters as we kind of.
By the way, we didn't have our dinner as well.
Anyway, this is not because as well.
Because unfortunately the time doesn't allow it. So thank you so much, Indomie. That's our dinner.
Yep.
But I think right now it's just like waiting for the. Waiting for the drops, especially. I think the more important thing is whether Team Evo will be able to carry on this momentum, right? Because the momentum was broken in game number 4 earlier just now, sorry, game number 3 earlier just now. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, I feel like there's a lot more out of this Ignite Gaming. I don't know why, but I can feel that there's a lot more that, you know, I can see potentially coming from Ignite. But don't forget, Ignite Gaming, that's a very long day, right, for them. Don't forget, they play in the morning, and if you notice, I always love to see the battle stations, right? Looking through the faces of these players right here, it's not looking very good, in my opinion. I like the fact that because of your eating, you're just like, yeah. Man, that hits the spot. Can I get more?
Really? You'll go for a second?
Yeah,
because I will.
I don't mind going for a second. But in the meantime, yeah, we're just holding on. We saw the bug already went down. Draft should be on its way very, very soon. We've explored a lot, I would say. A lot of ways for Ignite Gaming to be able to get out of this. There's potential way. There's a lot more flexibility for Ignite Gaming. However, Team Evo, I feel like they maintain the same style. We win early game.
Yeah.
I think I stained some of the noodles on my mic. Sorry.
Yeah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, okay. Definitely. Okay, we're back.
We are so back, buddy. You probably, and I think that the viewers probably at one point in time is just hearing like, oh, I think his voice is gonna crack. I think he's gonna gas out.
I feel like, yeah, I was actually thinking that it's actually quite spicy and I don't take spice, but the spice literally woke me up. And which is good, which is great. But okay, Baxia ban at the very least, that's exactly what we're talking about. I think what Ignite Gaming needs to do is just repeat game number 3. And I think they should be able to get this in the bag.
Okay, so let's focus down. Take a look at this potential last game between Evil and Ignite. We are at match point. Evil just requires just a single win. And Ignite, they are coming in with an immediate ban on Jirabalsia. Looks like they are discovering something right now. They're discovering something, and they know that, okay, we might have to go ahead with banning the Baxia in order to enable our Benedetto. Okay, maybe I feel like jumping too fast.
Okay, maybe jumping a little bit too fast.
Yeah, maybe too fast.
I feel like Coach Vito could have smelled it a mile away. So you're trying to you can deal with a Benedetta in a lot of ways, right? I would say Kalia is definitely something that they can also do as well. Albeit you saw that in quite a few games already. But now, bans. Freya ban, I think, is something that you definitely need to look out for. I feel like IG game number 4, leaking out the Justin was a really bad idea, so I'm really glad that they decided to ban that away.
Not the only
Phobia's ban from the side of Team Evil. Keto, Marcel, Freya still on the board.
Yes. So I think that this Freya is for IG to ban. We haven't really quite seen IG actually banning a lot of Freya, and they have been kind of giving Gear pick up some of these Freyas a lot, and I think that honestly Gear might be pretty darn happy with that very fact.
Yep.
Coming into the possibly the final game, I think that IG gotta have to take away the problems that they're unable to deal with, because in the previous games I'm pretty sure that they have come up to a point whereby the players will say, you know what, give that to them, I can deal with it. I'm not afraid of this specific hero. But we have come down to the point whereby we can no longer give that kind of access. Okay, so Marcel, Baxia ban.
I love it.
This is exactly what I was talking about. If they want to play a proxy containment kind of playstyle coming in on the Diablo.
Look, this could be a Paquito. Yeah, okay. Team Evil decides to go for the Paquito instead. Don't forget, if you want to be tricky, you can always bring the Paquito into the jungler, or even if you want to be even tricky as well, Powerful used to play Paquito in the jungle. You become a damage roamer if you want to mess things up. But because Paquito coming in from the side of Team Evil, I love what IG is doing. That Kalia is definitely going to be a massive threat against the Paquito, because Paquito definitely needs the flicker more than a Purify.
Yep, and remember just now we were talking about the fact that if it's a Kalia versus a Benedetta, what happens? Why don't they just pick it and remove that out of the equation? That can always be a thing. But right now, Evil, they're going to be focusing and hunkering down onto getting themselves a Fredrin pick in the jungle. This pretty much shows that yes, the XP as well as the gold, yeah, we can kind of expect that. Yep. But the Esmeralda actually has been snap-picked coming from the side of IG. Was not expect that. Definitely was not expecting that.
Esmeralda is a good counter against what the Paquito wants to do.
Both the Paquito and the Harif.
That's right. So I think this is exactly a really good choice coming out for the R3 pick, right? And not just that, right? The Esmeralda will be able to match the Paquito in a 1v1 fight, because if Paquito cannot burst down the Esmeralda, that's it. You're just gonna get deleted. You're gonna get bullied by the Esmeralda, and you're constantly getting shields against a Paquito, and you have the movement speed to literally chase to know where the Paquito is. A Paquito is only a threat if you can't see him.
Honestly, this has always been a very classic XP kind of matchup between Paquito as well as the Esmeralda. It's been a long time since we've seen this. We're back into the trifecta between Paquito, between Esmeralda and Uranus. These are the three rotary XP laners that we have seen quite some time back, probably season 5 of MPL SG, somewhere along that line.
Blast and pass, right? Because right now, Paquito
maybe like
is getting buffed. Yeah, season 1, I would say. Paquito getting buffed like so crazily right now after he throws a enhanced punch. He getting like damage reduction as well. That's why teams are starting to field him as well. And don't forget, this is dangerous grass map. This is where Paquito really truly shines. Same can be said over to Kalia though.
Perhaps we'll see some very bushwhack kind of playstyle from either one of these two teams. We've got a Lunox that will be locked out of this game. Now, perhaps we get a little bit of an idea how the draft recaps will be able to assist in this current draft, right? Because right now, IG, they're looking for a mid laner, and they are also looking out for a jungler in this case. Nolan and Valentina. Okay, Valentina has been banned, but at least the Nolan is still capable and, of course, pickable from the side of IG, if that is still going to be the direction that they want to go. But it definitely have to be an assassin jungler, because the Esmeralda has been picked up for the XP lane.
I don't know why the Hardy pick originally felt like a good idea here. But now, if you look at Fredrin, all of a sudden Harley doesn't look like a good idea anymore, right? Because
I don't think so, yeah.
You can potentially burst down the Paquito, you can potentially burst down the Harif as well.
But you kind of give them the opportunity to deal damage before they die.
Your team.
Lilia selected by the side of Roy.
Bursty at all.
Looking for burst. And there's a lot of also zone denial against Harif and also the dive composition from the Paquito. Also a solid choice when you are being siege. You could just land down the gloom bombs, you could burst everything down, wave clear, and then move on.
As of now, we're just looking for a mid laner and a roamer for the side of Evil. With, at this point, we still don't really have a very good idea how the opponents want to play, but in a dangerous grasses map, maybe we're looking for more area denial. As much as the Yves is unavailable right now, Fasa may still look really decent, or otherwise they can go back to the third team.
Okay. Why not?
Okay.
Is to trick
Faramis being selected this time. No glue on the other hand though, but the survivability probably works well. But I'm not too sure, right? Kalia can always, like, you know, pull your cult altar away and then, you know, denying that from everyone again. So this is a pretty interesting pick, right? You got a lot of damage against IG though.
The final pick will be a jungler from the side of IG. And so far, unfortunately, Suyo has still been banned, and that is not a direction that Kelvin is able to go for.
Enters the scene.
They're going back with Akai.
But this is going to be a jungle Akai,
Jungle
right?
Akai, yes. It gotta have to be a jungle Akai. They can definitely still play and kind of ensure that Blade as well as Ven is constantly out of reach to their team. So naturally, this containment can still work well. However, the only problem is that they might have a little bit of a problem dealing damage by the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and the very least, right, you know, Jungle Akai on this one is actually not too shabby either, right? Your ability to literally isolate the Harif, you are able to cancel the Appraiser's Wrath as well. There's also a potential where you can isolate the Faramis away from the team so that the call altar doesn't proc. There's a lot of things you can do, and you don't punch a panda, right?
Yeah, so at this point, what is going to be the answer for the side of Evil given the current circumstances? Will Evil be able to climb up and try to finish Ignite with the one final blow to give a 4-1 scoreline over to Ignite? Or are we going to be looking at a 3-2 scoreline where Ignite comes supreme with this drop of this?
With that said, ladies and gents, potentially the last game. Ladies and gents, Team Evil 3-1 on championship point, looking to deliver a win in a 4-1, or is this the start of Ignite Stampede against Team Evil?
As we move right on, both of the junglers are going to be starting off at the purple buff, while the mid lane is going up really strong. Powerful doesn't really have a lot of HP to kind of work with, but once it reaches level 2, no problem. The quicksand gotta add it, or put him back in shape.
Yep. Early game, Faramis can be really scary, especially when towards the later part of the game. The amount of bursts that you can do as well. But now, I mean, the Esmeralda loves it when everybody's clutch, standing together, right? And this is where it can get very scary for the side of Team Evil. To be honest right here, I'd say I favor Ignite's draft a lot more as compared to Team Evil.
A quick little run away. Middle lane is completely vacated. Members from the side of Ignite, we are starting to see Blade move himself. Sorry, members from Evil, we're starting to see some movements down to the bottom lane. CF had to burn the Flicker, while Powerful is putting himself down up in the top lane as well. So top lane and the bottom lane, we both are seeing a little bit of, well, engagement as well as some reinforcements. Or for the side of Ignite, not particularly. Because, I mean, it kind of do make sense because it is an Akai in the jungle after all. So it will take some time before the Akai is able to kind of release himself off of the shackles of the meaning.
Yep. You can see that there was an early flicker burn, like what you mentioned, Abstract. This also goes in for the side of the Faramis, right? You know, being able to drag the person away, and then after that force the person to burn the flicker. I think that's a wise choice for now in the early game skirmish. But towards the mid game, you need to see a more explosive Team Evil, right? Yep. And this is when they really love to fight S5 right now, right? Imagine, you know, the Faramis protecting, using the cult altar, be it onto the Khalid, be it onto the Fredrin. is just going to make life for the side of Ignite Gaming truly miserable. And it all boils down to whether Ignite Gaming gets a late game carry.
As you move right on. With a little bit of a skirmish up in the top lane. Diablo is not going to have any problems whatsoever, understandably, as the Esmeralda. He should be able to hold down the lane pretty effectively against a Paquito. And the Paquito mostly just going to be standing behind, waiting for the perfect time, and so on and so forth. The turtle is currently available. Kelvin finds himself right in front of the turtle. And, you know, powerful. They're just going to be moving themselves up to the top lane. Diablo, well, unfortunately, have to expand out a flicker. Joins himself immediately afterwards. But the Falling Star Moon did not do anything, did not catch anyone.
Yeah, Diablo already committed for the ultimate as well. This allows Azu to just jump away. Kelvin secures the turtle instead.
No problem, but here we go. Shadow Realms is going to be popped out coming from the side of Blade, but no one is going to be losing their health as of yet. Gear has a lot of HP to work with, as such, it's just going to be going in for a little bit, a bit of poke over to Ignite.
Yep, the drag coming off of Blade, and this could potentially be the pocket pick that Team Evo is looking for, right? Blade, you know, this new, not saying new, very new player. It's considerably new as compared to other players that we've seen so far, but
oh, unfortunate. But that is going to be the uppercut punches coming from Gear that managed to relocate Diablo and, of course, the turret taking the last hit.
Yeah, that's actually something of a skill matchup already. Earlier just now, usually we say that, hey, Esmeralda is a way to kind of deal with the Paquito to screen him, but you know, if the Paquito punches you near the turret, you're going to take a lot of turret damage.
Yep. And in the meantime, when he turns off right on the CS, he does not have any flicker. Oh, wait, he did have a flicker. Just a little bit more.
CS has used the flicker whenever it goes offline, right? Yep. And you can see how Team Evo knows how to play with his tempo. Gear expected to hold himself against Diablo right now, and we're going to make sure the event scales as quickly as possible.
Yep, there we go. Expected to see Diablo with some of these proxy plays in order to enable his innate mobility throughout the map in order to put some of, if not a lot, of pressure onto the members of Evo.
Yeah. Right now, though, Team Evo slowing it down a little bit. I don't like it. We need to see Team Evo literally just find a pick off as much as possible. You know, just make sure the CS doesn't have a good time. Maybe rotate over down to the EXP lane, trying to deal with Esmeralda, because I feel like right now, early game Esmeralda should be manageable.
Unfortunately, this is not really a case that I feel that Ignite is able to do, because they are looking at a Frederick in the jungle. Undoubtedly, definitely have a little bit of a slower, I would say, creep.
Jungle creep clear, right?
Yeah, jungle creep clear. Yes.
And mobility, right?
Yeah.
Brother is carrying a massive sword, a massive chest as well, so it's gonna be a little bit slow.
Yeah, those guns are illegal. Let's be honest here.
But right now, another turtle being set up by the side of Team Evo as well. Powerful, hiding in that bush right here. But we saw what happened earlier just now. Kelvin have his spin to be able to steal away the turtle. This can retain itself.
Almost went down, but the Black Shoes will be able to get himself right out of critical range. As now for now, it is going to be Diablo that puts himself right in the face of Gear, forces him away. Ace will still manage to take down the turtle, unfortunately, for the side of Ignite. As they pick up a kill, Van onto Jay. CS hopefully will be able to run away, but a Prince of Wrath will slam right into CS's face. And unfortunately, Ignite, they are losing a little bit too much. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
And man, that was, you know, heavy spin committed by the side of Kelvin, not able to land a retribution. Ace would probably prop that retry all the way and maximum distance, right? And you know, CS going down there is not exactly ideal. Van picking up that kill right there will be allowing him to get his items even quicker. I'm very surprised as well between Gear and Diablo. The counter of this Paquito is actually not doing very well.
There's a lot of kind of back and forth between these two XP laners. Understandably, it is a wet pool noodle fight up to the northern side. But regardless, I think that for both the teams, they are definitely looking for different kind of avenues. For the side of Ignite, their current composition, they do have got pick-off coming in from the side of Kalia. So if anything, they would want to focus a little bit more on Ven, despite the fact that he does have to purify. There's one thing that they gotta have to look out for.
Radiant Armor secured by the side of Azu, focusing mostly on the magic damage. There's so many ways for Roy to proc that to make sure the passive works very well. And a glowing staff secured by the side of Blade. Should be going into the book very soon, looking to burn with the burn through the damage and also limit the healing coming out from Jade.
as Zhao's gonna be pushing himself. It's gonna be 5v2, or rather 4v2. They managed to get a kill down over to the side of Jay, right within of Ignite's territory. And Ignite, they're not too particularly interested in trying to go in and help. But in the meantime, Kelvin, immediately with the heavy spin, at least managed to go for a tad bit of a trade between the roamer and the jungler. So this is actually not too bad for Ignite.
Yeah, lots of ultimates is forced to burn for that takedown though, and this also buys time to Ignite Gaming to really reposition all the way to the turtle pit. Diablo actually absorbing so much of this pressure right here. He's trying to duke it against Gear.
Not too sure, but he's currently in a very bad spot. He's not exactly trading very well with Kino, but as of now, it is going to be back at it again. Okay, so at least Diablo is actually not too bad now. Managing to do a decent amount of damage over to the side of Gear, but still, Jay comes in, a flicker from the side of Gear. He will be able to create some bit of positioning. In the meantime, you can see Helmet is just going to be picked up. The Shadow Realm coming in from the side of Evil, just going to be ensuring that Powerful will be able to stay alive for this moment in time. Well, of course, we do have the Zaman Force, popped right out coming from Ben. Jay runs away with just a sliver. Well, Evil, they lost too.
Ignite Gaming found the engagement they're looking for. They had to use even Blade, use the call altar right there, try to slow it down so that Azu and Powerful stays alive just a little bit more. But the damage from Roy, from CS is just a bit too much.
Just a little bit more before they will be able to do anything realistic as of now. The members from the side of Ignite Gaming, they are definitely going to be bringing down this turtle with without any form of fight from the side of Evil.
Good fights, good early games coming out from Ignite Gaming already earlier just now. You know, Evil was able to find the kills using Gear, but they've managed to stabilize it right now. Now, Ignite Gaming on this getting calm should not be able to get away with all this. And in fact, CS, he's already picked up the golden stuff.
As of now, we do have Diablo trying to get himself running away. He does have a lot of mana they can eventually play with, but Powerful immediately locked down by the side of CS. He will be able to do quite a bit of damage, but in the meantime, here we go. The Zaman Force is going to be popped right out. The heavy spin pushes Van away, unable to make full use of the Zaman Force.
And that's the main damage, damage source from the side of Team Evo, right? No Zaman Force, no high rep on the Zaman Force, and all of a sudden your damage just crumbles, and that's where Diablo could just jump in with the Falling Star Moon. CS could just re-hit from the back, and Roy just denies everything from the Harif.
Now, do note that Diablo is actually playing a very sustainable kind of play style whereby he is just a walking fountain. He wants to play that form of game whereby he don't have to ever go back home, constantly playing contain over this other Evil. Essentially a Uranus, but with an extra step, because he did pick up the enchanted book for himself in order to ensure that he is always being able to S1 his way.
And not just that, right? You also denies the shields over side Ven, keeps Ven humble. This opens a lot of opportunity for the side of CS to really step up.
And now the slam coming from Jay. He managed to pick on. Oh, there we go, Powerful. Left on the 2, but this is going to be actual pandemonium coming in from the side of Evil. But for now, we do have a Shadow Realm being popped up from the side of Blade. Both of the members actually lost their part, but now the Princess Wrath lands, but did not manage to do too much except for a kill down over to the side of Jay. Diablo flickers himself right back over and ensures that Evil takes no more kills.
Roma for Roma, but still Ignite Gaming, I would say, still winning that trade. I would say giving kills over to CS is absolutely wonderful, and you can see the potential problem that Kelvin could do. Heavy spin to push Blade, Ven, and Azu away from the Zaman Force, and all of a sudden the damage from the side of Team Evo is not there. Gear needs to land the fight, and also the damage onto CS, and that's how I would say Team Evo should be able to get back into this game.
Just tap him on and take a look at Kelvin. He did manage to get a really good lockdown on over to the side of Gear. He's trying to walk himself away. Burns the flicker. That's going to be fine for the members of Evil.
Lord already spawned right there. Team Evo trying to leash it over to their side. There's a pushing wave down at the bottom lane in the favor of Ignite as well. Team Evo working around the mid. So at the very least, this forces Gear all the way down bottom. Like what I mentioned, with heavy spin, Team Evo is in a bit of problem. Kelvin so far has been using the heavy spin to a great success. Jay looking for a pick-off.
There we go. That is exactly what we were kind of look for. But unfortunately, the heavy spin is not really doing anything to Ven at this moment in time. While the fight goes on, Ven receives quite a bit of damage, but it did not bring anyone down at all. CS brings very important players down. Instead, it's going to be Azu. The longer this fight stays, the better it is for Ignite, because they can take down the Lord, which is exactly what they're here for. The neutral objective.
Ignite Gaming used a very good engage earlier just now with a heavy spin. Better hold on, because they're expecting Gear to kind of join the fight from afar. Had Kelvin used a heavy spin earlier just now, I think Gear would just go in, sweep everybody out, and then rotate. Ignite Gaming on their hand, smart move on the side. Kelvin also takes a lot for himself as well. Team Evo on the back foot.
Playing a slow and steady game, Ignite just wants to buy their time and wait for the time where Evil plays a card, and then Ignite comes in for a reaction in order to come up with the best case scenario. So right now, Diablo, he finds a little bit of that falling star moon over to side Gear. You can see just how much damage that a single Esmeralda is able to deal.
And not just that, right now the Lord is also threatening. Kelvin could always easily jump in with the heavy spin as well, just showing himself threatening. Team Evil knows, and they have to play a little bit scared right now.
The Lord unfortunately did not play any form of impact in the map itself, as there's a lot of these standing objectives that is still worked out pretty effectively for Evil.
Powerful, looking for an angle right there. Will be able to screen onto Diablo. Gear is forced to go all the way down bot. Bot is a backstack wave that's marching against Team Evil. Ignite Gaming on the other hand, this is exactly what I'm looking for. This Akai pick, be it going into either Kelvin or Diablo, is working wonders against Team Evil.
It's really unfortunate, but the members of Ignite, all they managed to get is 2 turrets, or rather the T2 turret in the top and the bottom lane. The most important turret, which is going to be in the middle lane, unfortunately is standing really tall. Just a little bit more, and Ignite should be able to take that down, because the turret is only down to half HP.
Yeah, but Gear on this Paquito definitely needs to play more sideline pressure, right? But if you notice, Diablo is just following him as much as possible, screening him as well. Jay on the other hand, these Tsunami Slam right into CS's damage is exactly how Ignite Gaming was able to win the game. Then this is also something that, you know, Ignite Gaming have faced before. This duo, I would say, is a good, solid pick.
We're down to 50 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. Both teams biding the time and looking for the right opportunity, and the opportunity just surfaces itself. As now Gear, he goes for a little bit of a punch, but Jay follow up shortly afterwards, and he managed to pull onto Azu. Powerful, however, already lost more than half HP. Well, here we have immediately the heavy spin is what we're going to be looking out for in the middle of the summon force. Well, Diablo moves himself all the way to the back line. He manages to get a kill down on the van. While the falling star moon lands onto Blade, takes him down, and he's going to be looking for the next one. Unfortunately, Diablo continues to moving onwards. Gear doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Kelvin tries to go for the dash, but wasn't able to land. But this is going to be the falling star moon that will land against him a triple kill just from a single fight.
That's a shutdown to go over the side of Ignite Gaming. If all of a sudden Team Evo seems like they are stabilized, Ignite Gaming came back strong, and now with the Lord being spawned right there, I think Ignite Gaming is going to have to make a beeline out of it as quickly as possible.
The fight has just started. That was a very big fight for Ignite. They managed to whittle down Evil, and they managed to show exactly what will happen within of a team fight. As Van, by now he would have known that heavy spin is gonna be a bane of his existence.
Yeah, I'm looking at Team Evo looking to play off angles, but it seems like, you know, CS is just wonderfully well protected. As we saw in this land.
There we go, exactly a Tsunami Slam that we want to see. The Azu immediately taken down from that. Well, in the meantime, Blade is just gonna be popping off the Shadow Realm, just hoping that we'll be able to do a decent amount over to the side of Diablo. While Kelvin moves himself forward. Once again, another one, a heavy spin down to Van. And of course, CS melted down like hot knife through butter. While Gear continues to move on forward, hoping they will be able to keep their dreams alive. But that will be the end of it. The Lord will go down. Ignite pushes through with all 5 members standing.
It was just cinders for the side of Ignite Gaming in the previous game, and all of a sudden they showed up. They blew a lot more fire into the furnace.
Immediately, there is no game for Evil, as they realize that by the end of that, they have got nothing that will be able to keep Ignite away from this. There is still a lot that will be marching in from the top lane, and we have cycled powerful to a certain extent.
Yeah, now the Lord is going to march all the way up top. There's an open base for the side of Team Evil to have to protect. There's not a lot of wave clear in the side of Team Evil. Ignite Gaming, Roy, don't forget, can wave clear very quickly with those bombs.
We shall see how that goes. The falling star moon from the side of Diablo will be able to land on top of Van, but that is going to be the end of it, as now Evil managed to create some distance between themselves and to Ignite. Summon Force coming in, dropped down by Van. His HP is already down to half HP, as Diablo focuses down onto him. But is it actually a fight that will be able to do anything? It's going to be a trade between the two of them. The Lord will still be marching in, and he will be able to do a decent number on the side of Gear. But unfortunately, that Raging Sandstorm wasn't able to land on anyone at all. The rest of the members coming from the Evil, and the Lord still free hitting. While the Lord, he focuses on the core. Blade, he wasn't able to do anything, and the Lord prevails.
the score, ladies and gents. You're gonna go to the mall? Literally, right? Like, I don't know. This is mesmerizing to see. I would say this is a really Ignite Gaming finding a very good draft. Akai was a big problem. Team Evo knows that in order to get that solid footing in the early game, they drafted for the Harif. They went for the Paquito. They want to end the game sub 10 minutes like what they did in game number 1 and game number 2. However, coming into this one, the Akai, what's that win factor? It denies what Ven wants to do. The Esmeralda is just the icing on the cake, and the Akai's that cherry.
Really, this game, the Akai, it's such a clutch play. It's such a clutch pick, and no matter what, no matter how you see, the Akai has always been a very solid answer to some of these, if not most of these situations. And Kelvin, solid work, constantly being able to find some of these wall hits onto Ven, or being able to just throw Ven away from the Zaman Force, which is very unfortunate because Ven needs to have the kind of area denial, or just to deny Ignite from entering into the Zaman Force. In this case, no one else is there to support him.
Yeah, and I would say it's just CS deciding to wake up at the same time. Earlier just now, you know, CS was struggling to scale as his carry, but this time around, this is a very different carry. It's constantly fed by Jay using Kalia to constantly pick, and then, you know, you got a Fragile on the other side, you got a Khalid on the other side, you can easily shred them. Your hero is literally built to counteract against these heroes.
Honestly, there's so many big plays, or rather very, I would say, underestimated heroes that worked really well in Ignite's draft. In this case, the Esmeralda was super, super good as well. You can see that he's still playing onto a containment style. He's constantly just pushing the members away from Side of Evil. The main important point is he don't ever have to go back home.
And and on top of that, I think another silent killer for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? Roy, once you see the Zaman Force being laid down, all your job have to do is just land down the bombs over and over again. You see there's a lot of times with Team Evil, the Shadow Realm also already connected onto the rest of the side of the team members from Team Evil immediately pop because there's so much burst damage together. I think the Faramis in B4 pick was a little bit awkward. You're already picking it into an Esmeralda, you're picking it into a Lilia, and that's it. And oh, we got an MVP.
Oh, there we go. Congratulations over to Roy, playing as the Lilia as the MVP. 6 kills, 0 death, and 12 assists. Honestly, the very fact that he did manage to get these amount of kills without a single death is honestly an amazing point.
Yeah, and looking at through the items, you know, Gear's already built quite a significant amount of items and trying to find the damage onto CS, but it's a little bit too late. CS, once the Medivh gun is being built, Gear's got to suffer a lot more damage before he's able to reach the back line and just punch onto CS, right? Powerful on that, yes, was decent, it was good, Oracle was great, but I feel like the threat, you need like, you know, the Chatai's Pauldron as well. I think he's on the way there, but the game ended way too early, even though Van has hit the power spike with Holy Crystal, but albeit the Zaman Force just did not, the Zaman Force being laid down denied entirely by either Kelvin or Diablo as well. I feel like Ignite Gaming, this is a solid draft they drafted for themselves in game number 5.
Now, we go back to the question, is it definitely for sure, right? The draft played a massive, massive part to getting themselves 2 points so far. But if we kind of go back to the drawing board again and take a look at the draft again, that first ban on the Baxia, how big of a deal is it? In the event that the Baxia is swapped with a Fredrin, what kind of draft would it be? What kind of game would that be? And how big of a difference would that be?
I feel like if the Bucks are being switched back in by the side of Azu, I think Gear will have a better time as well. Because remember, I was telling you in the early game, I was expecting more from the side of Team Evo. This is a solid early game, mid-game kind of composition, looking to go there. But then Ignite Gaming, you know, suddenly start to scale because the Tsunami Slam coming off of Jay was really on point. It fed the members from the side of Evo over the side of CS. CS was able to farm out of them and get the golden stuff. And once I see the golden stuff, it's just too late. I think CS is just ready to scale, and all Ignite Gaming was doing is just feeding fuel into the furnace, and that furnace is igniting CS.
With that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, this match between Evil and, of course, Ignite Gaming is coming closer and closer as Ignite steadily crawls at this very steep hill. Will they be able to find themselves at the summit against Team Evil, as Evil right now already have tournament point? Well, we'll only have that answer right after this short break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you with the final conclusions of the last 2 games, or perhaps a few more games between these 2 teams.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
what makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming down to game number 5 between... Wait, 5, 6, 7... Game number 6!
Let's count halfway through.
Yeah, I gotta use my fingers at the point in time. But we're coming in game number 6 when it comes down to this match between Evil versus IG. Ignite definitely did manage to show us quite a performance here.
Yeah, definitely. The score is currently 3-2 right now, right? So definitely, this is exactly what I was hoping for. I remember I was literally that guy with a stick poking at the dead bear, right? Like, you alive or not?
Oh, crikey!
Turns out the bear's still alive.
Yep. It is a bear.
Yeah.
Gonna poke you with Steve.
Yeah, shout out to Bear as well. I saw him earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice guy. But anyways, coming in to this final game, we talked about the fact that the Baxia ban, we talked about the pick onto Akai, especially into a pick like a Harith. I think that there's a lot of caveats coming in from the side of Evil that did not really work too well for them in this current situations. So honestly, I think that the current situation for IG is that they did a really good job thus far, and they knew exactly what they gotta have to do.
Yeah, I think right now it's just definitely expect the Baxia constantly getting banned already. I think right now it's more on how do we make sure that, you know, Ignite Gaming maintain onto this momentum.
So right now, going into the 6th game, if Evil is able to hold out or not is mostly gonna be the question right now. Maybe, who knows, maybe Ignite has managed to find out the problem about why they have been losing, and that is because Baxia have constantly been dictating the pace of the game, and Baxia has always been the problem for the way that IG plays. A natural counter, a natural enemy per se.
Yeah, and the Baxia does, even though it's not there to kind of cancel off the regeneration of the enemy team, right? The Baxia provide a lot of pressure to enforce, you know, side lanes, right? Once Gear has a very great game, once Ben has a very great game, and all of a sudden you could just overpower everybody very easily.
So moving on forward with this, we've got one big game in front of us right here at the Marquee. So at this point in time, maybe it's a little bit too late for you to come down unless you live somewhere in the west side, east side. So if you live in the east side, you know, it's still not too late for you to come on down and take a look at the event in general. But you live in the west, yeah, probably you can kind of keep staying watching at home.
Yeah, I think by the time you come over here, the game's over already. Even though if you go to the gauntlet of game 7 as well, but you know, we're currently in game number 6. It is still currently Team Evil currently leading in terms of the scoreboard. Just one more game away, just one more game. That's what they're asking for. But for the side of Ignite Gaming, they're not gonna make it easy.
They're not gonna let the opponent breeze through. But unfortunately, the same thing will be said for Evil. As Evil, they went through a lot. They got themselves the crown in the previous season. Are they really gonna lose it the season right after?
Man, so far, right, we've mostly had back-to-back winners, right? You know, 2 times EVOS, 3 times RSG, 4 times Team Flash, 1 time Team Evil. If Ignite Gaming was able to, you know, deliver the upset, Ignite Gaming literally just break the record just a little bit. We won't have a back-to-back winner anymore.
Yep. So far, it has always been back-to-back. Yep. So I think that has been the thing for MPL SG thus far. Well, unlike the other regions, I say, it's always been, you know, kind of changing a lot. The level of competition is extremely high, and at least in MPL Singapore, the players are getting stronger and stronger, but they are all improving together in some sense over here. So trying to fight things out has never been very easy, and trying to usurp the king has always never been easy.
It has never been easy, right? Don't forget, ladies and gents, these players they do have another life outside of esports, right? They've got school, they've got some of them even got work. And, you know, finding time to basically scrim like a full-time athlete to be able to go toe-to-toe with the international stage, I think something of a commendable attempt. And, of course, you know, we cannot discount the fact that, hey, there's a lot of things that I hope to see out of these players. And, of course, I'm looking at Blade. He's really shined as a mid laner. But from the side of IG, you've also got Kelvin. Man, he came in like a storm, albeit it's an import. Came in like a storm. He really shook up the whole identity of MPL Singapore, especially in the jungler scene. But now, Ignite Gaming needs to find a way to close this up.
Baxia ban. There we go.
I think they're never gonna give Baxia over the side of Team Evil at this point of time. But if you want to do something very tricky, you go up for a B5 Fanny. A Fanny also works similarly like the Baxia, albeit not a very tanky one. But we've seen very tanky Fannies as well, right? Going in with again, we'll be able to sustain crazily with the War Axe.
Only to a certain extent, right? Having a Fanny would be, you know, pretty decent to a certain extent, yeah, I don't know. But ultimately, I think that both of these two teams, they still have a lot to learn, and they still have a lot of potential plays that we can kind of expect from both of them. So, Coach Bitoy, Ranze, they're gonna have to come up with this.
Choosing ban from Ignite Gaming this time round. So far, most of the games that we saw in the Grand Finals, except for game number 2, has mostly been blue pick for the side of Team Evil, liking to dictate, you know, the pacing, and also abusing the fact that sometimes, hey, just in case if a good things get leaked out by Ignite Gaming, they're ready to snap pick that one away. But I feel like the threat of the archive is still there. I think that's something that Team Evil needs to look out for, and carry for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? It was picked like 3 times in a row. Carry also known to counter the archive very easily.
So at this point, what do we gonna have to expect here? We have lost the Baxia already for the side of Evil, and we have also seen Paquito being a very possible pick from Evil. They either take that out of the Marcel too, right? Yeah.
So this is a similar ban as similarly to last game for the side of Ignite Gaming. Paquito first pick as well. Khalil was the one ban away by Team Evil in replacement of Uranus in the previous game. Paquito first pick going into that same format. Carry is a good pick, I would say. Carry Uranus for the side of Ignite Gaming, perhaps.
Carry Uranus, pretty okay, but that also means that Ignite, they're gonna have to move themselves to play more towards the later stages of the game. But giving the Paquito basically means that we can definitely expect more containment heroes from Diablo, because it worked out pretty darn well so far.
Yep, do you go for the Esmeralda here as well? So
no
there's
Kalia,
a lot.
right?
No Kalia for the side of Team Evil, but there's always a Cho, right? That Jay could also play. But it seems like, yep, it's gonna be a carry for the side of CS. He's played that 4 games in a row. Esmeralda is selected by Diablo, going up against Gear on this Paquito.
Okay, so wasn't expecting them to double down onto the Esmeralda this early, because I thought that maybe they would just want to, you know, kind of look at this current situation again. I don't think that IG wants to play, you know, maybe they're just sending a message over to Evil and say, please don't play the Harif again. Please do not play the Harif.
I think
if
Harif,
you play the Harif, my Esmeralda will be good for good against you, and I can always pick up a Akai in this case.
To a certain extent, the Freya also doesn't look very good as well, even if you want to go for a Freya gold lane as well. The Esmeralda is right there, ready to deal with you. Now it's going to be a Fredgin Lunox from the side of Team Evil. Ruby DD Blade.
Okay, this is something that we can definitely love to see. We'll be able to melt down the Esmeralda pretty effectively, so that is one thing that we need to remember. So this way, the containment strategy coming in from Diablo may not be all that great anymore. They need to find a way to be able to keep this Lunox in check. And in that case, we might need an artillery. Oh wait, no, they went in for a Lilia already.
Yeah, I think the Lilia was great in this game earlier just now.
Yeah, they need pick off then.
Yeah, correct. So you're looking at, there's a lot more pressure for the side of Jay, and to a certain extent, Kelvin, right? I'm also thinking maybe if you want to go play pick off, something that's a lot easier to play, I would say, as compared to a Cho, a Kaja, Atlas, all these kind of heroes can be a good pick for the side of Ignite Gaming. On the other hand, Team Evil, I think they're bracing themselves against like a potential Archive pick, right? Going for a Lunox from the side of Team Evil should be able to shred through your Archives very easily.
You know what? Good point. I actually firmly believe that Kaja might actually be a pretty darn good pick here, which would actually play pretty darn well against some of these enemies, especially since they would highly likely be wanting to pick up a Purify in this very instance.
I wasn't expecting to be able to cast a game this season with an Akai in the ban pool. Seems like Team Evil just don't want to deal with the shenanigans anymore. I think this hinting over to another Harry pick I'm not a big fan of this Harry pick because Team Evil, I think for the past game, we already see the Harry do struggle, especially against an Akai, against an Esmeralda. In fact, game number 5, the pick from the side of Ignite Gaming is the perfect counter to our roster against, especially with Harry in it.
So right now, we're currently only going to be left with one ban from each side, with the Claude as well as the Akai now being banned out.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Chip
I
gone
literally
in this very
invented one.
instance as well.
Chip has been very annoying, you know.
But haven't really been picked by either of these two teams before. So.
Jay does play a Chip, gonna self-ban as well. Powerful does play the Chip as well, but don't forget, if we bring a Chip at this juncture for Team Evil or be it Ignite, right? It's a very scary roster, right? Because don't forget, even though the Valentina is also already not available here, unless you want to go for something crazy, Valentina powerful as well. So I think it's just Ignite Gaming, just, you know, I'm just gonna remove every like variable and make sure that I have a great game. The Atlas gets banned away, like what I mentioned. Potential good pick from the side of IG gets banned away. Cho, Kaja.
Might see a Jace Cho once again. Also another form of pick-off.
Yep. J Cho could work, can match that, but it's still highly mechanical, especially
but
right
you
now.
can play with your Lilia, so I think that's great too.
True.
Yeah, you can play into Lilia, can play into the carry as well. But it looks like IG, they don't want to double down onto the Roamer as of yet, as they pick up the Leomod.
Yeah, Leomod is good, right? It's something like a pseudo tank as well going into the later parts of the game. You do have
pseudo too.
Yep,
so
and
that's fine.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? You also benefit from the burst damage coming out from Void. Those bombs may not be able to finish your target. The Leomod can come in easily, slow everybody down, and then after that start just going on ham. The only threat that I can see from the side of this Leomod from Team Evil is that Lunox. But we need to find another marksman. I would say even Obsidia looks great in this one from side of Team Evil. I don't think they should go for the Herald at all.
No way. But okay, Moskov works. Crossback plays possible. Jace Cho is gone. As the Cho have decided to go over to the side of Powerful.
Yep, we were talking about a pick-off composition from the side of Ignite Gaming, right? It seems like IG may have other thoughts, right? Counter-picking that Cho away from Jay is great. Powerful does play the Cho too. You also got a pseudo tank in the form of Fredrin, just in case if Powerful gets busted down, you still have somebody to kind of help you peel. For the Lunox, for the Moskov, the Paquito as well, to a certain extent, does peel as well with the amount of mobility he has and the damage and also the knockback.
Honestly, this current drop from the side of Evil has a lot of mobility, so Kufra, well, I should have just said Kufra before I said about the mobility part. At least it makes me sound smart.
I mean, Jay...
I was leading up to it.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, that's why we're casters, right? We say here. we love to, like, you know, lead up to the fact that, hey, there's always potentially a Kufra, right? The Kufra works wonders here for the side of Ignite. I like how Ignite Gaming has been doing this, right? Their R5 or B5 picks has been mostly these crazy selections that kind of throw a wrench into the draft or basically the roster for the side of the enemy, right? We see the Akai B5 R5 picks. Now the Kufra will make it a lot awkward for the Cho, for the Moskov, who relies on the dash, and to a certain extent, even the Fredrin and the Paquito especially.
So moving on forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be looking at game number 6, and this is one heck of a draft. So far, ever since we have seen that the Boxer has been banned out from the start of Ignite, we have been, at least for me, I've been liking Ignite's draft.
Yeah.
So this might actually be a situation where we might actually go down the wire.
We definitely do, ladies and gents. Game number 6. It is going to be a very interesting fight between these two teams, like I mentioned at the start of the game number 1 as well, because definitely IG has a lot more to show. His R5 picks has been wonderful, and now, you know, it feels like Ignite Gaming has finally found a little bit of footing against Team Evil.
As we move on forward in this case, we are looking at a Moskov versus a carry. Both of them are equally low in range, so you know it's definitely a lot more annoying on the design of Moskov. as the wave clear is definitely a lot faster and a lot better between the two of them. But if we kind of take a look at the XP lane, we're kind of back on it again between the Esmeralda plus the Paquito. Once he hits level 4, that is where Paquito can be a lot more of an annoyance and can be dealing a lot of damage over to the Esmeralda. But pre-4 is where Esmeralda can out-damage and out-heal a Paquito in most cases.
Lots of damage. By the side CS onto Ven. Jay is literally charging up. Okay, I'm not going to commit to that one. Interested to see how the first turtle is going to turn up, because if you compare these heroes, especially your roaming trio, right, your jungler, your mid, and your roam powerful, and that Cho does have innate damage, right? He's built as an XP laner, but it seems like everybody plays him as a roam. I mean, he's a good roam, but like does have nutty damage numbers if you play him correctly.
The Blade doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but hey, at least the Starlight Pulse gives him a little bit of HP to work with. But ultimately, with 10 seconds until the turtle eventually spawns, we take a look at Azu at level 4, and Kelvin is trying to kind of barge into the opponent's jungle. I don't think there's no way he's going to hit level 5 right either way. No, but you can see that definitely Kelvin managed to bring down the purple buff 4 seconds faster than Azu. So at least at that point in time, Kelvin can always go for the purple buff first. But down in the bottom lane, Diablo finds himself in the spot where there is going to be a 3-man gank, but Diablo managed to flicker himself away and even losing out the Falling Star Moon. I think that is fine.
Critical resources, I would say, burn away, right? Because you do that.
Oh, what? Oh man, what a pause, dude. Oh man, what a pause, dude.
I am not feeling very great about that one.
I don't feel great about that too.
Yeah, because like I think more importantly is like we kind of want to ramp up into a certain, you know, Diablo is definitely not be able to do a lot of things earlier just now.
He's definitely dead now.
Yeah, he's definitely dead.
100% dead.
Yep, at the very least we can kind of move on for that one. But before that, you know, Esmeralda losing the ultimate and also the flicker may not be able to do a lot of impact in the turtle fight, because don't forget, Kufra going into the first turtle fight is only level 3, so it doesn't really have that lockdown potential that you require. So I think Team Evil forcing that one out of Esmeralda is wonderful.
Yeah, so not only that, I think that it's definitely a very bad spot for Diablo right after using both the Flicker and the Falling Star Moon to actually move towards the turtle in the shortest fashion possible. At that point in time, he should probably, and he should definitely know that the enemies are really close. They are all around the turtle's pit, and that he could be caught any point in time, which kind of led him to that predicament. At this point in time, he definitely, like...
I don't know why that meme just flashed into my mind. You know the meme where, yep, this is me.
Oh, yep,
yep, this is me. Wonder how I got here. Literally, I burned my flicker, I burned my my ultimate, and you know this means that Team Evil definitely has a solid priority over to the first turtle already, and this is gonna allow Paquito to snowball, and then it's gonna be a little bit awkward for the side of Ignite Gaming because Leomar looking to scale, but needs a lot more time and needs to hit that mid game point where the Leomar truly really shines.
So the question is if whether the Leomar will be able to do, I mean, decent enough of a job coming in for this game itself. You know what? We'll see how that eventually will work out. But now we're gonna be jumping straight into the game. We know for sure that now Diablo is dead without being able to help too much in this turtle fight.
Yep. A Flying Cloud is going to help him to get over to the lane even faster. First turtle, like what we predicted, goes over to Azu. And now I feel like this is the time where, Ignite Gaming should be able to shine, unless Powerful is able to do something right here because he hits level 4 first.
I don't think that it will be too big of a difference right now. I mean, being able to catch Jay is a whole different question, considering that he's a Kufra after all.
Bouncing ball, you will not be able to jump onto him using the Shinpo or be a Cho as well. Then looks like food for the side of Ignite Gaming. However, I don't see a lot of capitalization onto the top side, especially when CS actually doing a great job against Event earlier just now.
Yep, as you slowly move right on to see Evil's lead. They're only at about 300 gold lead, and not a massive advantage, but perhaps we can talk a little bit about the in-game equipment.
Yep, no boots for the side of CS, hoping to use his dash as much as possible, but it is also, the Fury Hammer already secured by the side of Gear. That's also a wonderful item for him. And the Karas half-built it for the side of Diablo. I think that's also amazing. But hold on a second.
Powerful, trying to find himself right into the face of Roy. He didn't manage to go for the kick, but Roy have decided to, you know, preempt that kick by picking up the Purify ASAP.
Yep.
So during that entire time frame, Roy was able to, you know, kind of get himself out of the season.
But hold on a second.
Yes, not great.
Yeah, for a three-man gang all the way up top. Azu just showing up shop. I need to see Ignite Gaming doing the same at the bottom.
Immediately now, Gear doesn't have a lot of HP to kind of work with, as now Kelvin versus Diablo. Diablo is mostly going to be the one that absorbed the most of those hits and allowed Kelvin to go for that kill.
Yep, potential lot of burst. That's exactly what Kelvin is looking for. We'll be able to get that as well. The fact that I believe Diablo was the one that is tanking most of the turret shot. Oh, SOD, that's not CS.
No way, no way. That's way too deep in for him to eventually teleport into the SOD. But now Jay might be looking for an advantage onto Ven. Wasn't able to complete the bouncing ball onto Ven though, but it doesn't seem like it mattered too much because they don't want to commit to that.
Okay, second turtle is going to be very important for the side Ignite Gaming team. Evo looking to blitz it down.
Turtle goes down to the hands of Kelvin, while in the meantime he's going to be summoning his steed. Barbiel now joins into the battle right now. Azu the only one that went down from that fight, and Ignite wanting to make full use of the steed. They are looking for more advantage here.
Yeah, what happened all the way to the side of Azu, right? He immediately gets popped down. Oh, because CS decides to join the fight as well, of course. Tell us all the time. The carry immediately bursts down Azu, especially in early game.
It's not too bad, and now in the bottom lane, you can even see that the containment effect from Ignite is not even necessary. As Diablo, what he needed to do is just clear down the bottom lane wave and just proxy the wave, and he's got a free turret down in the bottom lane.
Lots of damage from CS and Roy as well. Powerful trying to join Jay, charging it up.
Here, unfortunately, sorry, Powerful, he does have the flicker actually, so if he does want to create an opportunity for the team, they can definitely do so. However, the only one that can really, realistically be able to make full use of the way of Dragon right now is Blade. I'm not sure about Gear. I don't think that he's farmed up enough to be able to burst anyone down though, but it waits to be seen. And now, middle lane, double takedown. Blade is all powerful. Ignite gonna be focusing down on the T1 turret in the middle lane. This is actually pretty darn fast. This is gonna give Ignite one heck of an advantage as they move on forward from this point onwards, while Diablo continues to put on pressure down on the Gear, focusing down a little bit, but not quite enough to take him away.
Man, Ignite Gaming found the Mojo Dojo, cracks open mid at the same time. Diablo knows that he's not a threat against Gear. Gear needs a lot more time. Already has Anti-Kira to kind of counteract against that. Already secure his book as well. He's more than happy to dance. But Team Evo, on the other hand, is starting to lose ground just a little bit. Now, not only just the fact that they lost earlier just now in the mid lane, they lost top as well. Ignite Gaming, they found the snowball.
The snowball is imminent with every single one of the standing objective in the top, the middle, and the bottom lane gone. And then, you know, second. And now we go to have a pretty nice kick down to the Kelvin. Unfortunately, taking a look at Diablo. He will be taken down right now. Kelvin is just going to be going for a counterfire. And he's just going to be clawing his way down on a couple of members. Almost with the momentum. Down on the blade. Sidesteps the SOD.
He has Sharingan. He saw the sidestep and just sidestepped it even before it happened. Kelvin, man, what a juke. And that also means that, you know, Team Evo will be able to push down bot, but Ignite Gaming still maintaining the momentum, picking up the second turtle.
As now it's going to be another turtle to the name of Ignite Gaming, pushing themselves to a 3,000 gold lead. Ven, unfortunately, is not able to put himself in a decent amount of spot when it comes down to his economical factor.
CS, remember, Golden Staff is the time when he really truly shines. Ignite Gaming right now, I think they're more than happy to handshake any form of team fight. If Team Evo Powerful wasn't able to find any form of pickoffs, especially with Jay with the bouncing ball, it may be doomed.
Oh, looking for the kick, but Powerful was not able to continue on forward to try to go for a kick into their own turret, but they're gonna be fine for now.
Roy is outputting so much damage from the Blooming Gloom. You saw earlier just now with a combo of Roy and CS. They can burst down Azu even before he can actually land the Appraiser's Ramp. And even if Appraiser's Ramp lands...
Oh no!
That's a big ultimate. That's a big ultimate miss,
but he should be able to get that back pretty quickly, especially since they managed to kick down the T2 turret in the top lane. It's not too big of a deal. They may have lost the bottom lane T2 as well, but at this point in time, the side lane T2 is not that big of an issue. It's more about the middle lane that they have to keep hold of.
Yep, Ignite Gaming still holding on to the mid lane. They cracked open mid earlier just now. I think that was a little bit too early for as well. Team Evil and also Ignite Gaming to scale, but Gear is on the Paquito.
It's now powerful, now gonna be completely bouncing balls out, but at least he will kick Jay away. So that is gonna be one of their singularity factor that is not gonna be appearing for themselves, and they will not be able to single anyone out.
Man, the whole roster for the side of Team Evil to be able to use Powerful to jump and kick somebody, and then after that allowing be it Blade or Ben to literally burst the person down, not gonna be able to come to fruition. Because every time when Powerful dashes, Jay just activates a bouncer ball and just counteracts and whatever Powerful wants to do, and he gets caught off, and you know, Troll, especially in the early game, is not really tanky at all.
The Lord spawns down in the southeastern part of the map. Evil, at this point in time, they can take control of it a little bit early, as they have dips, right? Literally priority onto the Lord. But the question is if whether they are even gonna want to do this, because Azu currently only at level 10, as opposed to Kelvin at level 13. Definitely gonna be losing out in the quality of retribution right now. But Jay randomly found Azu with the Tyrant's Revenge, takes him down. SOD lands on the Jay. Is definitely not gonna be jumping in for now. But the main thing is, wait, hold on a second here. Oh, Blade, he went in. And Jay, not again. When it comes down to the Tyrant's Revenge, lands pretty nicely on the gear. And now Diablo hopes to go for another one. But unfortunately, Falling Star is not going to be landing at all. As here continues to go on forward. Will be able to get a kill down on Diablo. This is all going to be a small little diversion. We take that as an excuse. That right now, Ignite takes the Lord.
Wait, Jay is still alive after all of that. B bouncing ball and bounces all the way back with safety. Ignite Gaming went for a shot in the dark, found Azu just right there standing, pins him to the wall. Ignite Gaming, man.
That shot,
you have a very good luck today.
That shot may not be too much in the darkness. Given the current situation with the amount of grasses available at that part of the map, there were only maybe 2 or 3 brushes that there could be someone in there. And in this case, Azu happened to be in that one brush that Jay was in. But indeed, you know, it's kind of like a 33.33 and recurring chance of being able to get a hit.
I mean, you lose every shot you don't take, right?
Yep,
Jay took it. He pinned it, and the best one is Azu, right? And then immediately members on the Ignite crumble, just literally jump onto Azu, bursts him down. And don't forget, Azu's currently 0-3 and 2, doesn't really have the tanky does, and now Team Evil has to defend against his Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles in the end. As now Ignite Gaming currently at 4,700 gold onwards. They should be able to cut through Evil like a hot knife through butter. And they should be able to do whatever that they can in order to take down Evil as much as possible. Ben being able to whittle down and deal with the Lord ASAP before the Evil even land his spiraling trident over to the top lane.
Good knock-up by Gear, but not a lot of follow-up coming out of the side of Team Evil. Ignite Gaming has been taking a lot of these great advantages, and it's, I would say, a lot of missed opportunities coming out of Team Evil, right? A lot of disadvantages. Losing Azu earlier just now, losing the Lord over the side of Ignite Gaming. Lots of standing goal in their favor right now. Jay looking for more!
Oh, we'll be able to land a pretty good slam right down on the gear, but it's still alive right now. Powerful will be able to go for a tap in and a kick for the fortune down on the map. Is coming from the side. Ignite is not going to go down just yet. As Kelvin move on forward, gets the kill down over the gear, moves on to the next one. As now we do have the loot out. It's just going to be pushing him straight right in the face of Roy. But unfortunately, Blaze, he was sacrificing. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, he was still sacrificing himself. Ben, move on forward, get the kill down on the Diablo, leaving it in a 2-for-2 right now.
Yeah, and that was a very good play for the side of Ben, right? Taking the SOD in the nick of time to be able to catch onto the retreating members of Ignite Gaming. They started over blunder for the side of Team Evil. Ignite Gaming capitalized on that one, but Ignite Gaming overextended just a little bit. Ben took that shot.
There was only one turret that they managed to take down, and that is the inhibitor one at the bottom lane. The Lord will eventually spawn, but even with this upcoming Lord, is not gonna do too much.
Yeah, if you take a look at the replay right there, right, it's just Gear trying to maintain, and also Ben retreating right there. You know, this is almost doom or dead over the side of Team Evil, right? But however, Ignite Gaming overstayed their welcome. Just look at Blade, just creating so much space in the back line. SOD join. If that SOD doesn't land, oh boy, it's gonna be a lot of trouble for the side of Team Evil. Like I said, Blade played a sacrificial play and just made it work against Ignite Gaming. A wonderful defense from Team Evil.
Yep, managed to find a lot of Chaos Assaults down over to the side of Roy in order to whittle them down. And of course, he zoomed in. He made sure that he knows that he needs to take Roy down, not necessarily Jay. Jay, he managed to get some HP or some shields throughout the entire encounter and is not afraid of going down. But for Blade, he only has one thing. He's a man on a mission.
He wants to really go for Paris right here. That gold lead, albeit doing the down just a little bit slightly, but Team Evo's not out of the woods just yet. Ignite Gaming still has 5k gold lead. Kelvin's already level 15. Azu struggling at level 12. Lot priority still given over side of Ignite Gaming.
You have to be careful not to throw caution into the wind at this point in time, though. Even though they do have got their jungler that is way above in terms of XP against Azu. Any point in time, a mistake can be made, and Evo might be able to steal this lot right under their noses.
Yep. What's a mistake they could potentially make, huh? Van stealing the Lord with an SOD?
Honestly, anything could happen right now. Even though it's like 5,200 gold lead in favor for Ignite, this is probably a pick-off point that we would want to see from either one of these two teams. But does Evil really have got what it takes to pick off anyone here with that show of theirs?
The problem is Azu is so far behind in gold. He's gonna get literally busted down by CS and Roy as well. Most of the time, Ignite Gaming, right, is just sending Jay to scout out the bushes, jumping in, catches Azu, that'd be great. I think that's this is the second time earlier just now that Azu made a mistake, jumping into Jay's line of fire earlier as well. But with Van with gear on the sideways controlling it, Ignite Gaming may have to spread themselves slightly thinner. Or if Ignite Gaming going to go for either gear or Van at the top or bottom.
The Lord now stands tall up in the northwestern part of the map.
SOD.
SOD is not going to land on anyone, but they're trying to look for an opportunity right now. As Ignite rushes himself right forward. The glooms have already been scattered a little bit. Just 1 or 2 glooms out there. Here, tries to make it from the back. Wasn't able to land on anyone. Tarun's been channeling, but not able to land on anyone. No more blind spots.
Azu shifted to the other bush, man. I think if you're Azu right now, you don't stand in bushes. You stand right in the open, right? Show everybody where you're there. But Team Evo, the benefit that the reason why they're still able to stay inside this game and keeping Ignite Gaming in check is because they've got the Moskov that could just split push. They got the gear. They've also got gear. They can split push as well. Don't forget, the Paquito right now has already removed the debuff on using skills on minions, so he does quite a lot of damage to minions right now. So easy wave clear coming in from the side of the game.
This is going to be quite a handshake right now, as Jay versus Azu is what we can see at the western part of the Lord. But take a look at the main part of the fight. They're clear. Just going to be pushing himself all the way to the back. But in the meantime, Wind of Dragon just going to be collecting a CS. CS down! And that's exactly what we want to see from Son of Evil. However, they've already lost 3 members throughout the entire counter, while 4 members from Sonic Ignite worked out great. Kelvin picking up a triple R for himself, trying to make his way through. Van is the lone survivor of the team.
Ignite Gaming right here, just 4 members in the charge against Van. Van is just a Moskov. There's a bit of a splash damage. However, the minions are not in the favor of Ignite Gaming. A bit of reprieve for the side of Team Evo for now, but that was not looking good for the side of Team Evo, man. Everything the powerful and also Gear and Azu tried to do literally got shut down by the side of Jay. If Van wasn't able to join the fight with the SOD, it is over.
Top lane T3 and the middle lane T3 will eventually be taken down right now. They do not have CS with them at this moment in time, but I believe that CS might be able to make it in time because of flying clouds though. So making it in time for the middle, for the bottom lane lot eventually reaching is going to be super clutch.
Not going to commit for that one, but the Lord's marching down bot at the same time. CS managed to reinforce. You can see Van just landing up so much collateral damage. Jay going a bit too far. Azu going in. He's taking a lot of damage.
He's taking a little bit too much. Roy's just going to be black shielding himself right out of that. While Kill focuses down on the Roy as much as possible. Diablo just going to be flicking himself right out of the fight. But unfortunately, take a look at the Kill all the way to the back line. Kelvin, take him down. SOD is not going to land on anyone. 2 men down from Son of Evil. What a grip wave. Moves down to the bottom lane. Diablo pushes in for the start with taking down Blade. And now he might sacrifice himself. He doesn't have immortality. He's going to fight for now. Ace next one down. While Ignite, they will move on to ensure their life in the tournament.
3-3, ladies and gents. What I was telling you guys, 4-3. May the best team win, be it Team Evo or Ignite. The R5 pick coming out from Ignite has proven clutch over and over again. The Akai, the Nolan, and now the Kufra.
We're finally coming down to the wire. It's a full gauntlet between Evil and Ignite. They came when Evil take 2 initially, we thought the game is over. We thought that this series will be fast, but no. Ignite showed us exactly what it's supposed to do. They knew what they gotta do. And now they've come down to a draw. And in this BO7 match, in the end of the day,
dude,
it became a BO1.
I'm seeing a potential, you know, like the possibility, the fact that Diablo gets to go to Paris is a little bit unthinkable right now.
The idea that
that's actually kind of hilarious.
The idea that he might actually just go to Paris.
There is a chance right now.
Not with his actual team.
That's a chance right now, right?
Oh my goodness,
the biggest transfer of the history, I would say. But you can see Team Evil, right? Look at Ben playing the minds out. Blade also trying to do the same. But it is still, you know, Ignite Gaming's death ball. If Team Evil, if you take a look, if Team Evil Ben lands at SOD, it is over for Ignite Gaming because Ben is the player with the most damage against Ignite Gaming, and because he didn't land at SOD, that's it.
Literally the only one with a maximum power output at that point in time. If only, right? This is the problem about Moskov, is that he can go for all form of split push as much as he wants.
As long as you land at SOD.
As long as he lands at SOD. If you don't land at SOD, all of that split push is all for naught.
Yeah, and of course, you know, this last engagement fight, you can see members from side Team Evil desperately trying to wave clear, but Diablo is just making it so difficult. And also Jay just jumping in with the bouncing ball, making sure that Van doesn't have a great time at all. After a while, just way too much damage, way too much for Team Evil to hold his team. Well, Ignite Gaming, right, literally found that fuel in the flame, toss it into the furnace, and they are fired up.
Man, boy, am I fired up as well. This game is gonna come down to literally down to wire. It's really tough for me to formulate anything right now. But congratulations over to the MVP of game number 6. It goes over to Kelvin with 7 kills, 0 death, and 7 assists. Great game as a Leomord.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it, right? Like what I mentioned, Leomord was one of Kelvin's preferred heroes in the regular season. I was kind of surprised it wasn't being pulled up, and I like the adaptation for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? Like literally transitioning from, you know, using Diablo as the main damage dealer, EXP lane, leave Kelvin into tank, utility jungle. I feel like this is where they found the footing, they found the equalizer, right? Here on the other hand, it's Paquito. I think, yeah, Paquito first pick is strong, it's solid in the early game, but Ignite Gaming right now, they activate the CS so early on. Royus' Lydia does a lot of damage at level 4, does have the second life as well to be able to survive everything, and that's where Team Evil start to crumble. You can see Azu is not comfortable right now.
As such, maybe we need to look at something else and something a little bit different for Azu now, because they have done fooling around. At this point in time, they gotta have to play the comfort. They gotta play what they truly believe in. So far, we've been seeing a lot of bugs here over to the side of Azu, and unfortunately, I think for the side of Ignite Gaming, they know they should never leak the bugs here to Azu anymore.
Don't forget, we started this from game number 5, right? Sorry, at game number 4, they were at 3-1. And because of game number 5, game number 6, Ignite Gaming has won 2 in a row. They brought us to this stalemate.
Oh boy, oh boy. I need to get some oxygen right in here right now.
Yeah, I hope you can inject oxygen straight to
the
brain.
honestly, just inject oxygen right in here. Oh,
yeah, right now it's just like, it is, I would say, right, I would say may the best team wins, definitely. But we also start to see a lot of cracks for the side of Team Evil in terms of the execution. We saw Ignite Gaming earlier just now in the first few games. They're not really comfortable. You saw the cracks as well.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I think this is the time where they really need to check themselves out and just go in, lock in, so that they go just one more game away before we crown the winner of MPL Singapore Season 11.
There's no outs of this. There's only one team that will get out of this, and this final game is the only one that will matter. Whatever they did before in this entire series, they were all just but information.
Yep.
And they have to apply every single one of these information that they have learned for the past 3 games that they have won into this very game in order to get yourself the 4th win.
I love it, man. I was expecting a 4-3, and I really appreciate the fact that we actually got one, right? And, you know, Ignite Gaming, and not too shabby either. When I was talking to Team Evil earlier just now, what do you think? It's like, yeah, there's a potential chance whether I might win or might lose. And that's where, you know, Ignite Gaming, you know, they don't forget, these are a bunch, these are players who were RSG before, right?
Yep.
Roy, you got Diablo, and you got CS
as well.
And then Jay as well has been in the scene since season 1 under Kingsman. Wow.
Wow.
Kingsman.
You old.
Yeah, you old too.
You old. Yeah,
you with me.
We old.
Yeah, we old. That's why we remember Kingsman. Bambi as well, right?
Oh, wow. Random shout out. Well, might as well just shout out to Aeon, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations, Aeon as well.
Not sure whether he's watching right now.
But anyways, man, this is exciting to watch, right? I feel like right now it's not about who makes the most mistakes, especially, you know, it's a very long day for the side of Ignite Gaming, and I feel like it's all down to the execution already. I think also to a certain extent, Ignite Gaming draft woke up at game number 4. The Akai pick coming in is great. The Nolan was okay.
Yep.
But after that, there's a lot of adaptations among the players and the coach as well.
Honestly, it really comes down to the momentum shift.
That's right.
There has a lot that Ignite has learned throughout these past few games, and I think that Evil is starting to catch on as well and realize that, okay, you know, we're gonna have to remove some of these heroes that is being played by either Diablo or being played by perhaps even Kelvin himself, because they did play a total of 2 Akai so far, and by the time that they have been hit by the double Akai that won them the game, they decided, you know what, let's take away the Akai, let's leave the Uranus open.
Yep, but you know, banning an Akai feels like from the side of Team Evil was just a knee-jerk reaction, right? And I also felt that they are forced to kind of pick the troll away from the side of IG. But, you know, not going for the troll means that you open up Jay Kufra. I wasn't expecting a Kufra myself as well. I saw it being picked in the playoffs earlier just now. I was like thinking, hey, maybe it's a pocket pick, it's a one-off pick, it's something to catch you off guard. But hey, literally, right, everything for the side of Team Evil is constantly getting countered by that bouncing ball.
Honestly, I feel that the only reason why the Kufra became a solid pick over here is because none of these...
So Paquito came back.
I mean, it's not only just that, but because of the current state of that game, where there's so many of the tank heroes that has already been taken away. We've got the Marcel taken away, Marcel, Atlas, even the Akai. There's quite a lot of the expected picks that's already gone. So if we will kind of go down the line of what are the tanks that are available, it just randomly clicked. Oh, wait, they have a lot of mobility. Why not?
Yeah, I think, right, why not, right? Like, I think going to the next game, man, it is going to be a Game 7. The last game of, well, MPL Singapore Season 11, right? We went truly the mile as well. And really excited to see what IG has in store for us, because so far I'm liking what I'm seeing. Feels like, you know, CS is getting warm up, it's coming online as well. But I think another hidden MVP, I would say Roy, right? Using this Lilia and also
great
CS on this
success.
carry.
Yeah.
Great success. Now this 2 wombo combo needs to be stopped. This 2-man wombo combo.
I'm not too sure if whether they have enough bans.
There's not enough bans anymore.
At this point in time,
there's not enough bans. I don't think
you can never throw your problems into the banning pool anymore.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to decide what are the problems that we can deal with. Are we able to deal with a Lilium? Is that really the case? Can we deal with a Akai that will eventually be thrown into our face? But maybe if they don't really even need to ban an Akai, if they're not interested in playing a Harif, for example.
Yeah, that's right. I think right now, if you are for the side of Team Evo, you really ditched that Harif idea already. The Moscow was a good idea, albeit, but the Cho pick was already forced. The Kufra bouncing ball is the one that I feel like, I wasn't expecting that, right? I was like, Cho was a good pick. Counter pick that away from Jay because Jay is looking for pick-off, right? But of course, a Kufra can pick off. And especially when we're going back into the old meta as well, when you got the Paquitos and the Chos running rampant, and to a certain extent, Esmeralda, of course, the good old Kufra comes back into play.
So right now, we're potentially, no, not potentially, we are gonna be looking at the final game in here. This is MPL SG Season 11, and we're gonna be closing this entire chapter very soon. It all goes down to this very final game after a month long of a lead.
Yep, but don't forget, this is where we separate the great and the greatest, right? Literally, down to that last game, can they hold? especially when Ignite's riding on this momentum. Can they hold on to this? For the side of Team Evil, can they recover from that 2-game loss in a row? I think those are the big questions we shall only able to be able to answer when we see the gameplay and the execution.
Every single one of these players here, they have to reset their mentality once again. Going back to the whiteboard and ensuring that they do not get hit with the mental block. Especially for the members of Evil, losing 2 in a row definitely will feel, they will definitely feel a sour taste in the mouth. And so coming back into this game, they need to have a great drop. They need to have a drop that they are really confident in.
Yeah, but so far, I feel like, Ignite Gaming has the better draft, like what, 3 games, I would say, in a row. The 3rd game was a bit of an execution error, I would say, but hey, the Akai pick, the Kuvra pick was solid. They let CS play 1, 2, 3, 4, carry 4 times in a row. I think they can stick to us.
The goal goes down to this final game. I can't believe that we are going to be wrapping this entire thing up right now.
The journey, eh?
It is one heck of a journey. Not only for us as the talents, but for all the players, the coaches, the management, the crews. It all boils down to this very final moment here at D Marquee, together with hundreds, thousands of viewers.
This world. Gonna go into the last draft of MPL Singapore Season 11. Be it best of 7, a switcheroo finally happened. Like what? 1, 2, 3,
How many
4,
times have they been playing?
4 games in a row, they're blue pick for the side Team Evil. And now Coach Bitoy opted for red pick.
Maybe this is gonna change things up again. Maybe this is gonna change the feng shui.
The same truth.
At this point in time, you would take anything that will help your team.
But the problem is, if you ban in such a way that how you ban on your own side,
is banning.
it may not work because, you're gonna potentially leak out something that's valuable. Paquito goes in the ban pool this time for the side of Team Evil.
So the thing is, for IG, it didn't matter what they banned. They would just ban whatever that they want. Because they're not at a situation whereby they are too afraid of meta picks that are given away to the side of Evil. It became that these meta picks are for Evil to ban.
Yep, Juicin is definitely going to be one of the bans from the side of Team Evil. Roy is more than happy to take that Juicin away.
My tail's been itching for
IG
a
takes away the
real
Kalia
fight.
instead.
No more pickoffs.
Benedetta?
I highly doubt so.
Not at this juncture.
Not at this juncture. I don't think that they will want to double down onto banning a hero where Diablo hasn't played for, the past 4 games.
I think what Team Evo should be looking out for is you expect a carry. How do we deal with a carry? Usually you need to flank, but albeit, if Team Evo Azu goes in for the Frenchman again, he's gonna get shredded down to pieces. Don't forget, Guinevere never mentioned at all.
Never. I don't think that we are going to be expecting to see much Guinevere games from Kelvin. But with the Paquito ban down, Uranus. Okay, so it will still be a respect ban towards the side of Diablo. However, the main thing is we are going to be looking at some of the hot commodities that can be picked out from IG, be it a Valentina or a Juicin.
Juicin first pick, one of the highest B1 picks in the current league as well, especially when Juicin is so open. A lot of focus from the side Team Evil onto Paquito and the Uranus as well. I think they don't have the necessary answer for this. They don't expect Ven to play the carry. I feel like IG, if they don't pick the carry here, I just don't know why. I just got a sensing if IG don't pick a carry here, Evo will pick up a carry for them.
I've been waiting for too long.
First pick carry though.
Wow.
That's how much IG prioritized the carry.
First pick carry, despite
Juicin.
Freyas. Yeah.
Open. They're gonna go for that one instead. they're gonna let CS play that as much as possible because he becomes the late game monster. Still a lot better, but this opens up to, you know, the juicing. And I bet IG needs to find a good answer to both, not only just the juicing pick that they had to leak over to side Team Evil, the focus as well.
Okay, containment plays is actually going to be a little bit difficult once again because of the prevalence of juicing. Having the phobias doesn't really change anything at all. So the game plan still goes the same for IG. They still want to play the Lilia and the Esmeralda. If ain't broken, why fix it?
Yeah, it's the same draft, but right now you're facing up against a Phobias, you're facing against a Juicing, right?
Yeah, I think that the Juicing is the main difference here because in the past 2 games between them and Evil, they played the Esmeralda without the Juicing. With the Juicing now, it's gonna be really difficult for Diablo to do his job. This is kind of like the same occasion when Evil had that Baxia.
Yeah.
It's almost the same thing, except that...
Gonna get picked up.
Yeah, but the Juicing is not as prevalent as a Baxia. In this case, it's not that threatening in some sense. But it would still stop that containment strategy coming in from this Esmeralda.
Leomon is a good stopgap solution by the side Team Evo at the very least. Now, Azu whips out the Leomon, whips out the Phantom Steed himself, picking that away from Kelvin. And now expect Evo to lock down Kelvin's heroes as much as possible. But I think that's an Atlas bet coming up from side Team Evo.
So, gone. Would it be? As of now, we're just going to be expecting to see what is coming up from this point onwards. Maybe a little bit of a frozen draft, I will say. But regardless,
yep.
Oh man. From this point on, what are we looking out for? Evil, they are lacking of a Roma. They lost, they need a Roma, they need a gold laner. IG, Roma, and a...
Sniper ready.
Hey, sorry.
No, give me a target.
And a jungler.
Why are we banning a Leslie?
You heard the Leslie?
Of course.
I didn't
trust a Leslie fan to know that selection. Why are we banning a Leslie?
Oh, man. Oh. 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 Why?
Now a cow
nowhere.
Why
Your
indeed?
team is banning.
Okay, I like the fact that Akai is still taken away.
Of course, I feel like Team Evo don't really have the time to really fix and go in and, you know, try to fix the Akai problem, right? They're just gonna have to ban it away because Akai could just split the whole team into half, and it's just a massive problem for the team to deal with. Right now, for the side of IG, we talk about this, right? Banning away the gold laner, there's also a Roman for the side of Team Evo that could potentially also pick as well, but I feel like if you're IG, I think your eyes are on Ven. You're locking down as many heroes from the side of Ven would do. Moskov will get banned away.
The Moskov is saying goodbye right now. Okay, so they're trying to whittle down as much options as possible when it comes down to gold lane. In this case, there is an Esmeralda on the opposite side, so even if we kind of want to see a fight, a gold lane from the Freya, that's not going to be possible at all. I mean, it's still possible, but I think you'll find yourself in a pretty darn difficult spot.
There's also a Claude on the other side of Team Evo decides to handshake. You know, let's scale all the way to lane, right?
Yeah.
But
actually, why didn't they ban Claude and Harry?
Yes,
it being
I
so
was expecting the Claude ban for the side of IG for that replacement for Leslie. So I was kind of surprised when I hear the Leslie kind of the call thingy, voice line thingy, and I'm like, wait, why is the Leslie getting banned away? Because I feel like that's the more prevalent threat. And now Claude given over side the Ven. This is looking to handshake IG all the way to the late game. I would say carry works well against not only just a Leomon, but also against a Phobias, right? You're going to get shredded to beat pieces. Claw will still need one more additional item to be more prevalent, but carry, you just need to go to staff, and that's it.
Yeah, but the only difference is the fact that carry does have a little bit of a small little problem, and that is the fact that she has really bad range. So going up against a Claude, you know, there might be some case over there. Oh, wait a second,
so
that is why!
I feel like moments like that clarity moment, no pun intended for Clarity Gaming, that clarity moment.
But
That's why.
This feels kind of forced, I'm not gonna lie.
This is a cheese pick.
This is kind of forced, but
yeah.
But I mean, if it works,
it's
then
anti-dive, right? So for the side of Valeric is an anti-dive. Claude dive, Leomord dive. Everybody for the side of Team Evo is a national diving team as well. Hilda also dives, so Team Evo has to come in for this one. Even though the Valeric is picked, I think it's up to Team Evo to really make sure that they make this work. Harley is back on Kelvin again, and that's what I'm excited for.
And just like that, we have to draft between Ignite and Evil. For this final game, only one may prevail. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor as we have been going through the past few months. Part of the game and part of the action. We are going down to the final game. And of course, you, everyone at home, everyone here at Team Marquee, we will watch which is going to be the team that will be crowned as the champion.
Yeah, I think that R5 pick is also going to be interesting, right? The Hilda has a lot of work cut up for him, right? In order to prevent Harley from scaling out of control, definitely you have to see Powerful just go in, slam onto Kelvin as much as possible. But I'm also glad that Azu kind of goes back to the script just a little bit, goes back into his Leomord, something more comfortable. If this is the time where you kind of go back into something that you always play in the regular season, this game is it.
As we go on a slow beat. We start things off slow. As you take a look a little bit more onto the XP lane and the gold lane, we break things down a little bit as to what kind of priority are we expecting here.
Gold lane for design, I would say if Claude knows how to play, it becomes a skill matchup. It's easy pickings for the side of Ven, but CS on the other hand is a better wave clear. Mid lane on the other hand, they could just always do this, Alpha can also do this, but that's not a lot of damage, especially in early game part, because Valeric you're not expected to do a lot of damage, whereas Powerful does have a lot more damage, especially in roaming through. I'm leaving the XP to you because you're the XP expert.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes down to between the two of them, it has always come down to a point whereby the Phobius can't really do anything in the lane until he reaches level 4. In this case, Esmeralda will always be happy with what he has got.
They taunted out, Vickers already committed. They'll be going for it.
Doesn't look like Jay have a lot of HP to work with, but he does have to revitalize, so he's not particularly too afraid. But here comes Azu, immediately just jumping right in, summons Barbiel, takes a kill.
Man, Kelvin landed on the Deadly Magic onto Powerful, and that's the main intended, I don't think that's the main intended target, should be onto Blade instead. So Powerful, luckily he blocked that Deadly Magic, and then after that, you know, it delivers a first kill over the side of Azu, a Leomord that's looking to scale. He is starting his first step.
I really want to see just how big of a deal this Esmeralda is going to make. Take a look at Blade. Oh, because of the Deadly Magic, it will still go down either way. It's not going to be that big of a deal for a Juicin after all.
That's tick damage though, but that's also a big problem because Blade is not joining the fight right here.
Barbiel spawns are right down, immediately just jump right in. We do have the demonic strike coming in. They're just gonna be pushing the rest of the members from the side of Ignite away. Doesn't seem like Kelvin will be able to survive from all of this. Take a look, and we do have multitude of members from the side of Evil slowly just whittling down. Azu's gonna be the one that goes down in the end of the day. Powerful manages to push Diablo away too.
Man, this is crazy coming off of Team Evo. They are not in a very good spot to fight, even because they don't have Blade in tow as well. But somehow they still handshake the team fight, all because Powerful on the Hilda does a lot of damage. Surprisingly. Not surprised.
Maybe, actually.
I'm not surprised.
Not really. But 80 seconds in until the next turtle appears. Do know that the turtle did manage to go over to the hands of Evil. There's not much of a gold advantage from either one of these two teams, but perhaps we can break things down a little bit as to what we can expect when it comes down to their power spikes, and when are we expecting to see Evil or Ignite play?
I think right now for the side of Ignite, the fact is Jay doesn't really have his ultimate as of yet, so that's why, you know, the Roamer wasn't able to contribute as much, whereas Powerful, you know, even a Hilda before level 4 does a lot of damage. Will be able to knock back and also do a lot of damage. Kelvin, if it's deadly magic, it doesn't land properly. It's just gonna be a lot haywire. You land it on the powerful. Powerful is more than happy to take it. And then after that, you know, Roy, once the glooms just run out of battery, once you finish all of it, you don't really do a lot of damage anymore.
Are they holding on to a fight for as long as possible? It's going to be really important, but I'm not too sure if an Ignite can do that. As such, Roy will go down before he's able to find any opportunity to pop his black shoes.
You can't activate your black shoes when you're dangling in mid-air. That's what Blade said earlier just now. And all of a sudden, Team Evil back in the driver's seat. They've been taking a lot too much L's, and they're not happy about it.
Evil really trying to display the evil magic that they have gotten for themselves, playing just as aggressive as possible. That has been the go-to in Game 1 and Game 2. As long as they go in, they will eventually be able to do well. But right now, we do have the Triumph Craft that managed to connect. But unfortunately, did that turtle be the one that killed Powerful? That's the question that I actually have. A2 will be able to take down the turtle right now, and they will, for the side of Diablo, just going to be pushing himself right into the side of Ben. Unfortunately, even though the falling Diablo did connect, Diablo wasn't able to land a final shot as Gear came in to save the life of Ben.
Dude, this is when I'm like super surprised with the players. They're playing a lot of very crazy clutch plays, especially Gear, right? On the Phobias, you know, forcing a fight against Ignite on that choke point. That's where the Phobias really shine. You see him flying mostly in the air. Speaking about flying in the air, Blade on this Juicing is just literally picking up members one after another from the side of Ignite Gaming.
We see a lot of mobility, or rather movements, coming in from Evil. They're constantly trying to pick out hits and kills over the side of Ignite. Indeed, they do have one kill on top of Ignite, but that realistically didn't really do anything to impact the economical advantage towards Ignite. Right now, they're still even Stevens. The only thing that's not exactly too even Stevens about is the fact that they do have got most of their gold funneling over to the side of Azu as compared to Kelvin, which Kelvin currently is having a little bit of a tough time.
But right now, if you're looking at the scaling composition, Evil technically scales better as compared to Ignite Gaming. But we've been here before. Kelvin on this Harley has made miracles happen. Remember that particular game that just changed the whole tide because somebody decided to walk into the wrong bush at the wrong time, and that was a Leo mode if I remember correctly.
Well, that did not hit much of a nostalgia for me, unfortunately. But perhaps it will be able to shake up something right now.
But I think Jay on this Valeric, I mean, on paper it works well, but CS needs to get online first. But right now here, you know, he's already was able to just absorb so much punishment from the side of Ignite Gaming, picking up 2 assists. That's absolutely wonderful, and feels like, you know, he's ready and gearing to go over and over and again bot lane.
CS, he will definitely be suffering a little bit as Powerful immediately went in for the execution down onto the side of CS. Jay is unfortunately unable to do anything as they lost their marksman down in the bottom lane. The turtle is also going to be in the priority of Evil, and not to forget, even taking down the T1 turret down in the bottom lane.
Man, that's just a double whammy against Ignite Gaming. That momentum is really costly against Ignite Gaming, right?
Triple whammy now.
Triple, yeah, with the turtle. In fact, it's the BMI from the side of Ben just in the nick of time. BMI just get out of the Valoric's ultimate, and it makes it so much easy. CS getting taken down means, you know, Ignite Gaming is stepping one step back, whereas Team Evil taking one step forward.
With all 3 turtles going to the side of Evil, we do have a very good priority for Evil to move on to fight against the Lord eventually. Yep. Azu is currently at level 11 as opposed to Kelvin at level 10. In terms of retribution quality, it's pretty clear as day that Azu is doing a pretty good job. But in the meantime, we take a look at the player gold ranking. Van is currently at the top of the charts, and this is not looking great at all for his counterpart, and that is going to be CS, only at 4.3 thousand gold.
Yep, the CS truly pop off when the golden staff is there, right? I think it's compared to a Claude golden staff, and still not too bad. But when the corrosive science comes in, that is when the Claude truly gets even scarier. So I think CS right now is ready to fight, but right now I feel like Team Evil is coming in a very awkward angle. Their whole composition is anti-dive, but why are they diving in?
No, Kelvin, not looking good.
Wait, hold on! The hat trick! He managed to get away. Oh, maybe not!
And Martha goes in, still managed to hammer that axe right into his face, as all 4 members on the side from Ignite now have to cower within of the T1 turret.
Man, Azu suddenly popped all the way back to life. Thank goodness for the killing spree. Talent, right? And that's how Kelvin wasn't anticipating because he's never how Lord J.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They panic so hard.
lost of Triumph's Wrath, and now they're just going to be losing members after members. Man, it just goes pandemonium for the side of Ignite Gaming. This is where I was talking about earlier just now, right? This game is the one where we differentiate great and greatest. And it seems like Team Evo is taking the first step in becoming the greatest for MPL Singapore Season 11.
Unfortunately, Ignite is starting to lose hold of this game. As you take a look at this, Gear went in, of course. He flickered out of the fight. He flickered out right after his S2. Jay immediately reacted upon that. It could not be, it might not be a panic press, but it could be because of a skill. What's it called? The skill
swiping thing, right?
It's a queue, right? So when you click, you wanted to cancel, but it is already queued up. As such, right after your knock-up animation, it automatically bursted out, even though you did not click it at that moment.
Man, that was an absolute disaster for the side of Ignite Gaming. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one, Abstract. Team Evil saw the opportunity, they clinch it, and now they have a Lord marching up against Ignite Gaming.
This is not exactly the end that I wanted to see for the side of Ignite Gaming, because this is going to be grueling, cruel. If Evil were to win the game just like this, sub 12 minutes, not looking good. But as you mentioned, we do have a little bit of a sneaky peeky like gameplay coming from Harley.
Bit of talk coming out from Jay though.
I don't know if Kelvin will be able to do anything at this point in time, but Jay is currently in the midst of the fight. He doesn't revitalize, but he will be knocked down.
Nobody from the side of Ignite Gaming was ready to go in. Everybody has no choice but to watch their tree get taken down into the jungle. And now Team Evo is knocking on Ignite Gaming's doors.
There's absolutely no way, because now Kelvin is looking for other avenues of farm. He had to go away to the opponent's orange buff in order to get himself right back on track. Level 13 to level 13, at least when it comes to retribution of the loss of when it comes down to pointing to it, that's more than enough to bring CS down. That is gonna be one of the main ways that Ignite is able to clear the wave. And now Jay is in the back of the not able to do anything, losing 2 throughout that fight.
Jay's main role right there is to go in and out, try to make a play right there, but unfortunately CS went down. Kelvin was trying to enter from the back line, but Team Evo is more than happy to handshake this one. Team Evo, just that dive, I would say, is crazy, but they made it work.
We're currently down by 6,000 gold for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Lightning Trinket for the side, Kelvin could be the differentiator here, but is it a little bit too late? Just now, Kelvin was trying to burst down Azu earlier. Just now, we did not see it happen, especially when he's skilled.
Ignite. They have to play things slow right now, knowing that they are far behind of Evil.
6k gold lead.
6k gold lead. And if we were to compare gold lane for gold lane, just from there, sub 3k of lead that Van has. That single blazing duet is more than enough to bring from a 100% CS to a 0% CS.
I never knew you could actually minus creep score.
But
I feel like Van effectively have done that, right? Especially when Van has already secured the Corrosive Scythe as well. I feel like CS right now should have its own, but it's just, the juicing, right? I think the first pick carry may be the problem here for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? Giving Blade that juicing in this particular patch. And also, Roy relying on the ultimate, Jay also relying on the ultimate to be casted. Just saying, once it picks you up, your ultimate is getting cancelled, man.
And unfortunately, not only that is the containment play that we wanted to see from the side of Diablo. He is unfortunately nerfed because of the juicing in this place. If Ignite were to pick up the juicing, they could probably play this game very different, because not only does Diablo can contain, but the juicing can contain as well.
Yeah.
Right now, the container is the one being contained by Blade.
It's like putting another Tupperware into the Tupperware, right?
Indeed.
But for the others, for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? CS has secured the DHS. This could be it. Right now, if you're powerful, you have to play a little bit careful right here. But Ignite Gaming, I think this anti-guy comp is not working out, because Team Evo is diving against you, and I think the gameplay, they're really pulled pulled apart right here as the Lord tears around mid.
Not too sure about how big this fight is gonna be as the Lord rips the middle lane T3 to shreds. The rest of the members from the side of Evil, they are not too interested in being going all in just for this one Lord.
Yeah, that's a good defense coming up from Ignite Gaming for now, but they've got to have to do a lot more. Team Evil, that's an open lane for Team Evil to kind of swoop in. Van secures a Malefic Gun already, and now the Power Spike item. Ignite Gaming is playing from behind.
They could potentially be able to kind of clear this out, as we do have Creep Wave that's just going to be marching down from the bottom lane. Blink goes in, Powerful goes in as well, but they got really being taunted down. He's going to be the one going down. Powerful not going to be doing well, but take a look here. It goes down too. We got 2 bosses down from the side of Evil already, but they tried to go for a little bit of trade. They lost 2, but at least the bottom lane T3 is down.
Taking 2 members for the side of Team Evil is good. This is what I was looking for the side of Ignite Gaming's anti-dive composition. The Belleric's role is to wait for Team Evil to jump, but if you take a look at the replay right here, Jay just holding out down at the same time, and Azu and Blink is a little bit too far away, but once, you know, Jay unleashes the ultimate, right, it kind of forces Team Evil to really fight him right down underneath, but once Ben goes into the Blazing Duet, he's not actively hitting the turret, so that's why Team Evil, the members of the Team Evil is taking too much turret punishment.
They're getting a little bit too desperate right now, but the Raptor tries, that's going to be popping right out, and Kelvin will be able to get a kill out of Azu. Just a big one indeed. Ben! Not the one that we want to see taken down from the side of Evil, as they now have a 35 seconds timer onto their head. This will be enough for Ignite to recollect themselves, to prepare themselves for the upcoming Lord.
Yeah, and now Team Evil should be able to enough time as long as they buy enough time right here. But it's also very pivotal for them. If Ignite Gaming gets a pick-off against Team Evil, it's a little bit too scary right now. But Ignite Gaming does have 2 lanes open. Team Evil can easily flood it in.
The rest of the members coming in from Sunday Ignite, they're constantly just going to be on the run. They're just going to be looking for a way to go. Kelvin lands the Daily Magic down over to Juicin. And now Diablo taking a lot of enmity over to the side of here. Buys a lot of time, but Powerful currently at level 14 versus Kelvin at level 15. That's going to mean a lot.
The Lord is being leashed all the way to the side of Team Evil. There's a small little window opportunity to get slam shot by the side of Team Evil. Right now, they're already respawned right here. Ignite Gaming looking for an angle to try to go all the way in, but they need Team Evil to dive them. That's how they've been able to win for the past 2 team fights.
At least right now, there is still a possibility for Ignite to be able to do something right now. Barville is just going to be spawned right now. He's just going to be putting himself right to the face of Roy. But right now, Bane is going to be taken down by the side of CS. The Blazing Duet, but Ben, he will be able to shred that to pieces with 2 men down. Diablo brings Ben down. And now Evil, they're holding on as much as they can. While Diablo makes a quick getaway to ensure of his own life.
Right now, Ignite Gaming is struggling to go all the way back. You only got Diablo and Kelvin as well staying alive. Team Evil doesn't pack any marksmen right here. The Super Minions are marching in against Ignite Gaming, and Diablo desperately trying to pull the Minions away.
Barville is still going to be spawned right down. And right now, with the Trusty Steed, they will be focusing all of their fights down on the Diablo. I don't think it's going to be enough to take him down as well. If they want to force down this core, it might not be good. Daily Magic, only a sliver.
Azu forced to retreat right there, but he bought a lot of time for Ignite Gaming to defend the base. Team Evil right here does have a clear line towards the Lord as well, whereas Ignite Gaming is busy doing base defense.
It is really of a tough game, especially since we saw that Evil was, what, 6,000 gold lead on top of Ignite, and now
you strike off
defense.
You strike off 1 digit right there. That was 600 gold lead in the favor of Team Evil. At this juncture, Abstract, gold lead doesn't matter anymore. It's now about positioning and how to maneuver around it, albeit Ignite Gaming has a disadvantage. 2 lanes in the mid and the bot open for Team Evil to easily swoop in.
There's still some point where the itemizations might come into play. We do have Azu that did manage to, I believe, probably sold something, and he does have the immortality for himself. Lord perhaps more than enough money to get himself the immortality.
Lord press it down half HP. If you notice how Jay's positioning right there.
He's gonna be still alive just for a tad little bit, but Diablo might be looking for a little bit of an avenue. Just focus down on the fan and ensuring that he will not be able to get the fight. And now Kelvin takes the Lord down, blazing to a blast of God. When it comes down with the truck, and he will want to do as much damage as possible. He will sacrifice himself. The rest of them are Evil. They were trying to get himself running away, but Azu, he got the rest of Evil. They got
a total wipeout, Abstract. Crazy games coming off in Ignite Gaming at the nick of time. The Lord in their hands. 3-man, 4-man, no as well with minions coming in against Team Evil. Evil 30 seconds out. Abstract, this is it.
There is no way the Evil can get through this as they sit there and watch the crowd will serve by the hands of Ignite Gaming.
Unbelievable gameplay coming out from Ignite Gaming. This is not the result that we expected. The defending champion crumbles as we will celebrate the rise of a new champion.
MPL SG Season 11 crowns a new team, crowns a new place where we sense a new team over to the EWC in Paris.
I was literally speechless because Ignite Gaming literally played out of their mind as well, ladies and gents. Abstract, this is a truly amazing grand finals. What do you say?
This is the finals that we deserve. This is the finals that we want to watch. It's tough for the players on the opposite end as we take this time to, of course, really look out for Team Evil, as unfortunately they fall to the hands of Ignite.
Ignite Gaming broke history right there. No more back-to-backs. They came in, they swooped in, they pushed Team Evil all the way down the ground. Amazing job. It was so much back and forth for the whole series, the whole storyline. I would say, arguably, the whole season itself. Team Evil entered MPL Singapore Season 11 looking solidly strong. But Ignite Gaming, look at them right here. Man, they played all the minds right there.
Played all the way down to a full 7 games. Evil, they find themselves in such a tough spot. Even though the final game, it looked like the game was in their hands. But unfortunately, they were unable to continue on forward to close the game out as they make mistakes that costed their life moving on forward.
Yeah, and don't forget, I was kind of joking about the possibility of Diablo going to EWC in another way. But it seems like, hey, that dream, that world actually exists. It exists in this world right now.
This is the game, ladies and gentlemen. We've brought game after game after game in this entire match for the grand finals. And it's about time for us to sign off.
My name is Jace, this is Abstract. Thank you very much for joining for this particular series. We're gonna throw over to the host to kind of celebrate it together with our new champions. Host, take it away.
The rise of the new kings. Ladies and gentlemen, your MPL Singapore Season 11 champions, Ignite Gaming! But before we start the celebrations, champs, go on over, give them a fist bump. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Team Evil. They fought their way here from upper bracket, defeated so many strong teams, and proved from day one that they belonged here. Okay, Team Evil, you may now take your final bow. One more time. Let's cheer, let's give round of applause for Team Evil. Now, the Season 11 champions, Ignite Gaming! After 4 weeks of legends to immortal. Ignite Gaming, you may now take what is rightfully yours. You have made your fans proud, you have made Singapore proud, and now you are ready to fly to Paris, France. So guys, who do you think is the finals MVP? Diablo? And the finals MVP is... Your finals MVP, Kelvin! So, what do you want to say to your fans?
Thank you so much for supporting us this day. Without you, we cannot win. Thank you so much, guys.
I have one question for you. Which game or which play do you think sealed this MVP for you?
I think the last game, because we come back that game and won the championship.
All right, thank you so much. This question is for anyone. So Team Evil almost had a reverse whip earlier, but how did you recover?
We just trusted ourselves, and my dear coach here, he's one of the MVP. Yeah.
Okay, this question is for Diablo. You will go again to the international stage and represent Singapore. What's your message to Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia? Because Singapore is sending its strongest team.
Actually, nothing much. Just put out a good fight, but just want to say that my performance in Malaysia wasn't good, so this time I'm back to redeem myself, and hopefully I can put out a better performance in MSC. Yeah.
Okay, this last question is for Drin Sanity. During the entire regular season, you were the XP-laner, but this playoffs, Diablo came. So, what did you contribute to the team, or how did you help the team?
Tinake ko lang siya positively, tapos alam kong wala, basta champion na kami, yun lang. Bin. Ikaw na.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Ignite Gaming, please lift the trophy one more time. Okay? In 3, okay, lift the trophy in 3, 2, 1. What an incredible journey we've had this season. Thank you so much to all the teams, to all the players, and especially to the sponsors and partners. And of course, to every single fan who's here and online. We will be back for next season, bigger and better than ever. Once again, I'm your lovely host, Tintin Loresto, and this is MPL Singapore Season 11.
MPL Singapore Season 11 is powered by Noontime and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by Speedy Ninja. Founded in 2019 and headquartered in Singapore, Speedy Ninja is a regional in-game credits platform built by players for players. Partner in Esports, Singapore Esports Association. Tonto, Use Roto, Calbi, Indomie, Future Living. Official Performance Chair, Ergo Team. Official Venue Partner, D Marquee.